Cauldron, Engines of God, Book 6, by Jack McDevitt. DB 66157. Copyright 2007 by Cryptic Incorporated. Read by Roy Avers. This book contains 373 pages. Approximate reading time, 13 hours, 35 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the acknowledgments, prologue, parts, and epilogue at Level 1, and to chapters at Level 2. Library of Congress Annotation. 23rd century. Scientist Jon Silvestri convinces the Prometheus Foundation to fund production of an interstellar travel system. Ex-pilot Priscilla Hutchins from Odyssey, RC 64192, joins the crew of the test ship, Happy Times, on a perilous journey to find the source of devastating omega clouds in the galactic core. 2007. From the book jacket. By 2255, the age of starflight is over. The Academy of Science and Technology has collapsed, and the only efforts at space exploration are carried on by privately funded foundations. Then a young physicist named Jon Silvestri comes forward, insisting that an abandoned prototype for a much more efficient star drive is workable. Priscilla Hutchins, now a fundraiser for the Prometheus Foundation, persuades the group to back him, and he is proven right. The new drive works. The Cauldron, the very core of the galaxy, is now only 3 months away. At long last, the mystery of the deadly omega clouds that have devastated the galaxy for centuries can be penetrated. Soon a handful of brave men and women begin a journey fraught with danger into the heart of the Cauldron, where the truth about the clouds can be found. And Priscilla Hutchins is one of them. About the author. Jack McDevitt is a former naval officer, taxi driver, English teacher, customs officer, and motivational trainer, and is now a full-time writer. He is a multiple Nebula Award finalist who lives in Georgia with his wife, Maureen. Other books by Jack McDevitt. Ancient Shores, Eternity Road, Moonfall, Infinity Beach. The Academy, Priscilla Hutchins, novels. The Engines of God, Deep Six, Chindi, Omega. The Alex Benedict novels, A Talent for War, Polaris, Seeker. Collections, Outbound. Acknowledgments. I'm indebted for advice and technical assistance to David DeGraff of Alfred University, Michael Shara of the American Museum of Natural History, and Michael Fossel, author of Cells, Aging, and Human Disease. Walter Curley and Travis Taylor helped out at the Galactic Core. Thanks also to Ralph Vicinanza for his continuing support, to Maureen McDevitt for her comments on an early version of the manuscript, and to my editor, Ginger Buchanan. Star Chart by Curtis Square Briggs. Dedication for Jamie Bishop. Out of the night they come, raining fire and rock, raking the cities of man, living storms, shaped in the devil's cauldron. Editor's note: Man, poetic license, the term used by the inhabitants of Sigma 2711 to describe themselves is not translatable, other than as above. Sigma Hotel Book, translated by Phil. Reader's note: a map showing the galaxy involved in this story has a key showing that 1/2 inch equals 3,000 light-years. Working outward from the Sun, we can estimate that Wild Duck cluster is 6,000 light-years away. Eagle, 9,000 light-years. Mackay 4417, 10,000 light-years. Globular cluster M24, 11,000 light-years. Globular cluster NGC 6760, 13,000 light-years. Globular cluster NCG 6440, 14,000 light-years. Sigma 2711, 18,000 light-years. The microquasar, 19,000 light-years. Globular cluster M28, 24,000 light-years. Tenerife, 26,000 light-years. The Mordecai zone, 32,000 light-years. And the galactic center, 34,000 light-years from the Sun. End of note. Prologue. Cherry Hill, New Jersey, December 16th, 2185. The call came, as such things always seem to, in the middle of the night. "Jason," Lucy's voice on the other end. Tense, excited. But she was trying to sound professional, unemotional. Jason Hutchinson's first thought was that Lucy's mother had suffered another breakdown. The woman was apparently given to nervous collapses, and the family always called Lucy. Teresa, also awakened by the call, raised an arm in protest, then pulled a pillow over her head. "Yes, Lucy, what's the problem?" "We have a hit." That brought him fully alert. It had happened before. Periodically they got a signal that had set off alarms. Usually it vanished within minutes and was never heard again. Occasionally it was a human transmission bouncing around. Never during the 2.5 centuries of the search had they gotten a legitimate strike, a demonstrably artificial transmission that could be confirmed. Not once. And he knew as he rolled out of bed, as he grumbled to Teresa that no, there wasn't a problem, that he'd be back in an hour or so, he knew that this would be no different. It was at times like this, when he conceded that Sitai was essentially a religious exercise, that it took a leap of faith to sit down each day in front of the screens and pretend something might actually happen, that he wondered why he hadn't looked for a career that would provide at least the opportunity for an occasional breakthrough. Whole generations of true believers had manned the radio telescopes, some in orbit, some on the backside of the moon, a few on mountain-tops, waiting for that transmission that never came. They joked about it, waiting for Godot. "I know when it happens, I'll be at lunch." "I do it for the money," he told people when they asked. A lot had changed since the early days of the project. The technology, of course, had improved exponentially. There were starships now. It was possible to go out and actually look at the worlds orbiting Alpha Centauri and 36 Ophiuchi and other reasonably nearby stars. We knew now that life existed elsewhere, even that intelligent life had flourished in a few places. But only one extant technological world was known, and that was a savage place, its nation-states constantly at war, too busy exhausting their natural resources and killing on a massive scale to advance beyond an early 20th century level. So yes, there were other places. Or at least there was one other place. And we knew there had been others. But they were in ruins, lost in time, and the evidence suggested that once you entered an industrial phase, you began a countdown, and survived only a few more centuries. But maybe not. Maybe somewhere out there was the kind of place you read about in novels, a place that had stabilized its environment, that had conquered its own worst instincts, and gone on to create a true civilization. He wore a resigned smile as he left the house. It was a clear, moonless night. The skies were brighter, less polluted than they had been when he was young. They were beginning to win that battle, at least. And if there were still occasional armed arguments between local warlords, they'd gotten through the era of big wars and rampant terrorism. With Starflight, the future looked promising. He wondered what his daughter, Prissy, who'd still be young at the dawn of the new century, would live to see. Maybe one day she'd shake the mandible of a genuine alien, or visit a black hole. At the moment, anything seemed possible. He climbed into the flyer. "Where to, Jason?" it asked. Lucy was so excited when he walked in she could barely contain herself. "It's still coming, Jason," she said. "What are we listening to tonight?" He'd been gone several days, at a conference, and had lost track of the schedule. "Sigma 2711, she said. It was an old Class G, located out beyond NCG 6440, roughly halfway to the galactic core. 14,000 light-years. If it turned out to be legitimate, it wasn't going to be somebody with whom they could hold a conversation. Lucy was a postdoc from Princeton. She was energetic, driven, maybe a little too enthusiastic. Marcel Cormley, her mentor, didn't approve of her assignment to the Drake Center. She was too talented to waste her time on what he perceived as a crank operation. He hadn't said that to Hutchins's face, of course, but he'd made no secret to his colleagues about his feelings. Hutchins wasn't entirely sure he was wrong. Moreover, he suspected Lucy had come to the center primarily because Cormley had opposed it. However that might be, she had thrown herself into the work, and he could ask no more than that. In fact, enthusiasm was probably a drawback in a field that, generation after generation, showed no results. Still, she was getting experience in astronomical fundamentals. "Does it still look good, Tommy?" he asked the AI. Tommy, who was named for Thomas Petrocelli, the designer of the first officially designated AI, took a moment to consider. "This one might be a genuine hit," he said. "Let me see it." Jason sat down in front of a monitor. "It repeats every 17 minutes and 11 seconds, said Lucy. Light bars flickered across the screen. "The sequence is simple. 4. Then 2 clusters of 4. Then 4 clusters. Then 4 clusters of 8. And 8 of 8. "It keeps doubling," he said. "Up to 256. Then it runs backward." "Okay. What else is there?" "You get about 2 minutes of the pattern. Then it goes away, and we get this." A long, apparently arbitrary sequence began. He watched it for several minutes before turning aside. "Tommy," he said, "are we making any progress?" "It has markers. But ask me later." Lucy stood off to one side, her gaze tracking between him and the AI speaker. She looked as if she were praying. Yes, Lord, let it be so. She was blonde, a bit on the heavy side, although she never seemed to lack for boyfriends. They were always picking her up and dropping her off. Jason pushed back in his chair. He wasn't going to allow himself to believe it was actually happening. Not after all this time. It couldn't just drop in his lap like this. It had to be a system bug. Or a hoax. Lucy, apparently finished with her entreaties to the spiritual world, returned to her chair, pressed her hands together, and stared at the screen. "I wonder what they're saying." Jason looked around for coffee. Lucy used only soft drinks, so there was none available. She read his mind, had the grace to look guilty, but said nothing. Had the evening been quiet, she'd have offered to make it. He sat down in front of one of the displays and brought up Sigma 2711. It was 7 billion years old, give or take a few 100 million, maybe a quarter more massive than the Sun. At 14,000 light-years it was far beyond the range of the superluminals. But there was evidence of a planetary system, though nothing had been sighted directly. If the transmission got a confirmation, he could probably arrange to have the Van Intel take a look. The giant telescope would have no problem picking up planets at Sigma, if they existed.
"What do you think, Jason?"
she asked. The first streaks of gray were appearing in the east. "It's possible," he said. "Tommy, get me somebody at Kit Peak." Lucy broke into a huge smile, the kind that says, "Do with me as you will, my life is complete."
"And they told me," she said, "nothing ever happens over here."
"Kit Peak," said a woman's voice. She seemed oddly cheerful, considering the hour. "This is Jason Hutchins," he said. "At Drake. We need confirmation on a signal."
"You got a hot one, Jason."
He recognized Ginny Madison on the other end. They'd been together at Moonbase once, long ago. "Hi, Ginny, yes. We have a possible. I'd be grateful if you'd check it for us."
"Give me the numbers."
"I have a partial translation," said Tommy. "On screen. Much of the text is an instructional segment providing clues how to penetrate the message." "Okay. Here are the opening lines. Greetings to our unknown across the unknown. The inhabitants of Sigma 2711 send this transmission in the hope that communion, with another unknown will occur. Know that we wish you unknown. This is our first attempt to communicate beyond our realm. We will listen on this frequency. Respond if you are able, or blink your lights, ? I took the liberty of substituting the name of their star, and of course I did some interpolation. Thank you, Tommy. Considering their desire to strike up a conversation, it's unlikely they expected their message to be received so far away. This was probably aimed at a nearby system. Yeah, I expect so.
"Jason," said Lucy, "what do you make of the last line?"
Blink your lights?
Yes.
Metaphorical. If you can answer, wave. He stared at the screen. The frequency? I assume it's 1662.
On the button.
The first hydroxyl line. It was where they'd always expected it would happen. The ideal frequency. Ginny was back within the hour.
"Looks legitimate," she said, "as far as we can tell. We've got confirmations through Lowell and Packer. We also ran it through ComData. They say it's not ours, and we can't find a bounce."
Another broad smile.
"I think you've got one, Jason. Congratulations."
Word got around quickly. People began calling minutes after Ginny had confirmed. "Has it really happened? Congratulations. What have you got? We hear you've been able to read some of it?" These were the same people who'd passed him politely in the astronomical corridors, tolerating him, the guy whose imagination had run past his common sense, who'd wasted what might have been a promising career hunting for the LGMs that even the starships couldn't find. But he was well beyond starship country now. Within a few hours, Tommy had more of the text. It included a physical description of the senders. They had 4 limbs and stood upright, but they were leaner than humans. Their heads were insectal, with large oval eyes. Bat ears rose off the skull, and they had antennas. No sign of an olfactory system. No indication of an expression, or even if the face was capable of one. "Are the features flexible?" he asked Tommy. It was an odd question, but he couldn't resist. Information not provided, Jason. How big are they? No way to know. We share no measurement system. That brought Lucy into the conversation.
You're saying they could be an inch tall?
It's possible. Jason propped his head on his hands and stared at the image. Judging from the relative size of the eyes, it looks as if they live in a darker environment than we do. Not necessarily, said Tommy. The smaller a creature is, the larger its eyes should be relative to body size. They have to be big enough to gather a minimum amount of light.
There was more. Details of the home world. Broad seas, vast vegetative entanglements, which eventually got translated as jungles, and shining cities. They seemed to be either along coastlines or bordering rivers.
There are large sections of the transmission I still cannot read, said Tommy. Some aspects of the arrangement suggest they may be sound patterns. Speeches, perhaps.
Or music,
said Lucy. It is possible.
Translate that, she continued, and you could have a hell of a concert.
Descriptions of architecture. Jason got the impression the aliens were big on architecture. Accounts of cropped fields, purpose unknown, possibly intended as vegetative art.
They're poetic, said Lucy.
You think? Simply because they like to design buildings and grow flowers?
That, too.
What else?
Mostly that they're putting a bottle out into the dark.
Jason called home to tell Teresa the news. She congratulated him and carried on about what a wonderful night it was, but the enthusiasm had a false note. She didn't really grasp the significance of the event. She was happy because he was happy. Well, it was okay. He hadn't married her for her brains. She was a charmer, and she tried to be a good wife, so he really couldn't ask more than that. Just before dawn, the transmission stopped. It was over. By then all sorts of people had begun showing up. His own staff of off-duty watchstanders, the people who had for years not noticed that the Drake Center even existed, Barclay and Lansing from Yale, Evans from Holloway, Peterson and Chokai from Lowell, DiPietro from LaSalle. By mid-morning the press had arrived, followed by a gaggle of politicians. Everybody became part of the celebration. Jason broke out the champagne that had, metaphorically, been on ice for 2.5 centuries, and ordered more sent over from the quality liquor store in the Plaza Mall. He held an impromptu press conference. One of the media types pinned the name Sigmas on the creatures, and that became their official designation. After she'd gotten Prissy off to school, Teresa showed up too, along with her cousin Alice. She was clearly delighted by the attention her husband was getting, and she sat for hours enjoying the warm glow of reflected celebrity. It was, in many ways, the happiest moment of his life. Years later, when he looked back on that day, after the Sigmas had faded into history, it wasn't the call in the night that stood out in his memory, nor Tommy's comment, "This one might be a genuine hit," nor even the message itself, "Greetings to our unknown across the unknown." It wasn't even Ginny's confirmation. "We can't find a bounce." It was Prissy, when she got home from school, where she'd already heard the news. It was odd, 9 years old, and she understood what her mother had missed.
"Daddy, are you going to send a message back?"
she'd asked. He was home by then, exhausted, but planning to change clothes and return to the center. "No," he said. "They're too far away, love."
"Even to just talk to them? They sent us a message. Why can't we send one back?"
"Do you know about the pharaohs?" he asked.
"In Egypt?"
Her dark eyes clouded with puzzlement. What did pharaohs have to do with anything? She was a beautiful child, armed with her mother's looks, but she had his brain. She'd be a heartbreaker one day. Yes. Do you know how long ago that was? King Tut and all that? She thought about it. A long time, she said. Thousands of years. Yes. Why can't we talk to the Sigmas? Because they're not there anymore, he said. They're dead a long time ago. They were dead long before there were pharaohs. She looked baffled. The people who sent the message died before there were pharaohs? Yes. I don't think there's much question about that. But they weren't really people. I don't understand. If they died that long ago, how could they send us a message? It took a long time for the message to get here. Her dark eyes got very round. I think it's sad that we can't say hello back to them. I do too, sweetheart, he said. He looked at her and thought how she had touched ultimate truth. They're starting to build very fast ships. Maybe one day you'll be able to go look. Part 1. Prometheus. Chapter 1. Thursday, January 11th, 2255. Francois St. John did not like the Omega. It lay beneath him, dark and misty and gray, and ominous, like an approaching thunderstorm in summer. It was a vast cloudscape, illuminated by internal lightning. It seemed to go on forever. They'd measured it, estimated its mass, taken its temperature, gleaned samples from deeper inside than anyone had been able to penetrate before, and they were ready to start for home. The Omega, despite appearances, was by no means adrift. It was racing through the night at a velocity far exceeding anything possible for an ordinary dust cloud, running behind the hedgehog, its trigger, closing on it at a rate of about 13 kilometers per day. In approximately 3,000 years it would overtake the object and hit it with a lightning strike. When it did, the trigger would explode, igniting the cloud, and the cloud would erupt in an enormous fireball. The Omegas were the great enigma of the age, purpose unknown, once thought to be natural objects, but no more, not since the discovery of the hedgehogs 20 years earlier. Nobody knew what they were or why they existed. There wasn't even a decent theory, so far as Francois was aware. The lightning was drawn by the right angles incorporated into the design of the hedgehogs. The problem was that anything with a right angle, if it got in the path of the cloud, had better look out. He was surprised by the voice behind him. "Almost done, Francois. Another hour or so, and we can be on our way." It was Benjamin Langston, the team leader. He was more than 100 years old, but he still played tennis on weekends. There had been a time when people at that age routinely contemplated retirement. "You got anything new, Ben?" Ben ducked his head to get through the hatch onto the bridge. It was an exaggerated gesture designed to show off. He enjoyed being the tallest guy on the ship, or the most put upon, or the guy whose equipment was least reliable. Whenever anyone had a story about women, or alcohol, or close calls, Ben always went one better. But he knew how to speak plain English, which set him apart from most of the physicists Francois had been hauling around these last few years. "Not really," he said. "We'll know more when we get home, when we can do some analysis." He had red hair and a crooked smile. He'd probably injured his jaw at some point. "I have to admit, Ben," Francois said, "that I'll be happy to be away from the thing. I don't like going anywhere near it." The Jenkins was supposed to be safe for working around an Omega. The Prometheus Foundation, its owner, had rebuilt her several years ago, taking away the outer shell and replacing it with a rounded hull. No right angles anywhere. Nothing to stir the monster. But he'd seen the hollows, had watched the massive lightning bolts reach out and strike target objects left in its path. The thing was scary. He looked down at the cloudscape. It felt as if there were something solid immediately beneath the grey mist, as if they were gliding over a planetary surface. But people who'd done work around Omegas said that was always the impression. One of the uncanny features of the Omega was its ability to hang together. You would have expected it to dissipate, to blur at the edges. But the clouds weren't like that. Ben had commented that they had nearly the cohesion of a solid object. In fact, Ben admired the damned things. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" he said. He sounded awed. That wasn't the way Francois would have described it, but he pretended to agree. "Yes," he said, "beautiful." Dead ahead, and deep within the cloud, a red glow appeared, expanded, brightened, and finally faded. It lasted only a few moments. Then it was gone, and they saw nothing except their own navigation lights, captured and blurred in the mist. It happened all the time. Silent flowerings of ruby light. They talked about incidentals, about the long ride home, which would take approximately 3 weeks, and how good it would be to get out of their cramped quarters. Ben admitted that he missed his classes. He was one of those very occasional academic types who seemed to enjoy the give and take of a seminar. His colleagues usually talked about it as if it were a menial task imposed by an unthinking university interested only in making money. "Francois," the AI's voice. "Yes, Bill, what have you got?" "Clouds changing course." "What?" That wasn't possible. "I've been watching it for several minutes. There's no question. It's moving to port, and below the plane." It couldn't happen. The clouds stayed relentlessly in pursuit of their triggers unless they were distracted by something else. The lines of a city, perhaps? But there were certainly no cities anywhere nearby, and no gravity fields to distract it. "It's picked up a geometric pattern here somewhere," said Ben. He peered at the images on the monitors. "Has to be." But there was nothing in any direction save empty space. For light years. "Francois, ask Bill to do a sweep of the area." Francois nodded. "Bill, we need to get out in front of it." Ben made a face. "We'll lose contact with the probe if we do that." Francois wasn't sure what kind of data the probe was collecting. The only thing that had mattered to him was that it was the last one. He looked at Ben. "What do you want to do?" "Are we sure the cloud's really changing course?" "Yes." "Then let's find out why." "Okay," Francois said. He gave instructions to the AI, and the sound of the engines began to intensify. He switched on the all-com. "Leah, Eagle, Tolia, strap down. We're going to be executing a maneuver in a minute." Leah was Mrs. Langston. Like Ben, she was a specialist in various aspects of the clouds: physical structure, nanotech systems, propulsion. The objective of the mission was to learn something about their makers, who they were, what their capabilities were, why they sent the damned things out into the Orion Arm, into the entire galaxy for all anyone knew. Eagle's real name was Jack Hopewell. He was a Native American, the mission's astrophysicist, the department chairman at the World Sciences Institute. He claimed to be a full-blooded Cherokee, but he always smiled when he said it, as if he didn't really mean it. Francois thought there might be a German back there somewhere, and maybe an Irishman. Tolia was Anatoly Vasilyev, a nanotech specialist from the University of Moscow. She was on the verge of retirement, had never seen an Omega, and had pulled every string she could find to get assigned to this mission. Leah responded with that very precise Oxford voice. "François, what's going on?" He explained, while, one by one, the 3 indicator lamps brightened. Everybody was belted down. Ben slipped into his seat, and the harness closed around him. "All right, guys," François said. "I'll let you know when we're done. This is going to take a few minutes." He switched back to the AI. "When you're ready, Bill." The Jenkins was, of course, moving in the same direction as the cloud, pacing it. François extracted the yoke from the control panel and pushed it gently forward. The engines grew louder, and the cloudscape began to move aft. Swirls of mist accelerated, swept beneath the glow of the ship's lights, and blurred. Bill announced he'd lost contact with the probe. It took a while, but eventually the horizon approached. "The Omega is still turning," said Bill. More electricity flashed through the depths. To François, the cloud seemed alive. It was a notion that had respectability in some quarters. No one had really been able to demonstrate the validity of the proposition one way or the other, and François would readily have admitted he had no evidence to support his impression, but the thing felt alive. That was why he didn't entirely trust the assurances of the engineers who told him the Jenkins, because of its rounded edges, was safe. Who could really predict what one of these monsters might do? They soared out past the rim, the leading edge of the cloud. "See anything yet, Bill?" he asked. "Negative, but the turn is slowing. It's settling in on a vector." Bill adjusted course and continued to accelerate. François looked out at the stars. There was no nearby sun, no nearby planet, nowhere it could be going. "You figure that thing can see farther than we can, Ben?" Ben sighed. "Don't know. We still don't know much, but it has potentially a much larger reception area than we do. So yes, it probably can see farther. Maybe not optically, but in some sense." The cloud was dwindling behind them, becoming part of the night, a dark presence blocking off the stars, illuminated only by periodic lightning. It could have been a distant storm. "Still nothing?" asked François. "Not yet," said Bill. "Whatever it is, it's dead ahead. The Omega has begun to decelerate." He eased back on the yoke and opened the all-com. "Going to cruise, folks. If you need to get anything done, this would be a good time, but don't go too far from your couch." Minutes later, Leah's head pushed through the hatch. "Nothing yet." "Not a thing," said Ben. Leah was in her 90s. She was tall and graceful, with dark brown hair and matching eyes. A good partner for Ben, given to trading quips with him, and easily, as far as François could see, his intellectual equal. "Okay," she said, starting back. "Let us know if you see something." François had known Leah for 30 years, had hauled her to various destinations during his academy days, before she'd married Ben. Before she'd known him, as a matter of fact. He'd made a play for her once, in those halcyon times shortly after his first marriage had gone south, but she hadn't been interested. He suspected she'd thought she wouldn't be able to hold on to him. A half-hour slipped past while Bill sought the reason for the Omega's course change. François began to wonder if the AI had misread the Omega. Ben had fallen silent, was going over some notes, and François was sitting with his head thrown back, half asleep, when Bill stirred. You could tell Bill was about to deliver an announcement of some significance, because it was inevitably preceded by an electronic warble, the AI's equivalent of clearing his throat. "François, object ahead, range 3.4 million kilometers." Ben immediately looked up, studied the display. "What is it?" he asked. "It appears to be a ship." "A ship?" "Yes, an artificial construct of some kind." It is not under power. Ben turned to look out the viewport. Francois, who else is out here? Nobody. Not supposed to be anybody. What the hell? Bill, what kind of ship? I don't know. We're too far away. It looked like a collection of cubes, or boxes of varying sizes connected by tubes. Some of the tubes ran straight from one box to another, others angled off in various directions. None curved. It was all right angles. A target made for an Omega. The thing resembled a child's toy, a puzzle to be manipulated until all the cubes lined up one way or another. Despite Bill's assessment, it was most definitely not a ship. "I was in error," said Bill. "I see no visible means of propulsion. Furthermore, if there were a method not apparent to us, I doubt the thing would hold together under acceleration." "A space station of some kind?" asked Ben. "Possibly a habitat," said Francois. "I really don't know what to make of it." "What's it doing out here?" Francois gave them a ride. With a cloud coming up in the rear, he wanted to get to the object as quickly as he could, so he accelerated, then threw on the brakes. He burned fuel heedlessly. Ben grinned down at him. "That's good, Francois. You're learning." "Bill," he said, "how much time do we have?" "The Omega is still decelerating. If it continues to slow at its present rate after we arrive, we will have approximately 23 minutes before the cloud comes within strike distance." Ben stared at the object and looked pained. "Francois, it's alien." "I know. It's priceless." "I know that too, Ben." "Can we save it? Push it aside?" "How big is it, Bill?" "I am not able to estimate its mass, but the largest of the segments is 11 times the diameter of the ship. It dwarfs us." "Couldn't we accelerate it?" said Ben. "It's big, I know, but it's adrift." Francois counted 9 boxes. "It wouldn't matter. We have no way to control its flight. The thing would just roll off to the side when we started pushing. All that would happen is that the goddamn Omega would adjust course." Eagle and Tolia had crowded into the hatchway. Leah was behind them. "We have to do something," Tolia said. "We can't just let this happen." "Damn right," said Eagle. Francois raised his hands. "We don't have much choice. For what it's worth, we're recording everything." "That's not worth much," Leah said. "There's nothing else we can do." He pulled at one ear. "Bill?" "Yes, Francois." "Is the thing hollow?" "It appears to be." Leah broke in. "When we get there, we'll have a few minutes. We need to find a way in." Francois squeezed his eyes shut. "No," he said, "absolutely not. That's the last thing we want to do." "Look, Francois," she was trying to sound reasonable, "we can probably find a hatch or port or something. We can get in, take a quick look around, and clear out." She was already opening the storage locker and grabbing for air tanks and an e-suit. "No," said Ben. "Absolutely not." Tolia looked frantic. "I'll go too." All the women on the flight were deranged. "What do you want to do?" she demanded. "Just give up?" Francois wanted to remind her she was only a student, not here to give directions to anybody. But Ben took care of it with an icy look. "Forget it," he said. "Nobody's going anywhere. 20 minutes won't be enough time." "He's right," said Francois. Ben was a bit too daunting for her, so Tolia turned on Francois. "What the hell do you know about it? What are we going to do? Just stand by and watch the idiot cloud blow that thing up? Spend the rest of our lives wondering what it might have been?" It was tumbling. Slowly.
I wonder how old it is. Leah checked Ben's air tanks. You're all set.
They were in the airlock, carrying lasers and tool belts, ready to go. Eagle and Tolia had wanted to go along, too, but fortunately there were only 3 E-suits on board, and nobody got to use the captain's. It was a violation of regulations. "You guys go over," said Francois. "Cut your way in, take a quick look, and get back here." "Don't worry," said Ben. "Look, Ben, so you know, there really isn't time to do this, and I'm not going to put the ship at risk. When it gets close, I'm clearing out, whether you 2 are back or not." "Understood," said Ben.
"God damn it!" Leah shook her head. "You worry too much, Francois."
He saw no advantage to the design of the object. The cubes seemed to be connected in a totally random fashion. Purely aesthetic, he thought. Somebody's idea of art. He looked at the rear view. The black patch was growing, systematically blocking out stars. "Hatch locations," said Bill, marking 4 sites on the display. Francois picked one that allowed easy access from the Jenkins and maneuvered alongside. It was located on one of the smaller cubes, on the outer rim of the cluster. It was less than average size, but it was larger than the Jenkins. He eased in as closely as he could, lined up the hatch with the ship's airlock, and instructed Bill to hold the position. "Okay," he told Ben. His navigation lights played off the surface of the object. It was battered, corroded. It had been there a long time. Ben opened the outer hatch. "It's pretty worn," he said. "You've got 17 minutes to be back here," Francois said. "Okay? 17 minutes and we take off, whether you're on board or not."
"Don't worry," said Leah. "Just keep the door open."
Right. An imager picked them up as they left the ship, followed them across the few meters of open space to the hatch. Whoever'd used it had been about the same size as humans, which meant Ben would have a hard time squeezing through.
"Incredible,"
said Leah. She was examining the hull, which was pocked and scored.
"Cosmic rays. It is ancient."
"How old do you think?" asked Ben. Bill sighed. "Use the scanner, Ben. Get me the hull's composition, and I might be able to give you an answer." Ben wasn't sure which of the devices he carried with him was the scanner. He hadn't used one before, but Leah knew. She activated hers and ran it across the damage. "Good," said Bill. "Give me a minute." Ben made an effort to open the hatch. There was a press panel, but it didn't react. Leah put her scanner back in her belt and produced a laser. She activated it and started cutting.
"This is a disaster," she said. "What were the odds of finding something like this? And then to have it sitting right in front of that goddamn avalanche back there?"
Ben drew his own laser out of his harness, but Francois cautioned him not to use it. To relatively inexperienced people, cutting away was a sure formula for disaster. So he stayed back. Leah needed only minutes to cut through. She pushed a wedge of metal into space, put the instrument away, and stepped inside the ship. "Turn on the recorder," Francois told her. Each wore an imager on the right breast pocket. The auxiliary monitor came to life, and Francois was looking down a dark corridor, illuminated by their headlamps. Shadows everywhere. The bulkhead looked rough and washed out. Whatever materials had originally lined it had disintegrated. The overhead was so low that even Leah couldn't stand up straight. Something was moving slowly down the bulkhead. Ben saw it, and the picture jumped. "What is it?" asked Francois. Dust. A hand. Leah's scooped some of it up, held the light against it. "Scan it," said Bill. Leah complied. The AI's electronics murmured softly. "Organics," he said.
You're saying this was one of the crew?
Probably, said Francois. Or maybe they kept plants on board. I wonder what happened here, said Ben. After a long silence, Bill said, I've got the results on the cosmic ray damage. It's hard to believe, but I've double-checked the numbers. The object appears to be 1.2 billion years old. Ben made a noise as if he were in pain. It can't be right, he said. I've made no error. Son of a bitch! Francois, we've got to save this thing. If you can think of a way, I'll be happy to make it happen. Leah broke in. There's something on the wall here. Engraving of some kind. Feel this, Ben. He put his fingertips against the bulkhead. Then he produced a knife and scraped away some dust. Careful, she said. Francois couldn't make out anything. There is something here. It's filled in. Leah moved to her right. More here. She ran her fingers down the bulkhead, top to bottom. Not symbols, she said. More like a curving line. 9 minutes, said Francois. For God's sake, Francois, give us a break. What do you want me to do, Ben? He was having trouble keeping the anger out of his voice. Did they think he wouldn't have saved the thing if he could? Did they think he didn't care? He listened while they tried to get a better look at the bulkhead. The object was tumbling slowly as it moved, and the dust had been crawling around inside it all this time. It would have long since wedded itself to any apertures, openings, lines, anything on the bulkheads. It's hopeless, Francois said. It wasn't going well. He heard mostly invective aimed at the dust, occasionally at the Omega. Can't be sure of anything, Leah said. She looked around. A few pieces of metal were bolted into the connecting bulkhead. Might have been cabinets, said Ben. Or shelves, or an instrument panel of some sort. Better start back, said Francois. We can't just give up. Ben sounded desperate. He literally stabbed the bulkhead. We may never find anything again as old as this is. Before the dinosaurs, said Francois. Leah was breathing hard. Before multicellular life. The comment was punctuated by gasps. Think about that for a minute. Before the first plant appeared on Earth, something was sitting here, in this room. We can't just leave it. Francois was getting a creepy feeling. The black patch behind the Jenkins kept growing. They gave up. Ben had found a plate fixed to the bulkhead. He'd been trying to break it loose, and he finally took a swipe at it with a wrench. It broke away and disappeared into the darkness. Maybe the name of the place they came from, he said. Leah touched the spot where the plate had been. Or maybe the men's room. They went through an opening into a connecting tube, toward a cube several times the size of the one they were leaving. No, said Francois. Your time's up. Come back. It'll just take a minute, Francois, said Leah. We're just going to take a quick look. Then we'll come right back. He wondered whether the tubes had originally been transparent. They looked different from the interior, a different shade of gray, and were smeared rather than flaking. He took a deep breath. Bill, I don't much like the way this is going. Nor do I, Francois. He counted off another minute. Ben, he said finally, that's enough. Come back. We're on our way. They'd entered the new cube, which consisted of another chamber and several doorways. He wondered if, in some oddball way, they felt secure inside the object. Maybe if they were on the bridge, where they could see the Omega closing in, they'd hustle a bit more. Behind him, Eagle and Tolia stood watching, saying nothing, hanging on to each other. Francois couldn't resist. Doesn't look like such a hot idea now, guys, does it? Yet, said Tolia. He turned back to the AI. Bill, put everything we have into a package and transmit to Union. Everything on the cloud and on this damned thing, whatever it is. It will take a minute or two. All right, just do it. The Omega brightened, a series of lightning bolts. Nothing here, said Ben. He swept his light around the interior. Some objects were anchored to the deck. It was impossible to determine what they had been. Chairs, maybe, or consoles, or, for all they knew, altars. And boxes on either side of an exit. Cabinets, maybe. Leah cut one open, flashed her light inside. "Ben," she said, "look at this." She struggled to remove something. "Maybe a gauge of some sort?" She brushed it carefully and held it up for inspection. Francois saw corroded metal. And symbols. And maybe a place that had supported wiring. "Francois," said the AI, "the cloud is close. Our departure is becoming problematic." "That's it, guys. Time's up. Come on, let's go." "There's something over here," said Leah. Francois never found out what it was. Lightning flared behind him. Ben got the message. "On our way," he said. They started to move. Finally. But Ben tripped over something and bounced along the passageway. "Son of a bitch!" Bill responded with an electrical display, the sort of thing he did to show disapproval. "You okay?" said Leah. "Yeah." He pushed her away. "Keep going!" And he was up and running, pushing her before him. It's hard to run in grip shoes and zero gravity, especially when you're not used to either. They hurried back down the connecting tube. Francois urged them on. Maybe it was his voice, maybe it was inevitable, but whatever the cause, Ben and Leah had become suddenly fearful. Panicky. "The data package has been dispatched, Francois." "Good," he said. "Bill, be ready to go as soon as they're on board. We can proceed on your direction." "Ben, when you guys get into the lock, shut the outer hatch and grab hold of something. We're not going to wait around." "Okay, Francois. It'll only be a minute." Bill rattled his electronics again. He was not happy. "Electrical activity in the cloud is increasing. It might be prudent to leave now." Francois considered it. The idiots had put him and the ship in danger. Moments later, they left the object and clambered into the airlock. "Go, Bill," he said. "Get us the hell out of here." Archive. A team of astronomers announced today that the Omegas appear to have originated in the Mordecai Zone, a series of dust clouds approximately 280 billion kilometers long, located near the galactic core. They are unable to explain how the process works, or why it should be happening. In all probability, we will not know until we can send a mission to investigate, Edward Harper, a spokesman for the team, said during a press conference. When asked when that might be, he admitted he had no idea, that it is well beyond the capabilities of present technology, and may remain so for a long time. Science Journal, March 22-29. Library entry. 11:15 hours GMT. Jenkins reports loss of main engines. Damage apparently incurred during hurried acceleration. Details not clear at this time. Rescue mission scheduled to leave tomorrow morning. Union Operations Log Entry. Saturday, February 3rd. Chapter 2. Matt Darwin filed the last of the documents, accepted the congratulations of his senior partner, Emma Stern, sat back in his chair and considered how good he was. A natural talent for moving real estate. Who would have thought? That morning he'd completed the sale of the Hofstadter property, a professional office building in Alexandria. Its owners had come to him after months of trying to move the place, and he'd done it in a week, even gotten 2 prospective buyers bidding against each other. His commission on that single sale almost matched his annual take-home pay back in his academy days. "Must make you wonder why you didn't get started earlier," Emma said. She was tall and graceful, with 2 personalities, cordial, funny, and light-hearted for the customers, skeptical and strictly business for her employees. She could be vindictive, but she approved of Matt, recognized his talent, and was somewhat taken by his charm. He'd told her once she'd have made a good Academy pilot, had meant it, and had won her heart forever. "How about we close down early and celebrate?" he said. "Dinner's on me." She wasn't young, but she could still light up the place. "Love to, Matt, but we have tickets for Born Again tonight." She let him see she regretted declining the invitation. "How about we do it tomorrow, okay? And I'll buy." Kirby, the AI, announced that Prendergast had arrived for his appointment with her. They were trying to decide on a place to locate his pharmaceutical distribution operation. He was being forced to relocate because of rising waters. "Can't go on building dikes forever," he'd been saying. "Find me a new place, preferably on top of a hill." So she turned a radiant, "Isn't life grand?" smile on him and left. Matt had nothing pressing and decided he'd take the rest of the day off. Stern & Hopkins Realty Company, Hopkins had moved on before Matt joined the firm, was located on the third floor of the Estevan building across the park from the Potomac Senior Center. A few years ago he'd received an award over there for shepherding a damaged ship and its passengers back home. It had been the Academy of Science and Technology then. He watched as the front door of the old administration building opened. That was where they'd given him his big night, called him on stage in the auditorium, and presented him with a plaque that now hung in his den at home. An attendant came out onto the walkway, pushing someone in a wheelchair. Despite all the medical advances, the vastly increased longevity, the general good health of the population, knees still eventually gave way, and bodies still went through the long process of breaking down. He got his jacket out of the closet and pulled it around his shoulders. "Kirby?" "Yes, Matt." The AI spoke with a southern accent. Emma was from South Carolina. "I'm going to head out for the day." "I'll tell her." When he got home, he'd call Rena. Maybe she'd like to do dinner this evening. There had been a time when the land now bordering the Potomac Senior Center was a golf course. The golf course was long gone, converted into a park, but the area was still called the Fairway. Matt lived in a modest duplex on the edge of the fairway. It was about a mile and a half from the office, a pleasant stroll on a nice day. He passed young mothers with their toddlers and infants, older people spread out among the benches, a couple of 5-year-olds trying to get a kite into the air. Sailboats drifted down the Potomac, and a steady stream of traffic passed overhead. A sudden gust lifted a woman's hat and sent it flying. The woman hesitated between pursuit and a child. Matt would have given chase, but the wind was taking it toward the horizon, and within seconds the hat had vanished into a cluster of trees 50 yards away. He passed a chess game between two elderly men. "That's how I'm going to end up," he thought, splayed across a bench looking for ways to spend my time, thinking how I'd never made my life count for anything. In Emma's presence he always pretended he couldn't be more satisfied with his job. He was, she said with mock significance, one of the great salesmen of their time. She meant it, more or less, but it wasn't exactly the kind of life he'd envisioned. She'd been concerned about his background when he'd first shown up at Stern & Hopkins. "Isn't this going to seem dull after piloting starships? You really going to be satisfied hanging around here when you might have been spending your time at Alva Karate?" She always made up the name of a star and pretended she couldn't quite get it right. So she had him cruising through Alpha Carlassa and Beta Chesco and Far Nineveh. "We don't want to take you, Matt," she'd said, "then lose you and have to train someone else." He'd assured her he was there to stay. He pretended he loved representing people who were buying and selling real estate. He made jokes about how much better the money was. That, at least, was true. And how he liked working regular hours. "I must have been crazy in the old days," he told her. "I'd never go back." She'd smiled at him. A skeptic's smile. Emma was no dummy, and she saw right through his routine. But she liked him enough to hire him anyhow. He left his chosen profession because there was no longer a market for star pilots. The interstellar age was over. He'd stayed with the Academy until they shut down. Then he'd gone to work for Cosmic, hauling freight and passengers to the outstations. A year later, Cosmic began cutting back, and he'd caught a job piloting tours for Orion. When things turned dark for Orion, he was the junior guy, and consequently first to go. He'd gotten a job managing a databank operation, mining, sorting, and analysis done here. He'd hated it, moved on, sold insurance, managed a desk in a medical office, even done a stint as a security guard in an entertainment mall. Eventually, he'd taken a girlfriend's advice and tried real estate. So, here he was, on a fast track to nowhere, piling up more money than he'd ever dreamed of. The last 100 yards was uphill. His neighbor, Hobby Cordero, was just getting home. Hobby was a medical researcher of some sort, always going on about genetic this and splenetic that. He was passionate about what he did. Matt envied him. They talked for a few minutes. Hobby was short and dumpy, a guy who ate too much and never exercised, and just didn't worry about it. He was involved in a project that would help fend off strokes, and he was capable of telling Matt about it while wolfing down hot dogs. Sometimes the conversation with Hobby was the highlight of his day. So Matt drifted through the afternoons of his life, rooting for the Washington Sentinels and getting excited about selling estates along the Potomac and villas in D.C. Raina was used to his moods, and she knew what caused them. "Quit," she advised. They'd skipped dinner, gone for a walk along the river, and ended at Cleary's, a coffee house that had prospered during Academy days, and was now just hanging on. "Quit and do what?" he asked. "You'll find something." He liked Raina. She was tall and lean, with blue eyes and dark hair, and he loved the way she laughed. There was no real passion between them, though, and he didn't understand why. It made him wonder if he'd ever find a woman he could really relate to. She was good company. They'd been dating on and off for a year. They'd slept together a couple of times, but he didn't push that side of the relationship because he wasn't going to offer to make things permanent. She was the woman he spent time with when no one special was available. She knew that, and he suspected she felt much the same way. "Like what?" he asked. "How about a federal job? I understand they're looking for tour guides in D.C. "That would be exciting." She smiled at him. "Everything's going to be all right. You're putting too much pressure on yourself." "Have you thought about teaching?" "Me?" "Sure, why not?" She stirred her coffee, took a sip, rested her cheek on her fist. Her eyes locked on him. She was showing a little perspiration from their walk. "What would I teach?" "Astronomy." "I was a history major, Raina." "They won't care." "Star pilot. You've been out there. They'd love you." The coffee was good. He had a Brazilian blend, sweetened with tapioca. I don't think so. I can't imagine myself in a classroom.
I could ask around, she said. See what's available. She looked away out the window at the river. There's another possibility.
What's that?
I've a friend who works in a law office in Wheaton. They're looking to hire an analyst. Apparently you don't need a legal background. They'll teach you everything you need. They just want somebody who's reasonably smart.
He couldn't see himself working with contracts and entitlements. Of course, until these last few years, he couldn't have imagined himself spending his days in an office of any kind. Maybe what he needed in his life was a good woman, somebody who could make him feel as if he were moving forward, going somewhere. Maybe 2 good women.
What are you smiling at?
She asked. He'd just gotten in the door at home when Basil, his AI, informed him there was a news report of interest. I didn't want to disturb you while you were out. What's going on? He asked. Francois was in an accident. They're sending out a rescue mission.
Francois St. John?
That seemed unlikely. Francois was a model of caution and good sense. What are they saying? Is he okay? Presumably. There are no reports of injuries, but apparently the ship is adrift. What happened? An Omega. They got in its way.
Francois was the guy who wouldn't quit. When everything was shutting down, he'd found a way to stay with the Interstellars. Most recently, he'd been working for the Prometheus Foundation, probably for expenses and lunch money. We have details? They are running an interview with Dr. Golombek now. Put it on. Let's see what happened. Golombek's image appeared. He was seated at a table, looking forlorn, saying something about a derelict ship. He was a thin grey man, grey moustache, grey clothes, grey skin. He didn't look as if he had ever been out in the sun. He was, of course, the director of the Prometheus Foundation. Francois and Matt had never really been friends. They'd not seen enough of each other for that. But they'd met periodically in the Academy Ops Center and at the outstations. They'd had a few drinks together on occasion, including that last memorable night at Union, when the Academy announced it was closing down. There had been 4 or 5 of them present when the news came. Matt had returned less than an hour earlier from a flight to Serenity. Francois and one of the others had been scheduled for outbound missions, which had been delayed 2 or 3 days without explanation and finally cancelled. A couple of the others had been going through refresher training. The talk, of course, had centered on the conviction that it wasn't really happening. A shutdown had been rumored for years, but the common wisdom was that the threats were always designed to shake more funding out of Congress. There was some hope at the table that it was true this time, too. But if not, what would they do? They'd talked about getting piloting jobs with Cosmic and Orion and the other Starflight corporations, but the field was drying up, and everybody knew it. One female pilot had talked about going home to Montana. "Maybe work on the ranch," she'd said. After all this time, he could still remember the way she'd tilted her head, the way her blonde hair was cut, the pain in her eyes. Couldn't remember her name, but he remembered the pain. Work on the ranch. And Francois. He'd been solid, quiet, competent, the kind of guy you wanted playing the action hero. He was a born skeptic, thought nothing corrupted people quicker than giving them promotions. What was he going to do now?
He'd shaken his head. Stay in the back country, he'd said. Ride the ships. Matt seemed to recall that he'd added he would never stoop to selling real estate for a living. But that was a false memory. Had to be. They were trying to salvage what they could out of the derelict, Golombek was saying. The interviewer was Cathy Coleman of the London Times. She sat across the table, nodding as he spoke. Her dark skin glistened in lights that did not exist in Matt's living room. He described how the Langstons had boarded the derelict, had cut their way into it, how they had cut things a bit too close, how the derelict was by far the oldest ever discovered. "And you say this object was 1 billion years old?" "That's what they're telling us, Cathy." "Who was flying around out there 1 billion years ago?" "That's a question we might not be able to answer now." "Were they able to salvage anything?" she asked. "A few relics, we know that, but we don't know what specifically. Apparently, almost everything was lost." Matt halted the interview. "How far away are they?" he asked the AI. 264 light-years. Almost a month travel time. Well, they clearly had adequate life support, so there was really nothing to worry about, other than losing a 1 billion-year-old artifact. What would that have been worth? "The rescue ship is leaving from here?" "Yes, that's correct." "Dr. Golombek." Cathy took a deep breath. "Big question coming. Are you going to be able to salvage the Jenkins?" "We don't know the extent of the damage yet. They were hit by lightning. We'll send a team of engineers out as soon as we can assess what's needed. We'll do everything we can to bring the Jenkins home." There'd been a time, during the peak of the interstellar period, when someone would have been close by, when help would have arrived within a few days, at most. That was only 20 years ago. Hard to believe. The era was already being described as the Golden Age. In the morning, Golombek was back. He'd been a bit optimistic, he admitted. The Foundation would have to write the Jenkins off. "Beyond repair," he said. The interviewer, Wilson de Chancey of Chronicle News, nodded. "Professor," he said, "there aren't many people left doing serious exploration, and Prometheus is now down to 1 ship." "That's correct, yes." "Will the Foundation survive?" "Yes," he said, "we'll survive. There's no question about that." "I'm sure our viewers will be happy to hear that." "Yes. We do not intend to give up and walk away from the table, Wilson. And, by the way, I should mention we'll be conducting a fundraiser. That'll be at the Benjamin Hotel next Wednesday at noon." "The proceeds to be used to buy another ship?" "That's our hope, yes. The problem, of course, is that no one manufactures superluminals anymore. The few operational vehicles that remain are extremely expensive." "I'm sure they are." Golombek turned and looked directly at Matt. "The public's invited, of course. And again, that's Wednesday at 12. There'll be a luncheon, and your viewers can secure reservations by calling us directly." The code appeared at his knees. De Chancey nodded solemnly, expressed his hope that the event would be successful. Elsewhere, experts argued that the derelict could not possibly have been 1 billion years old, as reported. On another show, one guest asked the others on the panel whether anyone could name anything the Prometheus Foundation had discovered during its 5-year lifetime. "Anything anybody really cares about?" The panelists looked at one another and smiled. In the morning, Matt sent Prometheus a donation.
He wasn't sure what impelled him to do that. He never had before, had never even considered it. But he felt better when it was done. They responded within the hour with a recorded message, an attractive young woman standing in front of a Foundation banner, blue and white with a ringed star in the center. She thanked him for his generosity, reminded him it was deductible, and invited him to attend the Wednesday luncheon at the Benjamin Hotel in Silver Spring. The guest speaker, she said, would be Priscilla Hutchins, a former star pilot and the author of Mission. Her name induced a moment of pride. When, years from now, his grandkids asked him what he'd done for a living, he knew he wasn't going to bring up real estate. He had a leisurely breakfast, bacon and eggs, and headed for work. It was a cool morning, with rain clouds coming in from the west, but he could beat the storm. Or maybe not. The possibility of getting drenched added a bit of spice to the morning. It wouldn't matter. He had extra clothes at the office. He strolled past the senior center, ignoring the rising wind. The place was well maintained, with clusters of oaks and maples scattered in strategic places, and more benches now than there'd been in earlier times. The morning's stream of flyers were already passing overhead, most making for D.C. Across the Potomac, the Washington Monument seemed poised to free itself from the gravity well. On impulse, he detoured into the grounds, following the long, winding walkway that used to be filled with joggers and physical fitness nuts. It was concrete until you got past the main buildings, where it converted to gravel, entered a cluster of trees, and circled the morning pool. At the far end of the pool, the trees opened out onto a stone wall. If he'd walked to the end of the wall, he would have been able to see his office. Despite the fact it was located along the eastern perimeter of the old Academy grounds, this was the south wall, on which were engraved the likenesses of the 53 persons who had given their lives during the Academy's near half-century existence. 14 pilots and crew, the latter from the days when ships needed more than a pilot, and 39 researchers. There was Tanya Marubi, killed in the Academy's first year when she tried to rescue a paleontologist who'd blundered into a walking plant of some sort on Kovar 3. The plaque stipulated that the paleontologist had escaped almost unharmed, and that Marubi had taken the plant down with her. And George Hackett, who'd died during the Beta Pack mission, which had discovered the existence of the Omega Clouds. And Jane Collins and Terry Drafts, who'd found the first hedgehog and revealed its purpose when they inadvertently triggered it. And Preacher Brawley, who had run into a booby-trap in a system that was referred to on his plaque simply as Point B. Emma was waiting for him when he got to the office. She was watching the latest Jenkins reports. "Anything like that ever happen to you, Matt?" she asked. "You ever get stranded somewhere?" "No." He made immediately for the coffee. "My career was pretty routine, just back and forth." She studied him. "Did you know the pilot?" she asked. "I've met him." "Well, I'm glad he came out of it okay." "Me too." They were in his office. The wind was rattling the windows, and rain had begun to fall. "You must be glad to be here," she said. "Real estate's not the most glamorous way to make a living, but it's safe." "Yes." "Did you ever know anybody out there who—" Her voice trailed off. "One," he said. "I trained under Preacher Brawley." "Who?" Brawley had been the best there was, but he'd lost his life when he got ambushed by an automated device that there'd been no way to anticipate. Matt had set out to be like his mentor, and gradually came to realize nobody could be like the Preacher. She nodded and smiled, and after a minute glanced at the clock. Time to get to work. Do you have anything pressing at the moment, Matt?
No. What did you want me to do?
Take over the Hawkins business. I think it's a little too complicated for Angie. Too complicated for Angie.
Why don't I just give her a hand? Library entry. The Jerry Tyler Show. Guest, Melinda Allen, Astrophysics Director, AMNH. Jerry. Melinda, we were talking back in the lounge before we came on, and you said the Omega incident was the worst scientific setback in history. Do I have that right?
Melinda. Absolutely, Jerry. I can't think of anything that remotely compares with it.
Jerry. Okay. Do you want to explain why?
Melinda. Sure. Previous to this, we've known that there was intelligence in the galaxy going back over 1 million years.
Jerry. Let's take a moment here to explain to our audience. You're saying we've known all along that 1 million years ago there were intelligent aliens.
Melinda. That's right.
Jerry. How did we know that?
Melinda. The Omega clouds. They come from the galactic core. They travel pretty fast, but they still need more than 1 million years to get here.
Jerry. What exactly are they? The Omegas?
Melinda. We have no idea, Jerry.
Jerry. But there's no question in your mind they're mechanical objects? Launched by somebody?
Melinda. That seems to be a safe assumption.
Jerry. So whoever's out there could be a lot older than 1 million years.
Melinda. That's so, yes.
Jerry. Okay. Now, talk about the loss of the artifact.
Melinda. 1.2 billion years, Jerry. That ship, station, whatever it was so old, the mind has trouble grasping it. We'll probably not see anything like it again. It was older than the dinosaurs. In fact, that vehicle dates from a time before any multicellular life had developed on Earth. Think about it. There was nothing on the planet you would have been able to see. Who knows what the artifact might have revealed had we been able to retrieve it?
Jerry. It's okay. Take a second to catch your breath.
Melinda wipes her eyes. I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever done anything like this on camera before.
Chapter 3. Priscilla Hutchins looked out across the tables and saw a lot of empty places. Maybe her act had gotten old. But the diminishing crowds had been a long-term trend, and the Foundation's other speakers were running into the same problem. The loss of the Jenkins wasn't helping. She saw Rudy Golombek slip in through the side door, take a quick look around, shake his head, and leave as quickly as he'd come. "I'll take questions now," she said. "Hutch." Ed Jesperson, up front, a medical researcher. "My understanding is that we know where the Omega clouds come from. Is that right?"
Ed, actually, we've known for a long time, more or less. We've been able to backtrack them, and yes, the point of origin seems to be in a cluster of dust clouds near the galactic core. We can't get a good look at the area, so we don't know precisely what's happening. Spike Numatsu was next. Spike was the last survivor of a band of physicists from Georgetown who'd organized campaigns on behalf of the Foundation for years.
"Is there any possibility of sending a mission there to find out? I know it would take a long time, but it seems as if there should be a way to do it."
There was a lot of nodding. "We can't stretch the technology that far," she said. "A flight to the galactic core would take 7 years. One way." She paused. "We've thought about an automated flight, but we don't have the funds. And we're not sure it could be made to work anyhow. Basically, we need a better drive unit." More hands went up. "Margot?" Margot d'Esperanza. Margot D. to her friends, hosted parties and galas and a wide range of benefits for Prometheus. It struck Hutch that there were few new faces that day. Mostly only the true believers were left. Margot D. didn't know it yet, but Rudy was going to ask her that afternoon to serve on the board of directors. "Hutch, do you see any possibility of a breakthrough? Whatever happened to the LoCarno drive?" "What indeed?" "There's always a possibility, Margot. Unfortunately, the LoCarno didn't test out. It had been the brainchild of Henry Barber, developed in Switzerland, an interstellar propulsion system that was to be a vast improvement over the Hazeltine, but it had gone through a string of failures. Then, last year, Barber had died. I'm sure eventually we'll get a better system than the one we have." "You hope," said Jenny Chang in a whisper from her spot immediately to Hutch's left. Eventually the big question showed up. It came from a young blond man near the back of the dining room. "If we did develop the capability to go there, to find out who was sending the Omega Clouds, wouldn't it be dangerous? Wouldn't we be telling them we're here? What happens if they follow us home?" It was a question that had been gaining considerable credibility among American voters, and, for that matter, worldwide. Politicians around the globe had seized on the issue to scare the general public and get themselves elected on promises to restrict interstellar travel. "The clouds were produced millions of years ago," Hutch said. "Whoever manufactured them is a long time dead." The crowd divided on that one, some supportive, many skeptical. The blond man wasn't finished. "Can you guarantee that? That they're dead?" "You know I can't," she said. Someone wanted to know whether she believed the theory that an Omega had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Someone else asked whether the clouds were connected with the Moonriders. The Moonriders, known in various ages as Foo Fighters, Flying Saucers, UFOs, and Beam Runners, had until modern times been perceived as myth. But the Origins incident of 2 decades earlier had removed all doubt. More recently, a flight of the objects had been seen, scanned, recorded by a team of physicists. "We don't know that either," she said, "but it feels like a different level of technology. If I had to put a bet down, I'd say they're separate phenomena." Did she know Francois St. John, the pilot of the Jenkins, or the Langstons, or Eagle, or Tolia? "I know them all," she said. "We'll be glad to see them safely back." When it was over, she thanked her audience for their donations and for being receptive. They applauded. She stayed behind to answer more questions, signed a few copies of her book, actually written by Amy Taylor, a senator's daughter who'd grown up to achieve a lifelong ambition to qualify as a star pilot, only to find no positions available, and wandered out into the lobby. She was pulling her jacket around her shoulders when an extraordinarily good-looking young man asked if he might have a moment of her time. "Of course," she said. He was probably the tallest person in the room, with dark skin, dark eyes, leading man features. The kind of guy who made her wish she was 20 again. "What can I do for you?" He hesitated. "Miss Hutchins, my name is Jon Silvestri." He said it as if he expected her to recognize it. "I have something the Foundation might be interested in." They were standing in the lobby.
Another man, a guy she thought she'd seen somewhere before, hovered off to one side, obviously also interested in speaking with her. "I don't work for the Foundation, Mr. Silvestri. I'm just a fundraiser. Why don't you stop by the offices later today or tomorrow? They'd have someone available to talk to you." She started to move away, but he stayed in front of her. "I'm Dr. Silvestri," he said. "Okay." "They asked you about the LoCarno."
"And?"
He moved closer to her and lowered his voice. "The LoCarno is legitimate, Miss Hutchins. Henry hadn't quite finished it before he died. There was still testing to be done, a few problems to be worked out. But the theory behind it is perfectly valid. It will work." Hutch was starting to feel uncomfortable. There was something a bit too intense about this guy. "I'm sure whatever you need, they'll be able to take care of it for you at the Foundation offices, Doctor. You know where they're located?" He must have realized he was coming on a bit strong. He stopped, cleared his throat, straightened himself, and smiled. There was a tightness to it, and maybe a hint of anger. "Ms. Hutchins, I used to work with Henry Barber. I helped him develop the system." Barber had been working for years, trying to develop a drive that could seriously move vehicles around the galaxy, something with more giddy-up than the plodding Hazeltine. "Riding around the galaxy with a Hazeltine," he'd once famously said, "is like trying to cross the Pacific in a rowboat with one oar." The other man was checking his watch. He was maybe 40, though with rejuvenation techniques these days it was hard to tell. He could have been 80. She knew him from somewhere. "Dr. Silvestri," she said, thinking she shouldn't get involved in this, "how much work remains to be done to get the LoCarno operational?" "Why don't we sit down for a minute?" He steered her to a couple of plastic chairs facing each other across a low table. "The work is effectively done. It's simply a matter of running the tests." A note of uncertainty had crept into his voice. "You hope?" "Yes." He focused somewhere else, then came back to her. "I hope. But I see no reason why it should not function as expected. Henry did the brute work. It remained only to make a few adjustments, solve a few minor problems." "He died last spring," she said, "in Switzerland, as I recall. If you've an operational system, where's it been all this time?" "I've been working on it." "You have?" "Yes." "You seem skeptical." He looked so young. He was only a few years older than Charlie, her son. "Barber hadn't been able to make it work," she said. She looked back to where the other man had been standing. He was gone. "Henry was close. He simply didn't have all the details right. What we have now is essentially his, but some things needed to be tweaked." She started to get up. "Just tell him to drop by the office. Maggie can deal with him." "I'm serious," he said. "It will work." "You sound uncertain, Dr. Silvestri." "It hasn't been tested yet. I need sponsorship." "I understand." "I came here today because I wanted to make it available to the Prometheus Foundation. I don't want to turn it over to one of the corporations." "Why not? You'd get serious money that way. We wouldn't have anything to give you." "I don't need money. I don't want it to become a money-making operation. There aren't many people left doing deep space exploration. I'd like you to have it. But I'll need your help to run the tests." It didn't feel like a con. That happened occasionally. People tried to get the Foundation to back various schemes. They'd ask for a grant, hoping to take the money and run. The organization had had a couple of bad experiences. But this guy either meant what he said, or he was very good. Still, the possibility that he had a workable drive seemed remote. You know, Dr. Silvestri, the Foundation hears claims like this every day. That wasn't quite true, but it was close enough. Tell me, with something like this, why don't you get government funding? He sighed. The government, if they fund it, they own it. But, okay, if Prometheus isn't interested, I'll find somebody else. No, wait. Hold on a second. I guess there's nothing much to lose. How sure are you, really? Without running a test, I can't be positive. An honest answer. That wasn't my question. You want me to put a number on it? I want you to tell me, if the Foundation were to back this thing, what would our chances of success be? He thought it over. I'm not objective, he said. No way you could be. 80-20. Pro? Yes. What kind of improvement could we expect over the Hazeltine? Canopus in about 10 days. My God. With present technology, Canopus was 3 months away. You'll need a ship. Yes. The truth, Dr. Silvestri, is that you're here at the worst possible time. We just lost the Jenkins. I know. You probably also know I'm not authorized to speak for the Foundation. I'm not sure about your formal position, Ms. Hutchins, but I suspect you have influence. Give me a number, she said. I'll be in touch. The Foundation routinely set up a green room at its fundraisers. Guests were invited to drop by, bring friends, and meet the people behind Prometheus. When Hutch walked in, Rudy was cloistered in a corner with a group of rangers. That was the designation given to contributors who met a given minimum standard. It seemed a trifle juvenile to Hutch, but Rudy claimed it made people feel good and brought in additional money. She picked up a scotch and soda and commenced mingling. She was never entirely comfortable during such events. She enjoyed playing to an audience, had discovered she could hold listeners spellbound, yet had never really learned the art of simple one-on-one socializing. She found it hard to insert herself into a group already engaged in conversation, even though they invariably recognized her and made room for her. The Foundation events were particularly difficult because she always felt that she was essentially begging for money. When she found an opportunity, she drifted off to a side room and asked the House AI to provide whatever it had on Jon Silvestri. A physicist, she explained, associated with Henry Barber. One of the walls converted to a screen, and a list of topics appeared. Silvestri and Barber. Published work by Jon Silvestri. Silvestri and Propulsion Systems. He'd appeared in several of the major science journals, had been on the faculty at the University of Ottawa for 2 years before being invited by Barber to join his team in Switzerland. Born in Winnipeg, 26 years old, named to last year's Rising Stars selections by the International Physics Journal. There were lots of pictures. Silvestri on the Ottawa faculty softball team. Silvestri performing with a small band in LoCarno. He played a trumpet. She listened to a couple of their selections and was impressed. It wasn't great music, but it wasn't the clunky sort of stuff you expected from amateurs. There was no mention of specific awards, but she suspected he might have been overshadowed, working with Henry Barber. Satisfied he was legitimate, she returned to the green room. When the reception was over, Rudy took her aside and thanked her. "I thought contributions would be down," he said, "but I suspect they find you irresistible." She returned a smile. "What would you expect?" Rudy was short, energetic, excitable. Everything for him had a passionate dimension. He lived and died with the Washington Sentinels. He loved some VR stars, loathed others. He enjoyed country music, especially the legendary Brad Wilkins, who sang about lost trains and lost love, and who had died under mysterious circumstances, probably a suicide, 2 years earlier. He knew what he liked at the dinner table, and would never try anything new. Most of all, he thought humanity's future depended on its ability to establish itself off-world. The failure of the Academy, he maintained, marked the beginning of a decadent age. "If we don't get it back up and running," he was fond of saying, "we don't deserve to survive." He had started as a seminarian in New England, had gone through several career changes, and had eventually become an astrophysicist. He was the only astrophysicist Hutch had met who routinely used terms like destiny and spiritually fulfilling. Rudy was the ultimate true believer. On this night, however, he was not in a good mood. "They think space is dead, some of them," he said. "Pete Westcott says that unless we can find a way to make money out of it, he'll have a hard time justifying further support." What the hell? Nobody ever told him this was going to be easy. "I have a question for you," Hutch said. "Sure." He drew himself up, as if expecting bad news. He'd had a bit too much of the wine. Rudy had a low tolerance for alcohol. She'd suggested once or twice that he not drink at these events, but he inevitably waved it away. Silly. Never had a problem. One of the rangers tried to corral him for a picture. "I'll be right along, George," he said, and then turned back to Hutch. "What have you got?" "Do you know Jon Silvestri?" He made a face while he thought about it. "One of Barbara's people." "He was here today." "Really? Why?" She pointed to a chair. "Sit for a minute." Rudy complied. He looked worn out. "What does he want from us?" "Oh, Rudy." She sat beside him. "He might have something to give us." He looked around at the few people left in the green room. "Was he back here?" "No." "So what did he want to give us?" "He says he's been working on Barbara's FTL drive." "The LoCarno?" "Yes." "It was a failure." "He says that's not so." Rudy's eyes closed, and a pained smile appeared. "Lord," he said, "would that it were true." "Maybe it is." "I doubt it. So what's he want with us?" "It looks as if he's going to ask for a ship, to run some tests." She recounted their conversation. When she'd finished, he sat staring at the wall. At last his eyes came back to her. "What do you think? Does he know what he's talking about?" "I have no idea, Rudy." "The LoCarno. Think what a break that would be." His eyes brightened. "If he does want a test vehicle, we'd have to use the Preston." With the loss of the Jenkins, it was all they had left. He scratched a spot over his right eyebrow. "Did he seem to think he could really make it work?" "He says probably." 2 hotel bots came in and began collecting leftover food. The ranger who'd been standing at the doorway waiting to talk with Rudy wandered off. "Now," he said, "let's find out." Science desk. "Science has ended," says Giuliano. Issues that remain are not open to scientific inquiry. Connected story, see editorial. Why is there something and not nothing? World Council will close Serenity. Last interstellar base outlives usefulness, will shut down at end of year. Bring everything home, says Margulies. Deep space never made $1. Spaceflight ambitions a delusion? Time to grow up, says President. Coming home marks beginning of maturity. Mammoths doing well in India, America. Whale beaching's a mystery. Scientists test the water. Comet older than solar system, 9 billion years and counting. Physicists, theologians discuss end of days. 14th Annual Vatican Symposium. Lights out in a few trillion years. Does anybody care? Scientists announce immortal chimp. Will not age, researchers say. Treatment to be available for humans by end of decade. But where will we put everybody? South American reforestation program nears completion. Collapse of ice sheets may be imminent. Race is close between stabilization effort and ongoing melting. Puerto Rican Amazon parrot species found. Believed extinct in 21st century. Bird alive and well in Lesser Antilles. This year's hurricane season expected to follow trend. Number, intensity of storms should decrease. Chief forecaster hopeful, worst is over. Scam artists claim technology to harness volcanic power. Investors bilked. Police, they got away clean. Tidal wave technology next. Victims mostly elderly. Studies suggest marriage, but no children, key to longevity. Black holes may dissipate more quickly than previously thought. Ark on Ararat may not be Noah's. Replica probably built in ancient times, intended to commemorate biblical event. Are little people smarter? Studies suggest correlation between IQ and size. Smaller may be better. Chapter 4. Matt wasn't entirely sure why he'd wanted to speak with Priscilla Hutchins. He didn't really know her. He'd just been starting his career when she'd left the academy. Maybe it was no more than the craving to say hello. I used to pilot superluminals, too. I understand what you're talking about. There's almost always someone, after one of these events, she had told her audience, who asks how I got my start. I have a nephew who talks about piloting starships, he'll say, in a tone that suggests the kid has other problems as well. Never been much into travel out there myself. The Earth's big enough for me. And you know, I feel sorry for him. The train's long since left the station, and he's still standing on the platform. I honestly can't imagine what my life would have been without the opportunity to sit on the bridge of a superluminal, to cruise past Vega 4, to see Saturn's rings from the surface of Iapetus, to stand on the beach at Molokai, on a warm summer afternoon, with the wind blowing behind me and a silver sun high overhead, and to know that I'm the only living thing on that entire world. And I know what you're thinking. This is a woman who spent a lot of time alone, in strange places. You have to expect she'd be a bit deranged on the subject. That drew laughter from the audience. But let's talk about why the interstellar effort matters. Once you've been out there and seen what it's like, how many worlds there are, how gorgeous some of these places are, how majestic, you can never settle for staying in Virginia. She talked about good times on the flight lines, described what we'd been learning about our environment and about ourselves, and even brought in destiny and DNA. If some of the current politicians had been around a few thousand years ago, she'd said, we never would have gotten out of Africa. Boats cost too much. To close everything down now, to say we've had enough, let's just park on the front porch, which is what we're doing, is a betrayal of everything that matters. She looked out over her audience. What would we think of a child who had no curiosity, who was given a sealed box and showed no interest in its contents? In the end, we have to decide who we are. When she'd finished, somebody asked whether she thought it was true that the human race, to ensure its long-term survival, needed to get off-world, establish colonies, immunize itself against catastrophe. That's probably so, she'd replied. It makes sense. But that's not the real reason to go. If we stay here, where it's warm and comfortable, we'll die a kind of spiritual death. And I guess maybe it wouldn't matter, because we'd probably not be worth saving. He wasn't sure what he'd have said to her had he gotten the chance. Maybe just that he thought she was right, and that he wished her well. But a guy in a light blue suit had cornered her in the lobby. He'd waited a few minutes while they talked, begun to feel either impatient or conspicuous, and finally decided to hell with it. They were having a reception in the green room, but he decided he'd invested enough time, took a last look at Hutchins, who seemed to be trying to break off the conversation, and wondered briefly whether he shouldn't help out. She'd probably welcome being rescued. In the end, though, he simply left. It was an afternoon filled with paperwork, clearing up the administrative details on the sale of a townhouse on Massachusetts Avenue, going over a right-of-way agreement, making sure the licenses were in order. When he'd finished, he needed to make some adjustments to the inventory, then talk with the company lawyer who was looking into a property dispute, one of those domestic things where one party wanted to divest the property and the other was trying to hang on to it. It was an easy way to make a living. He was making more money than he ever thought possible, and God knows his social life was better than it had been during his academy days. Nothing like regular hours to put women in your life. The secret of success for any good real estate agent lay in his ability to connect with the clients, which meant having a naturally friendly disposition toward strangers and often people who tried your patience, and the ability to project it. Sounded simple enough, but Emma insisted they were qualities she rarely encountered. Most people, she said, are out for themselves, and any reasonably observant buyer will pick that up right away in a real estate agent. If they decide you're faking it, they may still buy the property if they like it enough, but you won't sell them anything that has only marginal appeal. Matt had only to be himself. Take customers around to look at properties, wait for them to say yes, file the documents, collect his commission. He remembered a friend from high school who used to say he wanted one of those jobs where you slept in a bed in a store window. The idea had actually seemed appealing at the time. No responsibility. No way to go wrong. And you'd get a regular paycheck. It was more or less what he had now. The paycheck, of course, wasn't regular, but the flow of money was substantial and presented no problem. Why, then, did the thought of going back to Stern & Hopkins in the morning, and every morning until he retired, fill him with horror? The second Wednesday of the month was a night routinely devoted to the Arlington Businessmen's Association dinner. The event was held at the Liberty Club, and it was required attendance for anyone in the community who expected to be taken seriously as an entrepreneur, CEO, or whatever. Emma had encouraged his attendance, and he had, for 4 years, been trying to persuade himself that it was an enjoyable way to spend an evening. He arrived toward the end of happy hour, paid up, collected a rum topper, stopped for some small talk with George Edward and his psychologist wife Annie, bought a few tickets in the raffle being conducted for this month's worthy cause, and finally wandered into the dining area. He sat down with the same group he usually sat with, another real estate agent and his wife, the director of a medical test lab, and her father, a retired construction contractor, and the owner of a landscaping business, who was accompanied by a son. Emma usually joined them with her husband, but she told him she wouldn't make it that night. They talked about nothing he'd be able to remember 10 minutes later. The food came, chicken on a bed of rice, tomatoes and celery. Somehow the chefs at the Liberty always managed to flatten whatever flavor the meal might normally have had, but the bread was good. The guest speaker was from a local investment house. His topic was building your portfolio. He was a small, nervous-looking guy who squeaked a lot. He over-dramatized everything, made it all sound like the outbreak of a world war, and went on at length, citing price-earnings ratios, how the problems in Africa were going to affect the markets, why corporate bonds were not a particularly good investment at the moment. The woman on Matt's right, the real estate agent's wife, looked at him and rolled her eyes. Matt agreed. After Hutchins's passionate pitch for the stars, this was pretty slow going. When it was over, he mingled. Abraham Hogarth, Dr. Hogarth to anyone not belonging to his circle, invited Matt to meet his daughter. Hogarth ran an operation that monitored consumer trends and advised retailers how to market their products. Matt had never believed Hogarth really possessed a doctorate. He seemed a bit too impressed by the title, the kind of person who would very much have liked people to refer to him as Excellency. The daughter was attractive, and Hogarth suggested Matt might come some evening for dinner. "You and I share a lot of interests," he said. Matt had no idea what those might be. "We'd love to have you over, wouldn't we, Bessie?" Bessie looked embarrassed, and Matt felt sorry for her. She didn't need help with men, but with her father pushing her as if she were damaged goods, the poor woman was at a distinct disadvantage. Some of the resentment showed in the way she responded to Matt. Somebody else wanted to know whether he'd be playing tennis over the weekend. Matt did play most Saturdays. Other than walking between the office and home, it was the only exercise he got. Yes, he said, he expected he would. The evening ended, more or less, with a whimper, and he was on his way out the door when Julie Claggett spotted him. Julie was an English teacher at Thomas McElroy High in Alexandria. Her father, a charter member of the Liberty Club, owned the Longview Hotel. "Matt," she said, "have a minute?" Julie was a nicely tucked blonde, congenial, energetic, the kind of woman who always got her way. Like any good high school teacher, she was pure showbiz. She could have drifted through life, hanging around the pool, but instead she used her considerable talents trying to demonstrate to reluctant kids that reading was fun. "I was wondering if I could persuade you to come over and talk to a couple of my classes." His appearances at McElroy High were becoming an annual event. "Maybe this time about real estate?" he asked, innocently. Her smile was a killer. "Seriously?" She liked him to go in and explain to her students what Curraqua looked like from orbit, and how it felt to ride alongside a comet. "Do the routine about how space is made out of rubber and why my kids weigh more in the basement than they do on the roof." "Okay."
and why they get older more quickly waiting for the bus than they do riding it." She grinned. "It works, Matt," she said. "Every time you come in and talk about this stuff, there's a surge of kids at the library." She had the material down and could easily have done the routine herself, but Matt had the credentials. He'd been out there. "Sure," he said. "When did you want me to come over?" He got a call from R.A. Claggett in the morning. "Matt," he said, "I wanted to thank you for agreeing to help Julie at the school. She tells me her students really enjoy listening to you." He was surprised. Julie's father had never before said anything about his efforts. "You're welcome, Ari," he said. "I enjoy doing it." Claggett was a big man, tall, overweight, with a voice that implied he knew exactly what he was talking about. "They don't get enough of it," he said. "Kids spend too much time listening to people like me just push information at them. Julie says you show them a lot of passion." "I just go in there and say what I think," said Matt. "Most of her students have the impression the world ends at the space station." "I wasn't really talking about outer space," he said. "I was thinking about books. Julie says most of her students, not all, but most, have never discovered why they matter." He appeared to be at home, seated in a leather divan, lush white drapes pulled behind him. Matt could see something else was on his mind. "Sometimes I wonder where we're going to be by the end of the century." Claggett's interest in education was no secret. He'd pushed local politicians to get more money for the schools and had long campaigned to get parents involved. "You live or die with the parents," Julie had quoted him as saying. "If you don't have them on your side, you're helpless." "We'll be okay," said Matt. "The kids just need somebody to turn them on. Maybe Orion could arrange free tours for some of them." Ari sat on Orion's board of directors. He allowed himself to look as if he thought it was a good suggestion. "Why don't you and Julie make the request? Come up with a scheme and put it in writing. We couldn't send the whole school, but we could consider giving some awards to a few of the kids." He nodded. "Why not?" "It shouldn't be a hard sell. It would be pretty good PR for Orion." "Yes, it would." "Which suggests something else." Ah. Finally, we were getting to the reason for the call. "Listen, Matt, I have a proposal for you, if you're interested." "Okay." "We're putting together an advertising program. Orion is. We want to have a few well-known former star pilots do spots. You know, stand on the bridge and say how much fun it is to take one of the tours, how educational it can be. The money's not a whole lot, but it wouldn't take much of your time, and I thought it was something you might enjoy doing." He hesitated, not certain why. Yes, he'd be glad to do it. "Sure," he said. R.A. plunged ahead. "We're going to get maybe 5 or 6 guys to do this for us. You're our first choice. It's my way of saying thanks for what you've been doing for Julie." Funny how it became R.A. doing a favor for him. "I'm not much of an actor." "Don't need an actor," he said. "We're looking for people who believe the message." He had dinner with Raina that night. The conversation eventually got around to the loss of the Jenkins, to the narrow escape of the people on board. "You know," she said, "I know you don't want to hear this, but it makes me glad you're not still out there. Say what you want about real estate. At least it's safe." News desk. Polar bears released from captivity. Latest effort to replenish species. Reports of religious executions in Middle East. Death penalty still in place for Muslims who go astray.
Christian missionary reported among victims. World Council demands access. Longevity a global problem. Are people living too long? Bosses linger, politicians stay forever, says Melvin. Happiness gene uncovered. A little tweaking will go a long way. Some wanted banned. Yuvenkov. Relentlessly happy people will become slaves. Minnesota teacher fired for praying to Zeus. Religion in public schools, or violation of a basic freedom. Greenwatch says climate has stabilized. Conditions worsening at decreasing rate. Light at end of tunnel, says Boakley. Number of meat-eaters declines 11th consecutive year. Health, ethical considerations, high prices are factors. McGraw convicted on robotics charge. Violation of Prohibited Technology Act. Sentencing set for next week. Court may seek to set example. Damaged starship saw billion-year-old artifact. Chapter 5. Rudy insisted Hutch be present when Jon Silvestri came in to make his case. "Why?" she asked. "I'm not a physicist. I can't pass judgment on what he says." In the background, the volume turned low, Brad Wilkins was singing about the Savannah Express, rolling through the night. Rudy's fingers drummed the edge of his desk the way they did when he was being forced to waste time explaining the obvious. "He came to you. I think it'll be more comfortable all around if you're here." He also brought in Paul Parmentier, a physicist who specialized in Hazeltine technology and spatial structure. Paul was a little guy with a big mustache and a reputation for driving his colleagues crazy. He closely resembled Banjo Hawk, a walk-on comic who was enormously popular with high school dropouts. Oddly enough, it was the big mustache that made it work. Hutch never understood why Parmentier would want to cultivate the similarities. It was as if he longed to be one of the guys. It was a curious attitude for an accomplished physicist. Paul's feelings lay close to the surface. He never forgot a slight, and any criticism of an idea he supported was deemed personal. Nevertheless, Rudy insisted there was no doubting his mastery of the field. "You want to talk about trans-dimensional drives? He was your guy." Paul got there early and started by telling them before Silvestri had arrived that he didn't think a more effective system than the Hazeltine was possible. But he was willing to keep an open mind. Paul had been a consultant for the Foundation since its beginning, not because of any philosophical leaning toward exploratory starflight, but simply because of his connection with Rudy. They were old friends. Hutch suspected Rudy was the only one he had. They constituted one of those unusual pairings in which both men had courted the same young woman. Both had married her. Both had been cast aside by her, and through it all they had maintained the friendship. How they'd managed that, Hutch couldn't imagine. The former wife had been a good catch, quite attractive, and herself a biologist of no mean accomplishment. The last time Hutch had seen her, she'd insisted she would never marry another physicist. Maybe not marry again at all. Paul was about 40, with red hair and expressive eyes. You always knew what he was thinking. Within 5 minutes of his arrival, he was explaining why it was impossible to move across the galaxy any more quickly than the Hazeltine drive would allow. Hutch caught something about manifold derivatives and net inconsistencies, but could make no sense of it. She suspected Rudy was lost, too, but he nodded in all the right places, asked a few questions, and if he was as puzzled as she, did a decent job hiding the fact. 20 minutes later, Right on time, Jon Silvestri arrived. He stood in the office doorway, almost as tall as the door itself, hesitating, not sure which of the occupants to address. Rudy escorted him into the office, and he smiled at Hutch. "I appreciate your seeing me," he said, "and I wanted to say first that I was glad you were able to save the people on the Jenkins." Rudy thanked him, and Hutch took them through the introductions. Silvestri was nervous. He was young, and he probably knew both Rudy and Paul by reputation. Moreover, the two older men were suspicious of him, especially Parmentier, and there was no way he could not be aware of the fact. Their suspicions were driven, of course, by his extraordinary claims. There might also have been a problem with the way he dressed. He wore a dark grey business suit, the sort you might get at Christensen's. It was out of the mainstream for a profession that took pride in rumpled clothes. If you're paying attention to your wardrobe, Rudy believed, your mind isn't sufficiently occupied. Within minutes they were talking about bending space and juggling local parameters and manipulating tensor beams. Silvestri inserted a chip into Rudy's AI. They closed the curtains to darken the room, and the AI, at Silvestri's direction, provided a series of images, representations of quantum forces, logarithmic spirals, hyperboloids, and God knew what else. He asked the AI to hold this image or that while he made his points. They might have been salient, or not. Hutch couldn't tell from the reactions she was seeing. Paul got behind Rudy's desk, found a pad, and took to writing things down. He asked a lot of questions. "Ah, yes," Silvestri would say. "I probably wasn't very clear on that. Let me try it another way." And so it went, through the morning. The critical thing was that Paul didn't cut the meeting short. Rudy continually looked from one to the other, trying to follow the arcane dialogue. Eventually Hutch got up and slipped out, apparently with only Rudy noticing. She wandered around the offices, talked to the help, stretched her legs, hit the washroom, and went back. They were still going strong. Silvestri was explaining that he didn't know precisely how effective the drive would be, which seemed to translate into how much ground it would cover. "Can't be sure until we run a test." He went into a description of where Henry had gone wrong. Hutch had trouble adjusting to referring to one of the century's certified geniuses in so familiar a manner. He laid too much reliance on asymmetrical vertices, Silvestri said, not enough on something else that escaped her. He finished with a flourish and a broad smile, implying that it was all so simple. How could we have missed it first time around? He glanced over at Hutch. Paul traded looks with Rudy, pursed his lips, let his head drift back until he was studying the ceiling. "Okay, John," he said. "Thank you." Silvestri retrieved his chip. "You're welcome." Paul sat back. "It would help if you'd leave that for us." "Okay, sure." He put the chip on the edge of Rudy's battered desk. "You understand no copies are to be made, and none of it is for publication." "Of course. Give us a few days to look it over, and we'll get back to you." Silvestri had obviously been hoping for more. Those dark eyes clouded. He looked down at Paul, the decision-maker. "Be aware," he said. "I could have gone elsewhere. Orion would love to have something like this. Tours to black holes, to places where stars are being born. They'd give a lot." Rudy's mouth tightened. "So why didn't you take it to them?" Silvestri looked directly at Rudy. "I know how they'd use it," he said. "I'd prefer you have it." When he was gone, the room went quiet. Paul stared at the notepad he'd been using. Rudy's eyes swiveled from Paul to Hutch to the door and back to Paul. Hutch shifted her weight, and her chair squealed. "What do you think, gentlemen?" she asked. "Any of that make sense to you?" She was, of course, really talking to Paul. Paul stared straight ahead, past her, past Rudy. "I don't know," he said. "It's too much to digest at one time." "You must have a sense of it, though," insisted Rudy. "Does he sound as if he knows what he's talking about?" Paul was nodding and shaking his head no at the same time. "Yeah," he said. "Maybe." He picked up the chip, turned it over, examined it, put it in his pocket. "My gut reaction is that it can't be done. Nobody seriously believes it's possible to outrun the Hazeltine. And, by the way, that could be the real reason he didn't go to Orion or Cosmic. They aren't going to spend money on a boondoggle." "Then you think—" "What?" "Give me some time. We'll keep an open mind. There's nothing to lose, and Henry Barber thought the project was sufficiently worthwhile to spend his last years on it. And he must have trusted Silvestri. So I'll take everything home and get back to you as soon as I can."
"Paul," Hutch said, "when Barber was running his tests, the drive system kept blowing up. They lost, as I recall, 3 ships."
"I know."
"Do you think it might happen again?"
"Might? Sure. Will it? I don't know." The Academy of Science and Technology had not collapsed in the usual sense. The government hadn't wanted to be accused of neglecting an organization with so many accomplishments. So less than 2 years after Hutch left, they had reorganized the Academy, centralized it, according to the term then in vogue. It meant it had been subsumed into the federal structure, designated semi-autonomous, and eventually taken over wholesale by the Department of Technological Development. Since leaving the Academy, Hutch had lived a quiet life. She'd stayed home and reared her 2 kids, mostly. She'd also set up as a guest speaker, and had discovered there was no end of audiences who were willing to pay to hear her talk about her Academy years. She drew lessons for them in leadership and management, explaining why it was important to encourage subordinates to speak freely, why decision-makers should sit down with people who disagreed with them. She talked about what happens when managers intimidate people. She gave examples, sometimes naming names, of life-and-death decisions that had gone wrong, even though information to make a rational call had been readily available. "If things blow up," she was fond of saying, "and if the boss survives, he'll inevitably claim that some underling dropped the ball. Didn't tell me. Harry should have spoken up, said something. But the truth is that when your people don't tell you what you need to know, it's a failure of leadership." She had seen much of it in her lifetime, at the Academy, in government, and in the private industries with which she'd had to deal during her years as Director of Operations. There was a tendency everywhere to believe that if you could perform a job, you could supervise others performing that same job. It was a view that led to mismanagement, inefficiency, failure, and, sometimes, carnage. Life at home was quiet. Tor was gone, the victim of undiagnosed heart disease. Maureen and Charlie were both away at school. Maureen would graduate next year with a degree in history. She planned to teach, and had shown no interest in following the career arcs of either of her parents. Charlie, on the other hand, seemed to have his father's artistic aptitude. Very few people, however, made a living moving paint around on a canvas. But however that turned out, it seemed clear there'd be no more star pilots in the family. Hutch never said anything, never pressed her kids about it. Careers were their call, not hers. And, of course, star pilots barely existed anymore. Another 10 years, and she suspected nobody would be leaving the solar system. Still, it hurt that her passion for the interstellar deeps had not passed down into the family. The provided wisdom was that when you had an AI, you never came home to an empty house. He, or she, was always there to greet you when you walked in the door. Even if he'd been instructed to say nothing, as some were, you still felt his presence. But, of course, it wasn't the same. AI or not, her home still had echoes. She missed the kids. When they'd left for school, much of the family's energy had gone with them. Now, as the flyer angled down out of the traffic stream and settled onto the pad, she looked at the house, dark despite the lights that came on to greet her, and it seemed abandoned. After the Chindi business, she'd retired from piloting to marry Tor, and had taken an administrative job with the Academy. That had lasted about a year. She'd been unable to cope with riding back and forth to work every day. They'd lived in Alexandria then, and she'd felt horribly bored preparing personnel reports and staff studies. Tor had encouraged her to quit, and finally she had. But it had been more than that. She'd wanted to go back to the Interstellars. They'd talked it over, and Tor reluctantly had given his blessing. She could still recall his going up to Union that first day when she was heading out to Beta Pack with a team of assorted specialists who were going to try to discover whether anyone on that unhappy world remembered the days when they, too, had moved among the stars. They found nobody. There were a few inscriptions, a few legends, that seemed to hark back to the monument makers, but their descendants had no memory of who they had once been. And it struck Hutch as the ultimate irony that the race that had left monuments all over the Orion Arm, because they wanted to be remembered by whatever other species might eventually show up, had been forgotten by their own. Tor had gone with her to Union, had helped carry her bags, had gone on board the Phyllis Preston with her. It was then brand new. Eventually, after years of service, it would be transferred to the Prometheus Foundation. At the time, she'd almost been in tears when she took her seat on the bridge, said hello to the AI, and began running down her pre-flight check-off list. It had been one of the most emotional moments in her life. There was a time she'd thought that a sad commentary, but that was years ago. She was wiser now. She loved the superluminals and the vast deeps between the stars, and she was simply never going to get past that. Tor had stayed while her passengers, one by one, filed in. They'd introduced one another, and he'd lingered until it was time to start. She still remembered him as he went out through the hatch, and moments later appeared at one of the station viewports. He'd waved, and she'd waved back, and the Preston had come to life. The countdown had hit 0, and she eased the yoke forward. She'd taken it out herself rather than let the AI do it. She'd waited too long not to milk the situation for every ounce of pleasure. But she'd watched Tor, with his right hand raised, sliding past the viewport until he was gone. Outside the launch bay she'd accelerated, poured the juice to the main engines, but she kept seeing Tor drifting away. Less than a year later, she'd been back full-time at the Academy. She had no regrets. Not really. Had she stayed in space, her marriage could not have survived. She'd have missed all those years with her husband. Maureen and Charlie would not exist. And she'd have gone down with the Academy, as so many others had. Tor, of course, was gone now. Yet something else was missing in her life. She'd have liked to take the Preston out again. When she was a teen, her father had schooled her on the importance of setting priorities. "I could have had a decent career, cataloging star clouds and speculating on the properties of black holes," he'd once told her. "It would have brought prestige, recognition, better money." Instead, he'd spent his time at the Drake Center, listening for that first intelligent murmur from the stars, while his colleagues learned not to take him seriously. Even after it had actually happened, after the historic signal had come in and the first link with an advanced civilization had been established, he was written off as a kind of bystander to an event that was a matter of pure luck. Anyone could have done it. All that was necessary was a little persistence. He'd told her that everything else paled beside first contact. In the end, who would really care what the temperature range was inside the Coriolis cloud? Like Tor, he'd been taken from her too soon. Her dad had died young of a heart ailment no one knew he had. Disquieting similarity there, too. But he'd lived long enough to know his life had mattered, as had her husband. It occurred to her that if the LoCarno drive actually worked, if it gave them a decent range, they could send somebody out to Sigma 2711. Maybe find out who had sent that long-ago signal. To her dad. Archive. The downside of interstellar travel. A general sense of well-being set in around the world when we were able to destroy that oncoming Omega cloud a few years back. In the wake of that happy event, though, we've had time to consider the level of technology that produced the object, and the malice, or indifference, of its makers. It's hard to say which is worse, which more threatening. But never mind what the intent might be. We know what the effect has been. Shortly afterward we concluded, or most of us did, that the Moonriders were really out there, and not simply computer malfunctions or delusions. And they, too, seemed to have a hostile streak. The world beyond the solar system is largely unknown country, a dangerous place. The discovery of a billion-year-old starship in the Jenkins incident should warn us that there are presences beyond the solar system that are enormously far ahead of us. And as much as we would like to believe that the passage of time necessarily tempers the natural hostilities we bring with us out of the jungle, or out of whatever passes for a jungle in remote places, it does not appear to be the case. If our recent encounter with the Moonriders proves anything, it is that they are no friends of ours. Are they a danger to us? We'd be prudent to assume so. However much those with a more liberal view would like to reassure us, we cannot rely on the goodwill of extraterrestrials. Earth has been a safe haven for thousands of years. It is a very small place in a very big galaxy. We now have every reason to suspect our security lies principally in the fact that we are effectively unknown. We should keep it that way. We should withdraw our starships, and keep our heads down. In a universe that may house hostile creatures with technologies millions of years beyond ours, it is the surest road to survival. Martin Kobielewski, The Long Night, in Weapons of War, edited by Brian Dosiros, 2255. Chapter 6. For Rudy, the LoCarno drive presented the moment of truth. The loss of the Jenkins had severely damaged the Foundation's reputation. Despite the response to Hutch's luncheon appearance, support had dropped off significantly. The first call had come from Lyle Cormier, the organization's most generous single supporter. He was in his office, dressed in one of his trademark black-and-white ensembles. "Probably best to give it up, Rudy," he'd said. "The world is moving on. There are historical forces at work here, and there's just no point trying to fight them." Cormier always talked that way. He hadn't said outright that he would cut his support, but it was implicit. There'd been a flood of others. During the first few days, long-time contributors had gotten in touch, had called or come by, and the message had always been the same. "Rudy, you know I've always been 100% behind you and the Foundation, but times are changing. No point beating a dead horse. It's just money down a rat hole. No matter what we do, does anyone expect we're really going back out to the stars? When was the last time a new superluminal rolled off the production line?" That was another expression he heard all the time. Going back to the stars. As if we'd ever really been out there. The deepest penetration had been the Trifid, 3,000 light-years away. An 11-month flight. They had never really gotten clear of the immediate neighborhood. Environmental problems had proved to be every bit as intractable as originally predicted. The solutions were expensive. No real value was forthcoming from the interstellar effort, so it was inevitable that it would come to be perceived as a boondoggle. Boondoggle became the title of the book by Gregory McAllister that had so effectively summed up the arguments against the superluminals. It was a worthwhile effort, he'd said. Acquiring knowledge is always worthwhile. But we need to leave it to another generation. First, we have to get the planetary house in order. McAllister was right, to a point. But there was a good chance that when this generation died off, people would forget how it had been done. "Give it up now," Rudy thought. "And we may be giving it up forever." They needed a jump-start, and the LoCarno might provide that, if it worked. After his conversation with Silvestri, he waited anxiously for Paul's reaction. When he heard nothing over the course of a week, he initiated the call himself. "Working on it," Paul said. "Best not to rush. These things take time." Rudy had no family. He'd been married 3 times, but his wives had all left, citing different reasons. He was inattentive. He was cold. He came on too strong. He was inexpressibly dull. That had been Eve, the last one. He had argued that he didn't think dull was reasonable grounds for divorce, but this was an enlightened era in which one needed only cite a reason to the soon-to-be ex-spouse. The law required no more than intent by either party. "I'm sorry, Rudy," she'd said. "You're nice and everything, but all you ever want to talk about is the North Star. For God's sake, you really need to get a life." Rudy had a life. He loved what he did, and his days were lived on the knife-edge of passion. On more than one occasion, Hutch had told him that he was a fanatic. But she'd meant it as a compliment. Why were there no available women around like her? Technically, of course, she had been available since the death of her husband, but he sensed she did not see him as a prospect. However all that might be, there was no evading the reality that the Foundation was down to the Phyllis Preston. One ship to explore the universe. And Jonathan Silvestri wanted to take her, tear out her Hazeltine drive, and replace it with something from Switzerland that might or might not take them deeper into the Orion Arm. And if it didn't work, he'd have to put the Hazeltine back, assuming there was a ship to put it back into. How much would all that cost? He was paging through the financial report. There was enough to buy one more ship. It wouldn't be a new one, of course. There were no new ones any more. Grosvenor, Hudson Bay, and the other one-time major manufacturers were turning out interplanetary ships, ocean-going vessels, farm tractors, and aircraft. And in the case of Hudson Bay, entertainment centers and robot dishwashers. He scanned the listings for available vehicles. Cosmic was offering 3 from its one-time fleet. Orion had a couple up for sale. No guarantees on any of them. Caveat emptor. The Foundation had taken good care of the Preston. The rational thing to do, if Paul approved the LoCarno effort, would be to pick up one of these bargain basement jobs and use that for the test. It would strain Foundation resources, but it was a better idea than risking the only ship they had. He called the operations center at the space station. A technician blinked on. "Union Ops," he said in a bored voice. Rudy identified himself. Then, "We have some new equipment to check out. We may want to set up a test flight within the next few weeks. Control it from the station. How much of a problem would it be to do that?" "You mean no pilot?" asked the tech. What else could he mean? "That's right." "Sir, all you'd have to do is turn it over to the ship's AI. Just tell it what you want done, and it'll run the test for you." AIs were not really independent intelligences. They were software packages that mimicked intelligent entities. At least that was the common wisdom. But nobody could prove it was indeed the case. Rudy was obsessed with the notion that AIs were alive. Chip in his office, Amanda at home and in his flyer, and the assorted voices that made life easier in restaurants, hotels, wherever. Maybe they were sentient, and maybe they weren't. Whatever the truth, they put on a good show, and Rudy was taking no chances. He intended to remove the AI from whatever ship was used, in case the drive blew up during the test. It was no coincidence that the ship was named for the celebrated 21st century humanitarian. But he couldn't give his real reason to the technician without getting laughed at. "The nature of the test requires the AI be disconnected," he said. The technician shrugged. "There'll be a charge, but we can do it that way if you really want to." "How much advance notice would you need?" He made a sucking sound. "When are you going to do this?" "Not sure yet. We will. If it happens, it'll probably be within the next few months or so." "Hold on." He consulted another screen. Talked with someone Rudy couldn't see. Nodded okay. "Depending on how busy we are, I'd say a few days would do it. A week, maybe, if you want to get a berth at a specific time." He spent the next 3 days reassuring Prometheus subscribers that the end had not come, that the Foundation was not going under, that it was true this was a dark time, but that was all the more reason to rally round the flag. He actually said that. Yes, it was the oldest of clichés, but it worked. Some callers said, okay. Rudy could count on them. Somebody even thanked God for people like Rudy, who didn't give up as soon as things began to go south. Toward the end of the second week, Hutch called. "I don't know," he told her. "He hasn't said anything yet." "Have you called him?" She was a beautiful woman, he thought. Dark, penetrating eyes, an intense energy, and a sense of what mattered. She was at home, wearing a white blouse and a gold necklace. Behind her was a wall of books. "Of course. He knows I'm anxious to hear." "Okay. Let me know when you have something." Silvestri called less than an hour later.
"I'm still waiting to hear," Rudy said. "Just be patient a bit longer." "Rudy, this is using up a lot of time." He was behind a desk or table, his hands folded, his chin propped on them. "I wish we could move things along." "It's a good sign," Rudy said. "He's taking a long look. That usually means he's impressed." Actually, Rudy was making it up as he went along. Silvestri's expression hardened. He saw right through Rudy's happy talk. "It will work." "Nobody hopes for it more than we do," he said. "But you must understand, it means a considerable investment on our part. We have to be sure what we're doing." Paul called the next morning. "It might be okay." "Marvelous." Rudy would have gone into ecstasy, but Paul wasn't smiling. "Of course you understand there's no way to be absolutely certain," he said, "until we run the test flight." "I understand that." "I'm trying to think how to say this." "Just say it." "I think it'll work." "You want to put a number on it, Paul?" "I can't. Not with any certainty. But I'm optimistic." "Okay, then. We'll do it." "You should be aware, though, that if it doesn't perform as expected, there could be a catastrophic result." "Destruction of the vehicle?" "Yes." "Okay. Still, if it succeeds, it will be one hell of a payoff." Paul lounged in a leather chair wrapped in an oversized gold sweater. He allowed himself a smile. "Look, Rudy, I'd like to see you try it, because I'd like to be around to see it work. And maybe that's clouding my judgment. But it's worth backing." Thomas McElroy High School was the home of the explorers. It was named for the commander of the first ship to travel beyond the solar system. When Matt arrived, he paused, as he always did, to look at the lander standing outside the main entrance. It was an AKV Spartan model, the kind routinely used on the old Academy ships, manufactured in 2229 by Starworks. It had at one time been aboard the Bill Jenkins, when that ship found the nascent civilization at Lookout in 2234. The lander had descended on 117 worlds, 4 of which, including Lookout, had supported biosystems. Its history was inscribed on a bronze plaque mounted beside the hatch. The hatch itself remained closed and locked to protect the interior from the weather and the vagaries of the students, and probably old star pilots who'd get in and not want to leave. He'd had one of these aboard the Resnick. Academy of Science and Technology was emblazoned in black letters on the hull, along with the familiar logo, Socrates' scroll circled by a star. The after section carried the school's name, with the 17th-century four-master that served as their motif, along with their sports designation, Explorers, in script. A sudden gust of wind pulled at the trees, and he drew his jacket around him. A car eased into one of the parking places. An older woman got out and marched into the school building. A parent, he thought, and judging by her expression, the kid was in trouble. Some things never change. He followed her inside, signed in at the office, and collected a teenage escort who took him to the library. Julie was there, talking to a small group of students. She saw him, smiled brightly, and came over. "Good to see you, Matt," she said. "You'll have 2 11th-grade classes to start. They'll be here in a few minutes." "Okay. Can I get you something?" They had fresh squeezed orange juice. While he sampled it, bells rang, the room emptied, the hallways became active, and a fresh batch of kids began pouring into the library. Some of them looked curiously in his direction, but for the most part they were preoccupied with each other. Julie gave them a couple of minutes, asked if he was ready to go, strode to the lectern, and called them to order. They settled in, and she introduced him. Matt Darwin. He's a retired star pilot. Not really retired. Unemployed. That sounded better. Matt never used lecterns. They got between him and his audience. He'd been seated on a tabletop, and he stood upright as the audience's attention swung his way. Mr. Darwin flew Academy missions. You know what the Academy was, right? A few hands went up. Julie looked at a tall, dark-eyed girl in back. They used to do exploration missions, the girl said. In front, a male student rolled his eyes. Very good, Sylvia. Julie looked down at the male. Mr. Darwin, Harry, has been farther from Alexandria than anyone here could imagine. She took a seat along the side where she could watch Matt and her students. Matt thanked her and looked around at the audience. You have a lander out on the lawn in front of the school, he said. I'd like to tell you a little about it. Archive. The people who argue that we confront a vast unknown, that it has already shown itself to be dangerous, and that, therefore, we should hide under our beds, do not speak for me, nor do they speak for the Prometheus Foundation. That's not to say there's no risk involved in exploration. We don't know what's out there, and we don't know what we might blunder into. But there's a risk in just sitting home as well. For one thing, if there are predators loose, we'll be better off if we find them, rather than the other way around. Moreover, if we decide to wait things out, our technological progress will slow. What's more important is that we'll lose any claim to greatness. We'll become an embarrassment to our grandkids. Eventually, a generation with some courage will show up, and they'll hold us in contempt. Priscilla Hutchins, addressing State Librarians Association at Athens, Georgia, April 11th, 2254. Chapter 7. Rudy and Hutch looked at 4 interstellars and settled on a Grosvenor 352, the Happy Times, which the Foundation bought from Orbital at auction. The ship was 42 years old, had hauled freight and passengers out to Serenity and the other stations, and on one occasion had been immortalized by Whitmore Covington in his Quantum Dialogues, conversations on the state of the human race, supposedly conducted on the ship during a flight to Nock, whose idiotic inhabitants continued to kill one another over dwindling resources with early 20th-century weapons. Despite its claim to fame, the cost was minimal because the ship's Hazeltine engines were inoperable. That was, of course, irrelevant to Rudy, so he saved substantial money, and in addition picked up a vehicle whose historic value, if the LoCarno drive went nowhere, would allow it to be resold later. Of course, his occasional companion, Ellen Simons, told him, if the LoCarno's a flame-out, the Foundation's going to have to shut down anyhow. Mouths of babes. Ellen was a pessimist, and was always ready to explain why something wouldn't work. It was the reason she and Rudy would never get serious. But about this, she was right. The Foundation was on its last legs. Poking around the vast unknown with one Hazeltine ship wasn't going to get anyone excited. They needed the LoCarno. Paying for the Happy Times, as well as financing the installation of the new drive, drained the Foundation's resources. Silvestri virtually moved on to the station to assist the work of a team of technicians. That part of the operation didn't go well. The technicians didn't really need him, and they quickly took offense at his presence. "We've got the basic unit," one of them complained to Rudy.
All we have to do is tie it into the ship's systems. We just don't need him looking over everybody's shoulder all the time." So Rudy arranged a series of public presentations for Silvestri. He'd be doing guest appearances at colleges and universities, and talking to Rotary groups and press associations, and whomever else Rudy could round up. When he presented the package, Silvestri smiled. "They've been complaining to you, haven't they?" "Yes," he said. "Come on home. We can use the PR." In fact, Rudy would have kept the project quiet had he been able. He'd have preferred to present the world with a successful test, rather than hang himself out there to look silly if the LoCarno fizzled. But with so many people involved, word would inevitably leak out, so he called a press conference and announced what they were trying to do. It became a big story for about 2 days. But other events, a grisly murder in a Chicago technopark, followed by a fresh bribery scandal involving several congressmen, pushed it aside. Meanwhile, several physicists gave interviews. All admitted they saw no reason to suppose a better drive was impossible. Nonetheless, they were uniform in predicting failure. Elliot Greeley, the renowned cosmologist from the University of London, remarked that, "Hell, anything is possible unless it's specifically prohibited, but that doesn't mean you can do it." When he called Hutch, pretending to be upbeat, she caught his mood and pointed out that the experts had been saying much the same thing about FTL travel in general, until Ginny Hazeltine had proven them all wrong. As a counterbalance, Paul became increasingly enthusiastic with each passing day. "I think we're going to make it happen, Rudy," he said. "Keep the faith." Ah, yes. And so he did. When the Foundation's contributors got in touch to urge Rudy on, he told them he was confident, but they should keep in mind it was a gamble. It may not work. Whether it does or not, we'll still need your support. The most stinging rebuke came from Joe Hollingsworth, who had been one of the Foundation's founders. Hollingsworth arrived in his office one morning to excoriate him for wasting resources on a crank project. He was one of those intimidating figures who commands everyone's attention when he enters a room. He didn't stand out physically in any way. He was not quite 6 feet tall, part African, part Massachusetts Yankee, part Mexican, dressed impeccably. But you knew he was there, and you always got the feeling he'd just come from advising the president. "Rudy," he'd said, "you're throwing money away, and more significantly, you're demolishing the Foundation's reputation. When the Happy Times goes out there and blows up, which is what's going to happen, nobody will ever take us seriously again." "It won't blow up," Rudy had said. "Doesn't matter. Anything short of an all-out success is going to make us look foolish. Why didn't you talk to us before you started all this?" "Why, indeed?" "Because I knew you'd veto it," he replied in a burst of indignant candor. "Because there are always people on the board who think we can't get the job done, and somebody else should take the risk. Joe, I wanted us to be the ones to do it, because it would ultimately give us the inside track on using the system." "Good." Hollingsworth sounded as if he was talking to a child. "For an ego trip, you risk everything. If it fails, as it will be the end of the Foundation. Worse, it'll be the end of the interstellar effort in our lifetime. Well done, Rudy." There were others. A substantial fraction of their contributors were unhappy. They demanded to know how much the project was costing and were warning him that if the experiment didn't work, they would be withdrawing their support. So sending Silvestri on a public relations tour was not a bad idea. Moreover, he surprised Rudy with his ability to charm his audiences. The references to quantum fluxes and spatial entanglement were gone. Instead, he told them what the LoCarno would mean. easy access to places that had been weeks and months away. The establishment of colonies would become practical, should we choose to go that route. Travel that had once been limited to people with large bank accounts would become available to everybody. People will be able to vacation in the Pleiades the way we do on the moon. It will be like replacing 15th-century sailing ships with jets. Nevertheless, it seemed too good to be true. Rudy told himself he'd feel better about it if he could understand it. None of it was Rudy's specialty. He was an astrophysicist by trade. He understood the dynamics by which stars formed and died. But nuclear processes and stellar collapse and the rest of it all seemed fairly straightforward in contrast with this multi-dimensional talk. Had he been around in the last century, when Ginny Hazeltine was claiming she was going to be able to get to Alpha Centauri in a few hours, he'd have been one of the skeptics. On February 19th, a Monday, word came that the Itaki had found the Jenkins. On the 20th, Rudy received a message from Francois, informing him they'd all been taken aboard the rescue ship and were on their way home. Everybody, he said, was in good spirits. "Sorry we lost your ship." The Itaki arrived at Serenity on March 1st. "I thought they were closing the place down," Francois reported. "But they're telling us it'll take years." The following day he sent another transmission. "Rudy, I know the Foundation is down to one ship now, and you have no need for 2 pilots, so I'm taking a job out here. Going to run shuttles around the station while they decommission the place. Ben and the others will be returning on the Itaki. I'll miss working for you. I've enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you when I get back, in a couple of years." He smiled and signed off. 3 days later, the Phyllis Preston returned from a mission. Rudy was there, of course, when she docked. He took John along. The Preston had been poking around in the Hyades, 150 light-years out. The cluster was thought to be about 625 million years old. It was, like all clusters, changing over time, as heavier stars sank toward the center, and stars on the periphery were propelled outward after near collisions. Like most of the relatively small bubble of space into which humans had ventured, it was basically unknown country. The system consisted of slightly more than 200 stars, or slightly fewer, depending on how you structured your count. The Preston, conducting a general survey, had been away almost 6 months. It had visited about a quarter of the systems. They had found one living world, on which the biological forms were still single-celled. Early reports indicated they would need another 2 billion years before multiple cell forms appeared. There was a gas giant that might be harboring life in its atmosphere. The mission wasn't equipped to test for that, which meant a second flight would be needed to make the determination. Everyone knew, of course, there would be no second flight. You could tell how desperate the exploration effort had become by the ages of the researchers. You rarely saw young people on the flights anymore. With only a couple of privately supported organizations running missions, there was simply no space available. The research teams were inevitably department heads or award winners. No more postdocs, the way it had been in the old days. Rudy missed the old days. He'd been out 3 times, for a total of about 8 months. He'd twice been to local systems, and once to M44, the Beehive, where he'd awakened one morning to a magnificent view of the eclipsing binary TX Cancri. He remembered sitting in the operations room on the flight with Audrey Cleaver from the University of Paris. Audrey had commented that the day would come when they would give almost anything to be able to come back and repeat that experience. At the time, he'd thought Audrey was talking as much about being young as she was about watching the binary. But it was true.
and not in the sense that he'd like to go back to that particular system, as that he wished he could return to that milieu, to live again in a world where everybody was going out to the stars, where the taxpayers happily supported the initiative, and even the politicians were excited, where people cared. Rudy and John greeted each of the Preston researchers as they came out of the tube, asked them how the flight had been. Had the instruments performed okay? Had it been worthwhile? They all seemed satisfied with the results of the mission, but were tired and glad to be home. And, of course, like every returning mission, they had one regret that nobody ever admitted to: no sign of a living civilization. The last person off was Armand, Cap Shinyu, its pilot. Rudy introduced John, and Cap's eyes went wide. "You're the guy with the LoCarno," he said. "Yes." John flashed a covert grin at Rudy. "It's nice to be recognized." "Well, good luck," said Cap. He expressed his regrets over the loss of the Jenkins, which he'd already done by hyperlink, but this was the first time he and Rudy had actually been together since the accident. "Thank God nobody was hurt," he said. "Francois couldn't get them to leave the derelict." "Is that what happened?" Cap was an average-sized guy with huge shoulders, a beefy face, and thick white hair, and an extraordinary baritone. He sounded like a 7-footer. He'd once been a teacher of Eastern literature. "That's what happened." Cap shook his head. "For smart people," he said, "some of them can be pretty dumb." "Yeah. Can we buy you dinner?" They wandered down to the Quarter Moon. It was quiet, mostly empty, an off hour. "I've been hearing from my wife," Cap said. "How's Carrie doing?" "She's okay, but the business with the Jenkins shook her up a little." "I guess I don't blame her." A bot arrived to take their orders. Cap studied the menu, decided he wasn't very hungry, and settled for a salad. "Rudy," he said, "she's never been happy with this job." Rudy ordered a bottle of German wine. "I know." He was surprised she'd put up with it at all. The Foundation didn't pay that much, and her husband was away 6 and 7 months at a time. He'd offered to arrange things so she could go along, but they had kids, and there was no way to manage it. "She'd just like a normal life. Now she's wondering how dangerous it is." "You're not going to leave us, are you, Cap?" 2 of his passengers were seated on the other side of the dining area. They looked over, saw Cap, and waved. He waved back. "She refused even to come up to meet me. She's never done that before." "I'm sorry. I wish there was something we could do." "I do too, Rudy." He turned his attention to John. "Is it going to work?" John's eyebrows rose slightly. "Oh, yes," he said. "How fast is it?" "We aren't sure yet. Have to conduct some tests first." "Well," he said, "it would be a godsend to have something that would move a bit faster than what we have now." Rudy held his gaze. "Cap, this is a bad time to ask. But after we finish the testing, and we're sure it'll do what we want it to, would you be open to piloting the first mission?" "Rudy," he said, "I don't think so. If I were to do something like that, Carrie would file for separation. I think I've reached a point where I should pull the plug." "We just lost Francois," said John. "I'm sorry to hear it. What happened?" Rudy sighed. "He decided we didn't have a future, so we got another job." "Piloting?" "Shuttling." "That's a come-down." "Money's probably a good bit better," said Rudy. "Yeah, I guess." The wine arrived. They uncorked the bottle, poured 3 glasses, and drank to the Foundation, to each other,
and to the LoCarno. Rudy took advantage of the opportunity to inspect the Happy Times. The engineers were not entirely pleased to see him, and especially not John, but they brought them on board, and their supervisor explained that they were conducting the first set of calibration tests for the QDU, the Quantum Disruption Unit. Rudy had no idea what it was or what it would do. Neither, he suspected, did the supervisor. "It's what will give us access," said John. He explained its function, which had something to do with spatial manipulation. While they talked, results were coming in. John parked in front of one of the displays, followed the operation, looked up periodically to give Rudy an encouraging nod, and after a half-hour or so, broke into a wide smile. "It's going to work, Rudy," he said. Jon Silvestri's notebook. Happiest day of my life. Sunday, April 29th. Part 2. LoCarno. Chapter 8. Had he been able, Rudy would have kept the media away from the test run, but there was no way to do that. Interest was high, and journalists crowded into the launch area and spilled out into the passageway. The networks, always hungry for news and ready to expand any sort of event into a major story, had begun broadcasting live 2 hours before Rudy arrived on the scene. Also present were a few politicians who had championed the cause and who had been actively trying for years to get the government to support an interstellar program. And, of course, Rudy had saved room for the Foundation's 5 board members. Hutch and a few other supporters were also on hand. The first question had come when reporters had spotted him in the main concourse. "Dr. Golombek, why did you remove Doris?" Doris was the test vehicle's AI. He'd known that issue would surface. The action had already turned him into a cartoon figure, depicted rescuing toasters and reading lamps from trash collectors. He was tempted to point out that several religious groups had raised the possibility that AIs had souls. But hard-headed scientific types were supposed to be tougher than that, reasonable. The Voice of Truth had commented that the next thing anybody knew, these weak-kneed do-gooders would be representing us in the greater galaxy and giving whatever might be out there the impression we're ripe for plucking. So he simply explained that they'd made test modifications on Doris, that they did not want to have to repeat the process, and that she was not necessary to run the test. So he'd pulled her clear. Just in case. It didn't satisfy everyone, but it would do. The Happy Times waited serenely in its bay. When they were a few minutes from launch time, Rudy asked for quiet, thanked everyone for their support, called John to his side, and introduced him as the man everybody here already knows. He gazed contentedly out across his audience. He loved moments like this. Whatever concerns about failure he'd entertained had drifted away. What the hell? If you tried to climb Everest, there was no disgrace in not making the top. "Ladies and gentlemen," he continued, "we'll be operating the Happy Times from here. Since Dr. Silvestri's drive has never been tested, there'll be no one on board the ship when it goes into transit. It will launch from Bay 4. He checked his watch, tapped his earpiece for effect. "In approximately 11 minutes. 42 minutes later, after the system has charged, we'll trigger the LoCarno, and the Happy Times will enter a set of dimensions we haven't previously penetrated." His smile grew larger. "We think." John, still beside him, grinned and said he hoped so. It got a round of laughter. "If all goes well, it will reappear 3.7 billion miles from here before you can count to 6. A standard vehicle, using the Hazeltine, would complete the jump in just under a minute.
Somebody wanted to know how far 3.7 billion miles was. Saturn? Uranus? "Think Pluto," he said. "Rudy," George Iphon of Science News stood near the door. He'd grown a beard since the last time Rudy had seen him. "Is that really correct? 6 seconds?" Rudy smiled contentedly. "George, we've been doing 1 minute to Pluto for the better part of a century. Nobody notices because nobody ever goes to Pluto. We make these runs out to Rigel or wherever, and it takes a few hours or a few days, so the rate of passage is lost. People don't see what Ginny Hazeltine accomplished. Well, with the LoCarno, we hope to do even better." He smiled again, but he tried to appear uncertain. Hopeful. Don't want to look smug. Make sure the thing works first. When it arrives, it'll send a radio signal back here. It's now, he checked the time, almost noon. Greenwich Mean Time, of course. If all goes well, it'll be on the edge of the solar system at about 12:45. The radio signal will need 6 hours to get back here. He glanced around the room. By 7 or so this evening, we'll know whether it's been a success. A small man off to one side waved a hand. "There's no chance it would hit Pluto, is there?" Rudy chuckled. "Pluto isn't there at the moment," he said, "so there's no danger of a collision. In any case, there's a matter detector on board. It would prevent the Happy Times from trying to materialize in the same space as a solid object." They directed a few questions at Jon. How did he feel? How confident was he? In an era when the urge to travel in deep space seemed to have gone away, did he foresee a practical use for this kind of drive? Jon explained that he didn't believe the current malaise was permanent. When he finished, Rudy pointed at the clock. They were down to 4 minutes. "Dr. Silvestri," he said, "will launch for us." Jon took his seat at the controls. Someone handed him a cup of coffee, and the room quieted. Rudy moved back out of the way. The displays activated, and they had views of the Bay 4 launch doors from several angles. Orbiting telescopes had also been included in the mix. If everything went as planned, they'd have visual coverage until the moment the Happy Times made its jump. That part had been easier to arrange than he'd expected. The LoCarno experiment commanded a fair amount of interest. The station director wandered in, saw Rudy, came over, and shook his hand. "Good luck," she said. Across the room, Hutch caught his eyes. "Here we go." The media people were speaking into their microphones, watching the countdown, trying to convey the tension of the moment. A few technicians stood out in the passageway. Margot D., who looked gorgeous, gave him a thumbs up. Big moment for the Foundation. 2 minutes. The room fell silent, save for a few whispers. Once Jon hit the button, everything would be automatic. Rudy couldn't remember the last time he'd tried prayer. His parents had been staunch Presbyterians, but it had never really taken with him. Nevertheless, he found himself speaking to someone, delivering one of those, "If you are there, please." If he'd ever wanted anything in his life to succeed, this was it. 50 seconds. The Happy Times was considerably larger than the Preston, and much bulkier. Designed to accommodate lots of cargo, it wasn't the vehicle he would have chosen for something like this. Its main engines were outsize. The hull still carried the faded logo of Orbital Transport, which they hadn't gotten around to removing, and external latches provided additional hauling capability. He'd have liked something a bit more photogenic. The final moments went to 0. Jon leaned forward and pushed the button. Nothing happened. The Happy Times stayed firmly attached to its dock. Rudy glanced over at Hutch. She smiled. "Be patient." He turned back to the ship. Still nothing. The launch doors began to open, and the umbilicals floated away. The ship edged away from the dock. Its maneuvering thrusters activated, and it started to turn on its axis. Big, lumbering thing that it was, it moved with surprising grace. He watched with a sense of pride. The picture on the displays changed. They were looking down on Union from God knew where. The ship moved deliberately out through the launch doors. Its tubes lit up, and it began to accelerate. A few people applauded. Premature, way too early. It dwindled quickly to a star. Then it was gone. "Okay, folks," said Rudy. "Nothing more will happen for the next 40 minutes or so. Break time." Journalists closed in on him and on Jon. Mostly they wanted him to speculate, to talk about the implications of a ship that could travel to Pluto in 6 seconds. He tried to explain that wasn't really what happened, that the device folded space, that the ship passed through the folds. But of course nobody could visualize that, so the reporters made faces and asked whether he couldn't explain it in plain English, and he had to say he couldn't, because the words don't exist. And anyhow, he couldn't really visualize it himself. Nobody could. "If it works, will we be going to the Cauldron?" It was the popular term for the Mordecai Zone, the cloud cluster RVP 66119. Thought to be the source of the Omegas. If there had ever been a question whether the lethal clouds were a natural phenomenon, it had surely been answered, at least in Rudy's mind, when the courses of hundreds of the objects had been traced back to that single narrow place near the galactic core. The Cauldron, the Devil's Cookpot, the site from which countless Omegas were dispatched to attack civilizations wherever found. Well, that wasn't exactly right. They attacked geometric structures, artificial designs that incorporated right angles. But the effect was the same. There were some who thought civilizations were not deliberately targeted, that they just happened to get in the way. Hutch was among those who subscribed to that notion. But if indeed it was sheer indifference, that somehow suggested even a deeper level of evil at work. The Cauldron was symbolic of an ultimate malice, a demonic manufacturing plant, a factory that poured forth unimaginable destruction down the ages and across the light years. Those who maintained it was a conscious diabolical force, and they were many, seemed even to Rudy to have at least half of the truth. The project had been led by Edmund Mordecai, and the area had been named for him, the Mordecai Zone. But most people knew it only as the Cauldron. We knew precisely where it was, 57 light-years out from the core, a pinpoint in orbit around the massive black hole at the center of the galaxy. But it was shrouded by vast clouds of dust and hydrogen, so no one had ever seen it. Rudy had known the question was coming. "We're taking this one step at a time," he said. "Let's confirm that the system works first. Then we can talk about mission profiles." He liked the sound of that. Mission profiles. Hutch was surrounded, too. She'd been out of the business a long time now, a former pilot herself during the glory days, but they hadn't forgotten her. "Rudy," Janni Kluffmann from Norway at Night, "tell us about the AI. Are you really worried about hurting the hardware?" "Just a precaution," he said. "In case the test goes wrong, it would be one less thing we'd lose." "AIs aren't expensive," Janni said. "This one is. She's had special training." The question was inevitable, and he'd come prepared. He opened a briefcase and removed a black box. "We asked Doris what she wanted, and she said she'd prefer to stay here and talk with the people from the media." He raised his voice a notch. "Say hello, Doris." "Good morning, Yanni." She had a cool, professional voice. "And be assured I'm quite happy to stay here and keep my feet on the ground." "Your feet?" said Yanni. "Sorry about that, Yanni, but people tend to get the point when I use metaphors."
Rudy wasn't worried about the voice of truth and its allies. He was enough of a politician to know that virtually the entire planet agreed that AIs were people. A half-dozen telescopes, 4 in orbit and 2 mounted on the station, had picked up the big cargo ship and were tracking it. Rudy wandered through the room, talking with reporters, shaking hands with the politicians, thanking the board members for their support. Through it all, it was impossible not to watch the clock. He was surprised at how effectively Jon handled the media. He moved easily among them, telling jokes on himself, obviously enjoying being the center of attention. There was none of the exaggeration or self-importance or condescension that was so common with inexperienced people thrust into the spotlight. He relaxed and watched the happy times, barely visible now, a dull star off to one side of the moon. The minutes slipped easily away. A countdown clock ticked off the time remaining as the LoCarno charged. Then, precisely on schedule, the ready lamp lit up. All systems were go. Moments later, the star blinked out. The ship vanished from the screens. Rudy walked over and shook Jon's hand. If you watched a vessel making its jump with a Hazeltine system, you saw it gradually turn transparent and fade from view. The process took only a few seconds, but the transition was visible. It had not been like that on this occasion. The happy times had simply disappeared from sight. Rudy inhaled twice, held his left wrist out so he could see his watch, and counted off 6 seconds. Then he allowed himself to look hopeful. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "if everything has gone as intended, the test vehicle has just jumped back into normal space, but it is out in Pluto's neighborhood. It should now be starting a transmission to us. That transmission doesn't have the benefit of Jon's drive, so it will need about 6 hours to get here. It should arrive this evening at approximately 7:04. That could go a few minutes either way. There's some imprecision in our ability to gauge exactly how far a jump will take a LoCarno-equipped vessel. In any case, we'll be back here tonight, listening to the radio. I hope you'll all join us." And on cue, Doris delivered her line. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Refreshments will be served in the dining area." Some of the politicians and Foundation people retired to a meeting room that Rudy had arranged. Others, who wanted something more substantial than finger sandwiches and oatmeal cookies, fanned out among bars and restaurants to wait out the interval. Jon appeared confident. "It'll be okay," he told Rudy. "We're through the most dangerous part of the process, the one I was worried about." "Which one was that?" "Entry. It's where the math was most uncertain." "I see. If we were going to have a problem, that's where it would have occurred." "You're sure it didn't?" "I'm sure." They were sitting in armchairs with a potted palm between them. "It would have exploded." "At the moment of transition?" "Yes, indeed," he said, "right there in River City, for everybody to see." He was drinking something, looked like brandy. "Have no fear, Rudy, it's over. We're in business." Hutch, who wasn't personally invested quite the way Rudy was, had taken a wait-and-see attitude. She had a vague sense of how far Pluto was, at least much more so than anyone else present, and her instincts warned her that nobody could get out there in 6 seconds. Of course, her instincts also told her that getting there inside a minute was just as absurd. It was odd that she'd never thought of it in those terms. All those years she'd sat down on the bridge, activated the system, and they drifted through an interdimensional haze for a few days, or a few weeks, and she would arrive in another star system. She stopped to think how far Alpha Centauri was. A mere 4 light-years down the road. It didn't sound far. Yet, had we been limited to the velocity of the first moon flights, a mission to that dull neighbor would have required more than 50,000 years. One way. When asked in Rudy's presence about her reaction to the experiment, she said she was confident. Everything was going to be fine. It might have been the moment that brought her doubts to the forefront. "I'm never going to get used to this," she told one reporter. "An armload of dimensions, space-bending drives. Sometimes I think I'd rather have been around when they flew the first planes." "I don't know," Rudy said. "They weren't big about women in cockpits in those days." At about 5 o'clock GMT, when they were starting to talk about a late meal, Paul showed up. "My treat," he said. Nobody gave him an argument. They knew they'd get no peace in one of Union's restaurants, so they gathered in Rudy's room and had pizza sent up. The dinner was a quiet one, everybody watching the clock, lots of talk about how good the food was, people looking out the window and making philosophical remarks about the planet below. They were over one of the oceans, but Rudy had no idea which one. He hated having to wait for the results. Had it been a Hazeltine flight, they could have used its associated FTL comm system, the hyperlink, and everyone would have known the result within a few minutes. The LoCarno had not yet been adapted for a hyperlink. There was no point spending the time and effort until they knew whether the transport system worked. Consequently, they had to wait it out. And radio signals, which crawled along at the speed of light, took forever. That should be the next project, he decided, if everything turned out all right today. Rudy had already asked Jon whether it could be done. "It'll be expensive," he said, "and it'll take time. But yes, I can't see any reason why not." They watched some of the reports, watched their own interviews, laughed at the things they'd said. "The entire galaxy will be within reach," Rudy had told New York Online. "Right," Paul shook his head, "if you don't mind 3-year missions." "That's still pretty decent," said Hutch. "The other side of the galaxy and back, in a few years." One of the board members, Charles McGonigal, who also headed the Arlington National Bank, chuckled and looked around. "Any volunteers?" "I'd go," said Rudy, turning serious. Paul looked pensive. "Not me." Rudy was surprised. "Really?" he said. "You wouldn't go on a flight to the other side of the galaxy?" "Are you serious? That's the problem with LoCarno. It puts all this stuff within range. But what's really going to be there that we haven't already seen? If we've learned anything at all these last few decades, it's that the galaxy looks pretty much the same everywhere. Dust clouds, empty worlds, a few ruins. The stars are all the same. What's the big deal?" Rudy took a moment to chew down a piece of pizza. "It's someplace we've never been before, Paul. The other side of the forest." At 6:45 they trooped back down to the control center. Jon was escorted by reporters who never seemed to tire of asking the same questions. Margot D. took him aside to wish him luck. "Let's hope," she said. "This is a day we'll always remember." By 7 the room had settled down. They were up live on the networks, and Jon was back at the panel. The clock activated with 3 minutes to go. When the signal arrived, it would come in the form of a voice message. The words, "Greetings from Pluto." Jon had argued for a simple series of beeps, especially with the world watching. It has a little more class. But Rudy was part showman, had to be, or the Foundation would never have survived. So, "Greetings from Pluto," it became, They were using the voice of a well-known character actor, Victor Caldwell. Caldwell, a major force in promoting the Foundation, had died the year before, but his baritone was known around the world. Hutch stood in a corner calmly drinking coffee. She could be a cold number when she wanted to. The room went dead silent as the last seconds drained off. Rudy told himself to relax. The counter hit 0, and everybody strained forward. He could hear himself breathing. Somebody coughed. Somewhere a door closed. Distant voices. John pushed back in his chair. Plus 1 minute. Rudy shoved his fists into his pockets. "Come on, Victor, where are you?" Reporters began to look at one another. Yanni Kloffman leaned in his direction. "When do we reach a point where it becomes a problem?" she asked, keeping her voice low. "Don't know, Yanni," he said. "We're in unknown territory here." 2 minutes. When 6 minutes had passed, John stood up and faced the cameras. His face told it all. "No way it could have taken this long," he said. "Something's wrong." It was as if the air went out of the room. Everything deflated. There was another barrage of questions, a few laughs, and lots of people talking on comlinks. Rudy took time to commiserate with John, who managed to maintain a brave demeanor. "I don't understand it," he said. "The numbers were right. It should have worked. It had to work." They waited a half hour. People came over to shake their hands, tell them they were sorry. Then the crowd drifted away. Rudy decided he'd waited long enough. He corralled John and Hutch, was unable to find Paul, and went up to the main concourse. While they walked, John speculated that maybe there'd been a problem with the Happy Times. "Maybe the main engines were defective," he said. "Maybe they screwed up the wiring. That's all it would have taken. With no AI on board, nobody would have known." They ended in the orbital bar and grill, where they could watch the sun rise. It was soaring into the sky as the station rushed toward the horizon, not like on the ground, where movement wasn't quite visible. John couldn't stop talking about where things might have gone wrong. He mentioned several possibilities, other than the ship. "There are areas," he confessed, "where the theory becomes elastic, where the parameters are not entirely clear, where you have to test. Find out." They needed to learn from this, he continued, make some corrections. He thought all it might take would be an adjustment in fueling correspondences. And, of course, another ship. Rudy wondered why he hadn't brought these details up before. "We need to find a tech," John said. "One of the people who helped with the launch." "Why?" asked Hutch. But he was already signaling for his bill and pushing himself away from the table. Rudy and Hutch followed him back to the operations section, where they prowled the passageways until they found a technician who seemed to have time on her hands. John identified himself. "I was part of the Happy Times experiment earlier today," he added. She nodded. "I'm sorry about the way it turned out, Dr. Silvestri. I'd like to look at the last few seconds again, the ship's transit. Can you arrange that?" She gave him a sympathetic smile and took them into a room with several cubicles, all empty. "Pick one," she said. He sat down in front of a display, and she brought up the Happy Times, adjusted the clock, and froze the picture. 12:58 p.m. 1 minute to jump. "Thanks," he said. "Sure." She explained the controls. "This starts it again, this freezes it, and this slows it down or speeds it up, okay?" "Fine." "When you're finished, just leave it. I'll be back in a few minutes." He started it forward and played it in real time. The ship filled the screen, moving quietly against the field of stars. The clock counted down, and it vanished. He backed it up and ran it again, at a slower pace. Watched as it blinked out. Something was there. He ran it again, still more slowly this time, and slower still as it approached the critical moment. The ship began to fade out of the three-dimensional universe. The transition started in the Happy Times' after section, where the LoCarno drive was installed, and moved forward. Something else was happening. The ship was bending, folding up, as if it were cardboard, as if an invisible hand had taken hold of it, had begun squeezing it, or maybe pulling it apart. Metal bent in extraordinary ways, and in those last moments, as it faded to oblivion, it no longer resembled a ship. Rather, it might have been a clay model that had simultaneously exploded and crumpled. He threw his head back in the chair. It didn't survive entry. No, Rudy said. I guess not. Library entry. The failure of the LoCarno drive is a major setback for us all. The talking heads are telling us we're better off, that it could only lead to another interstellar age and thereby drain funds needed elsewhere, and it may be true that there are places too dangerous to go. New York Online has cited the classic Murray Leinster story, First Contact, in which a human starship encounters an alien vessel, and neither ship feels it can safely leave the rendezvous point without risking the possibility that the other will follow it home, and thereby betray the location of the home world to God knows what. That is the argument we are now hearing from those who think we should not venture into deep space. The stakes are too high, the risk too great. What chance would we have against technologies wielded by a million-year-old civilization? And these fears have been underscored by the recent discovery and subsequent loss of an alien vessel said to be more than 1 billion years old. But one has to ask whether we wouldn't still be sitting in the middle of the forest if we were a species that first and foremost played it safe. Eventually we will move out into the galaxy. We will, or our children will, if we can perfect a drive to enable more extensive exploration, then we should do it. And I'd go a step farther. One of the objections most often raised to the development of an enhanced transport system is the fear that somebody will make for the galactic core, stir up whatever force exists in the Mordecai zone, and bring them down on our heads. This is haunted house logic. If somebody is still there, still orchestrating the Omegas that drift through the galaxy, blowing things up, maybe it's time we explained things to them. A new propulsion technology might put us in a position to stop the production of Omegas. That will not matter much to any but our most distant descendants. The Omegas are, apparently, already in the pipeline for well over 1 million years to come. But if we can shut the operation down, we should do it. We owe that much to ourselves and to any other reasoning creatures in the path of the damned things. Mark Ingalls, The Washington Post, June 5, 2255. Chapter 9. Hutch had taken care to see that she and Rudy sat together on the shuttle flight back to Reagan. However things went, she wanted to be with him, either to celebrate the moment or to limit the damage. John was staggering a bit, but he was young and seemed strong enough to rebound. In fact, he was already talking about where he thought the problem lay. Rudy was another matter. As the vehicle fell away from the station and began its descent, she saw that, beneath the brave front he'd put on for the media, the guy was stricken. "Rudy," she told him, "we knew all along the odds were against us." She almost said long shot. In fact, she was the only one of the inner circle who'd believed that. He was staring listlessly out the window. I know. Rudy was an optimist, the kind of guy who thought you could do anything if you put your mind to it. The immediate problem was less that the test had failed than that they'd lost the happy times. "Listen," she said, "why don't you take the day off tomorrow? Come over to the house. I'll make dinner." Rudy managed to smile. "Do I look that desperate?" "Hey," she said, "I'm a decent cook." He squeezed her hand. "I know. I mean, that's not what I meant." "Whatever. You need to get away from it for a bit. You and Jon both. We'll make a party out of it." He still avoided looking at her. "You know, that business up there today all but destroyed the Foundation." She knew. "What's our situation?" "It leaves us with payments to make on a ship we no longer have." "It wasn't insured?" "Insurance was out of sight. Everybody knew what we were trying to do." The eyes finally found her. "It's a pity. Imagine what a working drive would have meant." "We'll need to find new donors." "In this atmosphere?" His voice trailed off. "They'll be there," she said. "This isn't the first time the Foundation's been a little short." "A little?" He laughed. It was a harsh, ugly sound, not at all characteristic of the Rudy she knew. "There is one possibility," she said. They punched in drink orders, and she thought he hadn't heard her. "What's that?" he asked finally. "If Jon can figure out what went wrong, we still have the Preston." "What? Let him lose our other ship?" He squeezed his forehead. "No, Hutch, we aren't going to do that." She was quiet for a time. "Look," she said at last, "it's a gamble. Sure. But it could pay off." "No, I'm not giving him another ship to play with." "It's there," Jon insisted. They were standing on the roof of the terminal, watching Hutch climb into her taxi. She waved as it lifted off, and her eyes brushed his. He caught a faint smile. She knew he'd been waiting for a chance to speak to Rudy alone, and she knew why. "We just have to make some adjustments, run the tests until we get it right." But Rudy looked beaten. His eyes were bleary, and he had adopted a manner that was simultaneously apologetic and resentful. "I don't think you understand the position the Foundation is now in, Jon," he said. "We invested a lot in the LoCarno. We were counting on your getting it right." That hurt. "Some of these things," he said quietly, "don't lend themselves to exact calculations. We have to try them. See what works." "That isn't what you've been saying." "Sure it is. You just haven't been listening." Rudy's eyes were closed. He was trying not to sound bitter. "I know, Jon," he said finally. "It's not your fault. Not anyone's fault, really. You're human, and humans screw things up. It happens. It's as much my doing as anybody's." "Rudy, I didn't screw things up." "Okay, Jon, you didn't. Let's let things go at that." "You don't want to try again?" "What? Risk losing the Preston? No, I don't think so." He jammed his fists into his pockets. "No, not a chance." The air was heavy. "It will work, Rudy." He grunted. "Everything I've read, everybody I've talked to, they all say it can't be done. They can't all be wrong." His cab drifted in and opened up. Rudy tossed his bag and back and climbed in. "Paul thought it would work." "Paul was wrong." John held the door so Rudy couldn't close it. "There was a time," he said, "when everybody agreed that heavier-than-air flight would never work, and another time that we'd never get to the moon. Sometimes you just have to do it." Rudy gave the driver his address. "I'm sorry, John. I really am. But let's just let it go, okay?" John routinely traveled with his comlink turned off. He didn't like being subject to calls when he was out of his apartment or away from the lab. That was his own time. Consequently, when he walked into his apartment after returning from Union, his AI informed him the circuit had been busy. "You have 114 calls," it said. "From whom, Hammond?" 4 from family, 11 from friends, colleagues, and acquaintances, 52 from persons identifying themselves as the media, 11 from assorted well-wishers, 34 I can only identify as cranks, and 2 from charities seeking donations." He sank into a chair and sighed. "Nothing corporate?" "No, sir." "Delete the media." "Done." "What kind of cranks?" "Some threatening your life because they think you are going to arouse whatever's producing the Omega clouds, or similar concerns. I referred them for analysis. So far none looks dangerous, but you will wish to show some caution, just in case." "What else?" 13 claiming they already have an ultra-star drive. 7 claim to have devised it themselves, but say they can get no one to listen. 5 say it was a gift from extraterrestrials. "That's 12. 1 says he found a design in a vault inside a pyramid." "Valley of the Kings?" "He didn't specify." He'd hoped Orion or Lukash or somebody would have tried to get in touch to offer him testing facilities. Don't these nitwits understand how valuable a decent drive would be? He mixed a bourbon and soda and responded to the personal calls. His mother, his Uncle Aaron, 2 cousins. Everybody offered sympathy, assured him they knew that the LoCarno would work next time. Ditto with his friends. "Let's see the well-wishers, Herman." A list scrolled onto the screen. He scanned the names. Nothing rang a bell. He sampled a few of the messages. "Hang in there, John," they said. "Man was designed for something greater than the earth." You could always tell the crazy ones. They talked about man rather than people. They couldn't go 2 sentences without citing destiny. The world was full of lunatics. Herman had trouble sorting them out. If they didn't rave and threaten, the AI didn't see them for what they were, and John was reluctant to provide a list of keywords and phrases. Sometimes perfectly sane people also said those things. His father was fond of saying that his destiny was to be overwhelmed by unintelligible kids. Dad wasn't big on physics, and John's sister was a lawyer. "Get rid of them," he said finally. Archive. Nomad gene found. Scientists announced yesterday that the restlessness gene has been discovered. It is believed to be responsible for the inability of so many people to derive a sense of satisfaction from their lives, no matter how successful they have been. In addition, it may make it impossible to settle down into a quiet life. Persons believed to have possessed this gene include Francis Bacon, Charles XII, Winston Churchill, and Edna Cummings. Chicago Tribune, August 6, 2021. Specialists warn against nomad manipulation. Prospective parents looking for a quiet home life with submissive kids may want to think twice about neutralizing the so-called nomad gene, the French Psychiatric Society warned today. Manipulation is difficult to reverse, and researchers have discovered that a strikingly high percentage of those who have achieved success in a wide variety of fields have an abnormally active nomadic impulse. The conclusion: if you want creative and successful children, resign yourself to jousting with rebels. Le Monde, Paris, August 9th, 2021. Chapter 10. Matt Darwin was also disappointed by the failure. "I'm not surprised you'd feel that way," said Raina, "but I really can't see what difference it makes." He shrugged. How could he explain it, if she did not understand already? She was practical and down-to-earth, thought real estate mattered. She was a political junkie, and she was intrigued by technology that could be put to practical use. But a star drive that made the entire Milky Way accessible? What was there on the other side of the galaxy that anybody really cared about? They sat at the Riverside Club, with its lush, moody view of the Potomac, surrounded by well-heeled types who thought exactly as she did. If it didn't produce a practical benefit, it wasn't worth doing. But he'd been looking forward to the LoCarno drive, to being able to watch the first real deep space missions go out. There were 100 commentators already speculating about the fatal flaw. Some were citing Jacobson, the towering genius of the first half of the 23rd century, who'd predicted that Hazeltine would prove to be the last word. "Lucky to have that," he'd been fond of saying. "We used to think it would take centuries to get to Alpha Centauri. Be grateful. The structure of the universe simply won't allow an alternate drive. It can't be done." He'd died trying to prove himself wrong. But there'd been numerous claims for a new system over the past 2 decades. Government had funded some, private industry others. Nothing had worked. Nothing came close. By the time news began leaking out of Barber's camp that he was closing in on a workable system, nobody believed it. "I'd just like to know what's out there," Matt told her. She looked out at the river. A cabin cruiser, its lights casting a glow on the water, was moving slowly past, leaving laughter and music in its wake. "Dust and hydrogen, Matt, and empty space. We'll never do better than where we are right now." Her eyes were gorgeous, and they promised all kinds of rewards if he just got himself together. "This place has too many lights," he said. She glanced around them, thinking he was talking about something else. He slept at her place that night. Usually he avoided bedroom encounters with Raina. One-night stands with people he barely knew were better. Raina was attractive enough, beautiful, really, and usually willing. But she was a friend as well as an occasional date, and he could not jettison the feeling he was taking advantage of her. She was an adult, knew what she was doing, knew there was no future for them, so it should have been okay. But somehow it wasn't. She was good company, a guarantee against spending weekends alone, but eventually he was going to walk. Or she would. So he tried to keep everything at arm's length. It wasn't easy to do if they were tangled up in a bedsheet. That night, when the signal hadn't come back, and the networks had shown the pictures of the shattered happy times, he'd known the LoCarno was dead. Jon Silvestri and the rest of the Foundation crowd had tried to put the best face on things, saying they'd take a look at the situation in the morning, that maybe they could find the problem. But he knew they wouldn't, and it weighed on him, as if he were personally involved. Defeat was in their voices, in their eyes. "They're not going to try again," he told Raina. "How do you know, Matt?" They'd looked beaten. Maybe they had figured out why the LoCarno hadn't worked. Maybe they'd known all along it wasn't going anywhere. It might have been nothing more from the start than a gamble, a toss of the dice. And they'd lost. He'd been in no mood to go back to his lonely apartment. So when she'd invited him up, he'd gone, and they sat on her sofa, drinking dark wine and watching the aftermath,
watching the commentators tell each other it was just as well. "The interstellar age," said one of the guest experts, "is over. It's time we accepted that." Later, while Reyna lay asleep beside him, his mind wandered. Where had the Golden Age gone? 25 years ago, when he was just coming to adolescence, people had predicted that everyone who wanted to move off-world would, by the middle of the century, be able to do so. There was talk of establishing colonies at Caraqua and Masterman's and Didion III. But there'd been complications, objections to killing off the local biology, long-range health issues, the question of who would pay for a massive transfer of people and supporting equipment. The world was crowded, but moving people elsewhere would never be an answer. People reproduced far more quickly than they could be moved around in ships. One day, maybe, a human presence would extend through the Orion Arm. Maybe people would even fill the galaxy, but it wasn't going to happen any time soon. He listened to the sounds of passing traffic. Somewhere in the building there were voices, an argument.
"It's the Gorleys, Matt."
"I thought you were asleep." Her legs touched his, but she held him at a distance.
"They're always fighting."
"Sounds ugly."
"He's told me not to get married."
"Really?"
"Ever."
The argument was getting louder.
"You don't have to say anything, Matt." She pressed her lips close to his ear. "I know this isn't going anywhere. But I want you to know it has been a special time for me."
"I'm sorry, Reyna," he said.
"I know. You wish you loved me."
She looked glorious in the light from the street lamps filtering through the windows.
"It's just as well. Nobody gets hurt this way."
They didn't stop what they were doing. She didn't get up and walk off, didn't go into a sulk. But the passion had gone out of the evening, and everything was mechanical after that. She told him it was okay, she understood. He waited for her to say she had to move on, but she didn't. She simply clung to him. He'd never understand women. Matt spent the morning showing clients around. They were looking at commercial properties, land that could be rezoned for malls and bars if the right buttons were pushed. He took one of them to lunch and did more escort work in the afternoon. When he finally got back to the office, everyone had left, except Emma and the financial tech. She poked her head in, asked how things had gone, and expressed herself satisfied with the results. In fact, it had been a good day. No sales had been confirmed, but 2 big ones were on the cusp, and one they'd thought would back out was hanging in. But he still had a cloud over his head, and wasn't sure whether it was Reyna or the Happy Times debacle. Moreover, he couldn't understand why the Happy Times problem really mattered to him. He kept telling himself it had been a good day, but he felt no sense of exhilaration. In fact, he rarely did. He was capable of feeling good, but exhilarated? That was a thing of the past. That was a woman who took his breath away, or maybe gliding through a system of moons and rings and spectral lighting. Over the years, after a successful day, he'd gone out with Emma and the others to celebrate. They'd headed out for Christie's and toasted each other the way the researchers had when they discovered living cells on a remote world. But he'd just never felt very much. "Headed home," she said. "We have tickets tonight for Group 6. The show, of course. It was a live musical at the Carpathian. By the way, you been near the news today? They've apparently given up on the new star drive." "Why?" he asked. "Did they say?"
I guess because everybody says it won't work. She said good night, and minutes later was gone. Matt put on the news, directed the AI to find the LoCarno stories, and poured himself a coffee. Silvestri insists LoCarno is valid, said the Capital Express. The Post headlined, LoCarno crashes. The London Times said, Star Drive fiasco. Commentary was similar. Deep space system should be dumped. Where do we go from here? He found an interview with a Prometheus spokesman. The guy was small and washed out and tired-looking, but he claimed the Foundation hadn't made up its mind yet. We're still looking at our options. Would the Foundation risk its remaining ship in another test? Anything's possible. The spokesman could say what he wanted, but it was easy enough to read the signals. Unless someone intervened, the LoCarno was dead. Two people, one of each sex, discussed the drive itself on the agenda. They were both identified as physicists, and they claimed to have gone over the theory. Both found it defective. It looks good on the surface, the woman said, but it doesn't take into account the Magruder effect. She was unable to explain the Magruder effect in terms lucid enough for Matt. Her colleague agreed, adding that Silvestri had also not allowed sufficient flexibility for the required level of interdimensional connectivity. You'd be able to get a vehicle out to Pluto, he said, but you wouldn't recognize it once it arrived. How do you mean? Asked the interviewer. It would be bent out of shape by hypertonic forces. That's what happened to the Happy Times. Jenny, Matt was speaking to the AI, get me what you can on Jonathan Silvestri, on his scientific reputation. One moment, she said. Then, where would you like to start? The only working physicist Matt knew was Troy Silly, to whom he'd sold a villa outside Alexandria 2 years earlier. Silly worked for Prescott Industries, which manufactured a wide range of electronic equipment. He'd come to the NAU from northern France, expecting to remain only a year, but had instead found his soulmate, his expression, not Matt's, and elected to stay. There's no way to know, Matt, Troy told him over the circuit. Let me advise you first, it's not my field. Okay. You get into some of this highly theoretical stuff, and you have to do as Silvestri says. Run the tests. Until you do that, you just don't know. But if almost every physicist on the planet says it can't happen, which appears to be the case, doesn't that carry some weight? Sure. Troy was a big, rangy guy. He looked more like a cowboy than a researcher, except for the French accent. But you have to keep in mind that what people say for the record isn't necessarily what they really think. When physicists are asked to comment officially, they tend to be very conservative. Nothing new will work. That is the safe position. One does not wish to be branded an unskeptical dreamer. If it should turn out that this Silvestri's notions were in fact to prove correct, you would hear every physicist within range of a microphone explaining that he thought there was a chance it would happen because of so-and-so. You understand? I assume if you were to bet, I'd say the odds against it are substantial. But the truth is, with something like this, there's no way to know until you try it. John had dinner at Brinkley's restaurant across the park and came back to another flurry of messages. "There's one that might be of interest," Herman said. "Do you know a Mr. Matthew Darwin?" "I don't think so." "He wants to know if you need a new test vehicle." Jon was planning on spending the evening watching Not on Your Life, a Broadway comedy. He needed something to laugh at. "What have you got on Darwin, Hammond? Who is he?" "A real estate agent, sir." He snickered. "You sure? Have we got the right guy?" "That's him. A real estate agent." "There's something else of interest." There was a sly pause. "He used to pilot superluminals, mostly for the Academy." "Really? You think he knows where we can lay our hands on a starship?" "I don't know, sir. It might be worth your time to ask him." "Did he indicate whether he was representing someone?" "No, Jon." "All right. Let's get him on the circuit and hear what he has to say for himself." Matt Darwin was seated by a window. He looked too young to be a guy who'd been piloting for years, then built another career in real estate. It was hard to tell a person's age, this side of about 80, if he took care of himself and got the treatment. These days, of course, everybody got the treatment. Darwin could have been in his 20s. He looked efficient rather than thoughtful, a bit harried rather than at ease. He had black hair, brown eyes, and there was something in his manner that suggested he had no doubts about himself. "I appreciate your calling, Dr. Silvestri," he said. "I'm sure this has been a hectic time for you." Jon was in no mood for idle chit-chat. "What can I do for you, Mr. Darwin?" "I might be able to do something for you, Doctor. I've been watching the reports about the LoCarno. I'm sorry things went wrong yesterday." "Thank you." "It sounds as if the Foundation won't try again. Is that true?" "It looks unlikely." "Okay. Clear something up for me, if you will. This propulsion method, the LoCarno, its power source, I take it, is different from the Hazeltine." "I'm sorry, Darwin. I'm really worn out. This has been a long few days. Doctor, I can imagine how difficult it must be to come by another starship to test your system. If you'd be kind enough to answer my question, I might be able to make a suggestion." He was tempted simply to say good night, but something in Darwin's manner implied it might be a good idea to continue. "The Hazeltine is powered by the main engines," he said. "You know that, I'm sure. The LoCarno carries its own power pack. It has to, because the power flow has to be carefully modulated. You need a rhythm. Trying to control the power flow from a starship's engines simply isn't practical." "So you really don't need a set of engines?" "Only to charge the power pack." "Can't that be done in advance?" "Sure, but it goes flat with each jump." "All right. But you don't need a starship's engines, right?" From the mouths of real estate dealers. "No," he said. "Actually, we don't." "Okay." Darwin allowed himself a smile. "Why did you use a starship in your test? Why didn't you try a shuttle, or a lander, something a little cheaper?" Jon had no answer. Using a different kind of vehicle had never occurred to him. Jumps were always made by starships, not by landers. But he saw no reason they couldn't have done it that way. "You're right," he said. "That probably would have been a better idea." "Okay," said Darwin. "So all you need for the next test is a lander." "Or, for that matter, a taxicab." "Well, maybe not. They'd need something that could navigate a little bit." "Thank you, Mr. Darwin. You may be on to something." Even a lander, though, would not come cheap. "I might be able to supply one, Doctor." "A lander? You could do that? Really?" Maybe. Are you interested? How much would you want for it? Darwin's face clouded with disapproval. You have an ultimate drive, and you can't spring for a lander? John laughed. Probably not at the moment. Let me look into it. I'll get back to you. Matt, said Julie, that's goofy. They were sitting in Cleary's over lunch while a soft rain pattered against the windows. They won't do it. How do you know? Look, it's a great idea. But they're a school board. They aren't usually tuned to great ideas. What can we lose by asking them? Oh, she said, by all means, ask them. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't. But I'd hate to see this guy blow up our lander. And the board is going to feel the same way. Maybe I can give them a reason to take the chance. I hope you can. But I can tell you they won't be happy. She was eating roast beef on rye with a side of potato salad. She took another bite and chewed it down. 6,000 physicists can't be wrong, she said. That'll be their position. Julie, you know most of the people on the school board. Yes, but I don't have any influence over them. They don't take teachers very seriously. You don't think there's a chance they'd go along? She lifted her iced tea and jiggled the cubes. What you'd have to do is persuade them they'd get something out of it. They're politicians, Matt. Maybe you could tell them what it would mean to their careers if they took a chance with the lander, and it worked. Next step, the governor's house. Beautiful. I like that. She grinned and took another bite out of the sandwich. I'll be there to watch the show. Julie, he said, how long has the school system had the lander? 6 years. No, wait. I think it's more like 5. It was my second year here when they got it. All right, he said. Thanks. You have any idea what kind of shape it's in? Not very good, I wouldn't think. I mean, there's no maintenance program. It's just been sitting on the lawn, getting rained on. Her eyes sparkled, and he read the message. You'd just love to get back out there, wouldn't you? Can you arrange to open it up for me? Let me take a look at it. News desk. Penguins making comeback. Off endangered species list after half-century. Can machines have souls? AI at St. Luke's requests baptism. Congregation splits down the middle. Intelligence a learned trait. New study, anybody can be a genius. Winfield telescope to become operational tomorrow. Expected to provide first glimpses of extragalactic planets. Kennedy Space Center to be national monument. 8-year reclamation effort planned. Shuttles, capsules, rockets to be on display. Turmoil continues in Middle East. World Council to promote liberal education. Mullahs denounce plan. Earthquake kills 7 in Japan. Anti-grav belts to hit market for Christmas. Several states push for ban. Drunks at 2,000 feet. Humans retain bridge title. AIs own chess, but weak at nonverbals. Roman automates last in Berlin tournament. Hanley wins National Book Award for Lights Out. Babes at Moonbase ends 29-year run. Succeeds The Twilight Diaries as longest-running Broadway show. Tornadoes hammer Dakotas. 7 dead in Grand Forks. Chapter 11. The head of the school board was Myra Castle, a staff assistant at a pharmaceutical company. Myra had political ambitions, was perpetually annoyed, and had, he suspected, never held any kind of authority position, until she was elected to oversee the county educational system. If Julie could be believed, she was a petty tyrant. Myra had once introduced Matt to her husband as the space guy, who went over to McElroy occasionally to talk to the kids. When he called and asked if he could meet her for lunch, red flags must have gone up. "Why?" she asked. "I have an idea for the school system, something you might be interested in using." She was a small, pinched woman, one of the few, apparently, on whom the Rejuve treatments had minimal effect. She was only in her 50s, but was visibly aging.
"What's the idea, Mr. Darwin?"
"I'd rather talk to you in person, if you can find the time. I know you're busy."
"Yes, I am, as a matter of fact. It would help if I knew at least generally what this is about."
So much for Matt's charm. "I wanted to talk to you about the lander." She had dark skin, narrow features, and wore a perpetual frown. She struck Matt as one of those occasional school board types who was in the business because she was still angry at her own teachers from years before, and saw it as an opportunity to get even. The frown deepened.
"The lander?"
She had no idea what he was talking about. "The one out front of McElroy?"
"Oh."
"I think there's a way the school system could get some serious benefit from it." She brightened a bit.
"I can't imagine what we might do with it that we aren't doing already, Mr. Darwin. We allow the children to go into it periodically, and we even open it up sometimes to the parents. What more is there?"
"Could you manage Delmar's tomorrow? My treat." Delmar's was a pricey restaurant off the greens in Crystal City. It got crowded around lunchtime, and they didn't do reservations, so Matt got there early, and had already commandeered a table when Myra walked in. He waved to her, and she nodded in his direction, flashed a peremptory smile, stopped to speak to a group of women seated by the window, and came over.
"Hello, Mr. Darwin," she said. "It's good to see you."
She seemed more at ease in person than she had over the circuit. They exchanged niceties for a few minutes, ordered their drinks and entrees, and Matt said some favorable things about the school system, and how well it was doing. Some of the credit for that belonged to the board. It was transparent enough, but she appeared to buy it. She tried her drink, a cordial, and explained how being on the board wasn't the picnic everybody seemed to think it was. She went on in that vein until her food came, a chef's salad and a turkey sandwich. Matt had a plate of fried chicken. She tried the salad and bit into the sandwich.
"If you'd care to explain what this is about, Mr. Darwin, I'd be interested in knowing what you want to do with my lander."
He told her. Jon Silvestri was probably on the verge of one of the major discoveries in history. Nobody knew for sure. If it worked, it would finally open up the stars. But Silvestri needed a test vehicle. The lander, if it was still in reasonable working condition, would be perfect for that purpose. "It would cost the school system nothing," he explained. "The only thing put at risk would be the vehicle itself. At worst, you could replace it with a cannon or something. Even if the effort failed, the school board would get credit for assisting scientific progress. But if it works, and there's a decent chance that it will, anyone associated with it is going to look pretty good. Global coverage. Think about that. Worldwide and the Black Cat." She pushed her tongue against the side of her mouth.
"This is the same guy who ran the experiment the other day, right?"
"Yes, it is. But he's been making some adjustments."
"Didn't they lose the test vehicle?"
"He thinks he's corrected the problem."
"I see."
She took another bite from the salad and let her eyes drift away.
"He's fixed everything."
"Yes, he has."
"Then why has he—" are you coming to us? Surely, if he's got this star drive put together, there'd be a lot of people out there who'd be interested, and willing to let him have a lander."
"If a corporation gets involved," Matt said, "things get complicated. They want guarantees, control."
"I see." She studied the sandwich as if it were prey. "And the lander is all he needs, not a ship?"
"No, the lander would be sufficient."
"Why didn't they use a lander the first time? Seems as if it would have been less expensive."
Matt grinned. "It never occurred to them."
"And these are the people you want us to trust?"
His grin widened. "They're physicists, Myra. They don't think the way the rest of us do."
"I see."
Time to press the attack. "Look, the reality is that it's an unforgiving world. You have one failure and everybody counts you out. I've looked into Jon Silvestri's background. The guy who developed the system. He's good. It's probably going to work. And we can be part of it. I mean, what have we got to lose? The lander's not a big deal to the school system."
She was nodding, probably without realizing it. "Matt. It is okay if I call you Matt?"
"Sure."
"Matt, first of all, the lander has been out there for years. What makes you think it would still fly?"
"I've looked at it. It would need some work, but it should be okay."
"And I take it you want to use the lander to run the next test?"
"Yes."
Tongue-in-cheek again. "What's your connection with this?"
That was a good question. Maybe it was just that he wanted to see it happen. Maybe. "I'm not sure," he told her. "We could use a breakthrough like that, and it seemed to me to be a golden opportunity for the county to help out and get some good PR."
"That's it? You're not being paid?"
"No, ma'am. After the test is over, if all goes well, you get the lander back. It will have achieved historic value. The school board gets noticed around the world, and the lady who made it happen gives interviews on the Black Cat."
"I'm sure." She was trying to look unimpressed, as if she had conversations like this every day. "Can you guarantee we'd get it back in the same condition it's in now? Can you guarantee we'll get it back at all?"
"Myra, I wish I could."
She finished the turkey, cleaned up the last of the salad. A waitress showed up. Would they like some dessert? The people at the next table were beginning to get a little loud. They were going on about politics. "Matt," she said, "why don't they just buy one?"
"I suspect they would if they had the money. That's what makes it an opportunity for us."
"The lander at the school isn't new, but it already has historic value. If you were to take it and lose it, or damage it, it would be a severe embarrassment."
"I think people would understand. I think you get credit for trying."
She fell silent, withdrew within herself. Then, "We'd want them to sign a waiver of liability. If something happens, we can't be held in any way responsible."
"I'm sure there wouldn't be a problem."
"Okay, Matt. I won't give it to you, but I will offer a trade."
"A trade?"
"Yes. I'll be running for the state senate next year. I'd like your support."
"Why would anybody care what I thought?"
"Former star pilot. That carries some weight."
"Okay," he said. It would be simple enough, painful but easy. He was sure he could find something nice to say about her without bending the truth too far. "Of course," he said. "Whatever I can do to help."
"Good. It'll mean some speaking engagements, and I'll want you to appear with me occasionally at other public events."
"Of course. Easily done."
"I'm sure. She finished her drink.
Also,
there's more?
McElroy needs a decent science lab. Update subscriptions aren't all that expensive, but the equipment is. And the AI should be replaced. The school system is broke. We're always broke. She smiled. It's a good cause.
Wait a minute. You want me to do something to update the science program?
Yes. Why are you looking at me like that?
I just...
Maybe I'm not who you think I am, Mr. Darwin.
How much? He said. She thought about it.
We've been looking at the Eastman High Complex in Arlington.
How much?
$150 should cover it. If it doesn't, we'll make up the rest.
Myra, you're talking a lot of money.
I'm sure it's far less than a lander would cost. But if you can't manage it...
No, let me see what I can do.
Excellent. Get it done, and we'll name the lab for you.
She glanced at the time and got to her feet.
That was excellent. Have to go, Matt.
She thanked him for the lunch, for the company, and swept away.
You have the lander, Matt?
Asked Silvestri. Not yet, John. I'm working on it.
It would be nice. If you get it, where will it be coming from?
He looked as if he'd just returned from a workout. Shorts, drenched T-shirt, towel around his neck.
Let me worry about that. I have one question for you, and I need an honest answer.
Sure. A woman appeared in the background. Young, slim, red-headed, good-looking. Also in a sweatsuit.
Will it work this time?
That I can't promise anything. But yes, there's a good chance. I've figured out where it went wrong.
Matt wondered if he'd allowed himself to get carried away.
How much will it cost to install the LoCarno? In the lander?
It won't be cheap, but I think I can talk Rudy into underwriting it.
Rudy Golombek?
Yes.
What if he says no?
Then I'll just cut a deal with one of the corporates. I don't want to do that, but I will if I have to.
The woman had ducked out of sight. Silvestri glanced after her, and Matt wondered if he was more interested in getting to her than he was in the drive.
"Anything else?" he asked.
"I guess that's all."
"Good. Talk to you later. Let me know how it goes."
Silvestri broke the link, and Matt stared at the space where the physicist had been. He called Crandall Dickinson, who coordinated speakers at the Liberty Club.
"Crandall," he said, "who's the next scheduled speaker?"
Dickinson was in his office. Matt could hear a basketball game, the volume turned down. The display was obviously off to one side. Dickinson kept glancing at it while they talked.
"Next speaker?"
He passed the question to the AI, glanced at the game, looked down at the response.
"Harley Willington. Why?"
Harley was a local banker. They brought him in every couple of years, and he talked about the national debt and global fiscal trends. It was never practical stuff that anybody could use. Harley had a degree in economics from Harvard and liked to show it off.
"Could we move him to another time, do you think?
If I came up with a celebrity speaker?" There was a roar, and Crandall sucked air between clenched teeth. The other side had scored a big one. He stared at it for a few seconds, then turned back to Matt.
"I don't know, Matt. That always creates a problem. You have any idea what kind of message a last-minute cancellation sends?"
"Crandall, I know, and I wouldn't ask, but it's important."
"Why? Who's the celebrity?"
"Priscilla Hutchins."
"Who?"
"The star pilot, the woman connected with rescuing the Goompas."
He shook his head.
"Who the hell are the Goompas?"
"Okay, look, she's a good speaker. If you plugged her in, she'd give you a serious performance."
"Matt, I don't mind adding her to the speaker list, but why don't we let her wait her turn? We could put her on—"
He turned aside, checked something, came back.
"In September. That be okay?"
"Crandall, this is important. We need it to happen this month."
The guy was really suffering. "Who is she again?" "Priscilla Hutchins." He wrote it down. "You owe me," he said. "One more thing." "There's more?" "I just wanted you not to cancel Harley until I get back to you." That brought eye-rolling and a loud sigh. "You haven't set it up with her yet, right?" "I'm working on it now." "What's the big hurry, Matt?" "It's important. I'll explain it to you when I have a minute." The other team apparently scored again. Crandall looked again to the side, groaned, and disconnected. Matt's AI congratulated him. "I thought you were very good," he said. "I didn't think he was going to go for it." "Everything's politics. I've done him a few favors. Now, see if you can connect me with Priscilla Hutchins." "Ah, yes. Good luck." Hutchins was off somewhere, out of touch, and he needed 2 days to locate her. In the meantime, Crandall called and insisted on a decision. Matt told him to cancel the banker. "What happens if we don't get what's-her-name?" "We'll get her, don't worry." If not, he'd dig up a history teacher over at the school to come in and talk about the 5 worst presidents or some such thing. It would still be a considerable improvement. When he finally caught up with Hutchins and explained what he was trying to do, she didn't take it well. "Let me get this straight," she said. "You've committed me to do a fundraiser to equip a high school lab so they'll let you have a lander that's been sitting out on the grass for the last few years. Do I have that right, Mr. Darwin?" "Yes, ma'am, as far as it goes." "And you've talked to Dr. Silvestri about using the lander to run the next LoCarno test?" "Yes." "And he thinks that's a good idea?" "Yes, ma'am." "Tell me again who you are." Matt explained. Former star pilot. A number of years with the Academy. Worked for you briefly when you were Director of Operations. Want to see the LoCarno program work. "Why me?" He thought, "Because we're kindred souls." But he said, "I've seen you speak, and I thought you'd be willing to help." Hutchins was an attractive woman. She'd been around a long time, but you had to look hard to see it. Black hair, dark eyes, fine cheekbones. She might have been 30. But her manner suggested she was not someone to be jollied along. "Mr. Darwin, don't you think it might have been a good idea to check with me first?" She was at home, seated on a sofa behind a coffee table. Behind her, a painting of an old-style starship dominated the wall. "I wasn't sure I could get you plugged in. I didn't want to have you accept, then have to go back to you and explain that the club wouldn't make the change." "What makes you think the LoCarno will perform any better this time?" "I've spoken with Jon." The use of the first name was too familiar, and he regretted using it but couldn't get it back. "As have I. What's your background in physics?" "Limited," he said. "So you base your conviction on what? Silvestri's sincerity? His optimism?" "Ms. Hutchins, I've talked to a physicist who says it's possible." "That's a step forward. I suppose we could have a power failure at any moment, too." He was beginning to get annoyed. "I was hoping to find you a bit more open-minded." "Open-minded to what? An outside chance that maybe, just maybe, Silvestri has it right? You want me to invest an evening to go down there and try to persuade people to kick in money on an outside chance?" "If you do it, the high school will get a new science lab. Isn't that worth an evening of your time?" "Don't even try it, Matthew. I won't be hustled into this thing. If I participate, I become part of the project. It blows up again, and my reputation takes a beating." "You're already part of the project, Priscilla. You were standing with the others in the control room on Union, weren't you, when they lost the happy times?" She smiled at him, but there was something menacing in that look. There's a difference between participating in a failed experiment and participating in the same failure a second time.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Priscilla. I'll try to get somebody else.
I'm waiting to be persuaded. Why should I do this?
Because, he said, it might work. Do you really need another reason?
Somewhere down the street he heard kids laughing and shouting. "When and where?" she asked.
Archive. This AKV Spartan model from the William Jenkins is awarded to the Thomas McElroy High School by Armis Reclamation in recognition of the accomplishments of staff and student body and of their many contributions to the community. Presented this date, June 3rd, 2250. Fly high, explorers.
Engraved on the marker at the lander site, Thomas McElroy High School, Alexandria, Virginia.
Chapter 12.
One thing could be said about Priscilla Hutchins. She didn't do anything halfway. She let Matt know that when she came for the fundraiser she'd be bringing guests. 8 of them. Could he arrange to seat them up front? They would be, she said, part of the show. With no idea who was coming or what she was planning, Matt and the Liberty Club accommodated her. So, on the second Wednesday of June, she arrived with a small contingent, consisting of 6 men and 2 women. Matt recognized 2 of them, the British actress and singer, Alex Ballinger, and the Gadfly editor, Gregory McAllister. Hutch shook his hand, introduced him to everyone. Several of the names rang bells, and told him she was looking forward to the evening. They had a choice of roast beef or chicken dumpling, with broccoli and mashed potatoes. It was a detail that, for whatever reason, he would always remember. They had drawn a substantial crowd, bigger than they'd had in a long time. When the dinner was finished, the club president went to the lectern. There was some business to take care of, a treasurer's report and announcements about one thing and another. Then she paused and looked down at Hutch's table. "As you're aware," she said, "we made a late change in our guest speaker for the evening. We have with us tonight the former Director of Operations for the Academy of Science and Technology, a woman who has been about as far from home as it's possible to go. Please welcome to the Liberty Club, Priscilla Hutchins." Hutchins rose to polite applause, exchanged a brief word and a hand-clasp with the president, and took her place at the lectern. She nodded to someone in the audience, thanked the club for inviting her, and paused. "It's a pleasure to be here tonight," she said in a clear, casual voice. She had no notes. "Ladies and gentlemen, we all know the interstellar program has gone into eclipse. That hasn't happened because of a conscious decision by anyone. It's simply the result of a reallocation of resources. Which is to say, we don't consider it important anymore. We know, however, that eventually we'll be going back. The question before us now is whether we will do it, or whether we plan to leave it to our grandkids." She looked around the room. Her gaze touched Matt, lingered, and moved on. "Matt Darwin tells me you're community leaders. Business people, lawyers, planners, teachers, doctors. I see my old friend Ed Palmer over there." Palmer was the Alexandria chief of police. Darwin was surprised she knew him. "And Jane Koppel." Jane ran an electronics business in Arlington. She greeted a few other people. Then, "I know, as long as organizations like the Liberty Club exist, the future's in good hands." That brought applause, and from that point she had them. "You may have noticed I brought some friends. I'd like you to meet them. Kelly, would you stand, please?" An African-American woman in a striking silver gown rose. The lander from the Bill Jenkins is on display at the high school. The Jenkins is a famous ship. It led the rescue effort at Lookout when an Omega cloud arrived and threatened to engulf the nascent civilization there. Kelly Collier, she nodded toward the woman in the gown, was its captain.
It was as far as she got. The audience rose as one and applauded. She let them go, then collected another round of applause. An entire civilization lives today because of her courage and ingenuity. During those years, everybody loved the Goompas, pre-technological creatures who had gotten their name from their resemblance to popular children's characters. Most speakers at this point would have asked the audience to hold their applause, but Hutchins was too canny for that. She wanted everybody revved up. Eventually the noise subsided and Kelly started to sit down, but Hutch asked her to stay on her feet. Her partner at Lookout, said Hutchins, was Digby Dunn, Digger to his friends. It was Digger who discovered that Goompas believed in devils, and that the devils looked a lot like us. The place rocked with laughter. Then, as Digger stood, broke into more cheering. The gentleman on Digger's right is Jon Silvestri. Jon has been working on an interstellar drive that we hope will give us access to the entire galaxy. Silvestri was reluctant to stand. Digger pulled on him, and the crowd laughed and gave him an enthusiastic hand. They were on a roll, and would have cheered anyone at that point. "Eric Samuels," said Hutchins. "Eric was a major part of the rescue at the Origins project." Eric stood, waved, smiled. He was moderately overweight, and he looked not at all heroic. More like somebody who'd want to stay out of harm's way. "The gentleman to Eric's left is Gregory McAllister. Mac was one of the people who got stranded on Maliva 3 a week before it got sucked into a gas giant." McAllister, a global celebrity on his own, rose to a fresh wave of enthusiasm. Mac was there because he's never stopped being a good reporter. There were moments, though, when I suspect he wished he'd stayed on the Evening Star. I should point out, by the way, that the Evening Star was stripped a few years back and set in orbit around Procyon. There is no Evening Star anymore, nor any ship remotely like it. Across from Mac is Randall Nightingale, who was also with us on Maliva 3. I owe Randall a special debt. If it weren't for him, I would not have survived the experience. Ask him about it, and I'm sure he'll tell you anybody would have done what he did. All I'm going to say is that he knows how to hold on to his women." That brought some wisecracks, and Nightingale waved and grinned. "Somebody that gorgeous," he said. "Only an idiot would let go." "Alex Ballinger," continued Hutch, "came all the way from London to be with us tonight. She is one of the first people ever to set foot in an alien starship. She'll be appearing in the fall in Virgin Territory, which, I understand, will have a run on Broadway before opening at home. Am I right, Alex?" Alex flashed the smile that had won the hearts of 2 generations of guys. "That's right, Hutch. Opening night is September 17th. Finally, Hutch said, the first guy to understand what the Omega Clouds were, and to engage with them. Frank Carson. All 8 were on their feet now, and the audience was having a good time. People who'd been outside in the lobby and in an adjoining meeting room crowded in to see what was going on. Eventually the place quieted, and Hutch made her pitch for donations. When she'd finished, volunteers moved out among the diners and took pledges while she thanked them for their help, explained how the money was going to be used, and warned them it was a gamble. "But everything worthwhile involves a gamble," she said. "Careers are a gamble. Marriage is a gamble. Think about that first guy to try a parachute. If we wait for certainty, life would be terribly dull." She thanked the audience, invited them to stay for the party to follow, and turned it back to the president. Matt had a hard time getting near her afterward. When finally he got to her side, he thanked her and told her she should have been a politician. "The way you orchestrated that thing in there," he said, "you'd have gone to the Senate easily." Her eyes narrowed.
"Matt, I didn't say anything in there I didn't mean."
"I know that. That's not what I was trying to say."
"Good," she said. "You probably need a drink."
"Bringing your friends was a stroke of genius."
"Thanks. It was Eric's idea."
She glanced over at Samuels, who was waving his arms as he described the attack at the Origins project.
"He's a PR guy. He worked for the Academy at the time. Now he helps politicians get elected."
"Oh."
She shrugged.
People had clustered around each of the guests, and he found himself wandering from one group to another. Digger Dunn was entertaining Julie and a few others with a description of unearthing what had appeared to be a television broadcasting station on Coraqua. "We actually had the tapes, but we couldn't lift anything off them."
"How old were they?" asked the superintendent of the Arlington School District.
1,300 terrestrial years, give or take. When I think what might have been on them," he laughed. "An alien sitcom, maybe. Or the late news."
"Maybe a late-night comic," said Julie.
"Listen," Digger became suddenly serious. "We'd have loved to know whether their sense of humor matches ours, whether they even had a sense of humor." "Is there any reason," Matt asked, "to think they might not?" "The Nox don't have one," he said, "other than laughing at creatures in distress." He grinned. "You'd love the Nox."
"It probably explains," said a communications technician, "why they're always fighting with each other."
Alex Ballinger was talking about Glitter and Gold, which she'd produced. Somebody changed the subject by asking her how it had felt to go on board the Chindi.
"Spooky," she said, "but good spooky. I loved every minute of it."
Adrian Sachs, the teenage son of a restaurant entrepreneur, asked what was the most alien thing she'd seen.
"The retreat," she replied.
"I've been there," said Adrian. "It didn't seem all that alien to me. Oversized rooms, maybe. The proportions are a little strange, but otherwise—"
She nodded.
"Well, yes, you're right. But it's overlooking the Potomac now. It used to be on a crag on one of the moons circling the twins. 2 big gas giants orbiting each other. In close. You've seen them, right? 3 systems of rings, a gazillion moons. You go out and sit in that living room there, and you'd feel differently. Remote doesn't quite do it, you know what I mean? They were 100 light-years from anywhere. People walk around talking about what it means to be alien, and they start describing the physical appearance of the monument makers, or how the Goompas stayed in one part of their world and never spread out. You know what alien means to me? Living in a place like the retreat, and not going crazy."
Somebody asked Randall Nightingale about the sea lights on Maliva 3.
"According to what I read," he said, "you guys were doing mathematical stuff with something out in the ocean that kept blinking back. Was it a boat?"
"I don't think so," Nightingale said. "It was night, but we still could see pretty well. Neither of us saw anything that looked like a boat." He was referring to McAllister, who'd been with him that evening.
"So what were you looking at? A squid that could count?"
Nightingale sighed. He was discouraged, not by the question, Matt thought, but by not having an answer. Matt wondered whether people asked him all the time about the lights in the sea. "We're not ever going to know," he said. "Something more valuable than we'd been aware of was lost when Maliva 3 went down." Matt talked with Frank Carson about that first encounter with the Omega Clouds.
"Hutch figured out it was trying to destroy the lander," Carson said, "that it didn't have anything to do with us personally."
"So what did you do?"
"We landed, got out of it, and ran for the woods."
His face shone as he thought about it. "She's also the one who put things together about the Omegas," he said. "She's always more or less given me credit for it, but she was the one who discovered the math patterns." He hadn't been young at the time, and a half-century had passed. His hair was white now, and he'd gained a little weight and added some lines around his eyes. But he seemed to grow younger as he thought about those earlier years. "It was a good time to be alive," he said. When the evening finally ended and the guests had gone and the first townies came in, the Liberty Club was pleased to discover they'd exceeded their objective by a considerable amount. Matt was now in a position to trade a laboratory for the Jenkins lander. "What's wrong, Matt?" asked one of the volunteers. "We couldn't have done much better." "Just tired," he said. "Just a real estate agent." McAllister's diary. "Hutch is as persuasive as ever. Pity she can't see reason. The last thing we need is starships. The problems are along the coastlines and in the agricultural areas. Until we get the greenhouse situation under control, this other stuff is a waste of resources. I was embarrassed being there tonight. Still, there was no way I could say no when she asked me to come, and she knew that. Sometimes I think the woman has no morals." Wednesday, June 9th. Chapter 13. Matt brought in technicians to inspect the McElroy High School lander and get it ready for flight. They spent several days working on it, seated an AI and a new anti-grav unit, replaced the attitude thrusters, installed a pair of what John called LoCarno scramblers on the hull, and upgraded life support. When they'd finished, Myra arranged a brief Saturday ceremony. It rained, and they had to move the proceedings indoors. A lot of kids came anyhow. Some media arrived, and that was what Myra cared about. She took advantage of the occasion to comment formally on the proposed state sales tax, which she opposed. She hoped to ride that opposition to the Senate. When she'd finished, she summoned Matt to the lectern and formally handed over the keycard. "Bring it back to us, Matt," she said, and everyone laughed and applauded. The vehicle was scheduled to be delivered to Vasco Labs to be fitted with the LoCarno drive unit. Vasco was in North Carolina, and would have provided a pilot, but Matt couldn't resist delivering it himself. In preparation for the event, he'd renewed his license. He strode out under stormy skies with Jon Silvestri trailing behind. "Got to get my luggage," Silvestri said, peeling off and heading for the parking lot. The attendees came out and gathered under a canopy. Matt unlocked the vehicle and opened the hatch. He turned, waved to the spectators, and climbed inside. It was like coming home. He slid into the pilot's seat, pushed it back a notch, and started the engine. He did it manually, rather than instructing the AI to take care of it. He ran through the checklist. Fuel, anti-gravs, thrusters, navigation. Everything seemed in order. Silvestri came back, carrying a bag, and got in. Matt closed her up and locked down the harnesses. "All set?" "You sure you can fly this thing, Matt?" He answered by easing her off the ground. The people under the canopy waved, and he cut in the engine and swung around in a long arc toward the south. He didn't have to do that. The lander could have turned on a dime. But he did it anyhow. He felt 15 years younger as they soared over southern Virginia. "You okay?" Silvestri asked. "Sure, why?" "You look funny." "Second childhood, John." They delivered it and returned home the next morning. Hutch asked how the test was to be conducted. "Same as last time," said John. "We'll send it out and have it tell us when it gets there." "Okay," Hutch said, "but if it works—" "Yes," said John. "If it works, you'll need a way to retrieve it. The school's going to want it back, right? How are you going to handle that?"
"We'll bring it back the same way it went out," he said. "That's why we have the LoCarno." They were at Cleary's in the back with Matt. A piano tinkled show tunes from the previous decade. "Can I make a suggestion?" she said. "Sure." "When it comes back, it'll be too far out to return to Union on its own. Unless you're willing to wait a few years, somebody will have to go get it."
"There'll be plenty of volunteers," said Matt.
"I know. But I suggest you invite Rudy to do it. He'll have the Preston available, and I think he'd like to be part of this." "Hutch, I thought he wanted to keep his distance from us." "Not really. He was just acting out of frustration. He doesn't want to see the Foundation go under. It's because he's a believer, Matt."
"Okay, I'll ask him."
"Good. He'll be grateful for the opportunity."
Vasca, working under Silvestri's direction, needed 3 weeks to complete the job. Silvestri looked irritated when he called Matt to say they were ready to go.
"The techs are all retros," he added. "They swear by the great god Hazeltine. They kept telling me I'd kill myself."
Matt was in his office after having spent a futile day showing medical buildings to people who he now realized had never been serious. "Maybe you can go back and say hello after we ride the lander to glory."
"Yeah, let them read about it."
"So we can pick it up tomorrow?"
"They want another day or two to complete certification. Say the end of the week to be safe."
"Okay, John. I'll set up a launch date. You have any preferences?"
"Sooner the better."
"All right. Meantime, we'll leave it where it is until we're ready to take it up to the station. We can do that, right?"
"Yes, that's no problem. There'll be a charge."
"That's fine. We can cover it."
He called Union Ops, got the watch supervisor, and explained what he wanted.
"Okay," the supervisor said. "I hope it goes better this time. Thanks. I assume you're speaking for the Foundation?" "It's not involved anymore."
"All right." He was studying a monitor.
"Things are slow. We can do the launch tomorrow if you want." "We won't be ready that quickly. We'll need 3 or 4 days. Make it 4.
"How about Monday, around 0900 hours?"
"Okay, that's good. Can I arrange to have one of the scopes track the lander until it makes its jump, like we did last time?"
"There'll be a nominal charge."
"Do it."
The contrast between the launch of the Happy Times 2 months earlier and the send-off given to the McElroy High School lander could hardly have been more stark. The observation area had a decent crowd, but the tension was different. You might have said expectations were low. There was a comedy hour aspect to the proceedings. Matt invited Hutchins, and she showed up with Rudy, but there were no other VIPs on the scene. No politicians, only 1 or 2 scientific observers. There were a few people from the Liberty Club and a delegation from the high school. The media was represented, but they were primarily there for the sideshow aspects of the event. They were interviewing the kids and their teacher escorts, and each other. Also on the scene were a few members of the fringe press. These were the guys who specialized in hauntings, scandal, prophecies, and celebrity marriages and breakups. One of them wanted to know whether they'd removed the AI, as Rudy Gollenbeck had for the earlier attempt.
"After all," he said, with a nod to his colleagues, "we wouldn't want to hurt anybody."
They all had a good laugh at Rudy's expense. Pulling the AI had never occurred to Matt. It was, after all, just talking hardware, but he did feel a bit uncomfortable now that he thought of it.
Well, it was too late.
The questions this time were a bit off-center. "Even if the lander makes it out to Pluto, do you anticipate the jump would have any negative medical effects on a pilot?"
"If it doesn't work this time, do you plan to try again?"
"Did you know that some people who traveled with the Hazeltine system had a history of bad dreams on their return? Do you think that might happen with this new system?"
Dr. Somebody had suggested the possibility that the LoCarno, after it crumpled the happy times, took it into another reality. Did Dr. Silvestri want to comment on that possibility? When Matt replied that the questions were becoming strange, one reporter from Scope laughed and said sure they were, but all they wanted was an entertaining answer. We know nobody takes this stuff seriously. We'll use the same general plan as last time, Jon explained to the crowd. This time the AI will be running things. It'll take the vehicle out about 40 minutes and make the jump. It'll travel 3.7 billion miles to the orbit of Pluto, and if all goes well, it'll send a radio signal back. He sat down in front of one of the viewports. Matt wished him luck. It'll be okay, Jon said. I corrected the problem. This one's going to Pluto. They got the call from Union Ops at 8:23 a.m. Okay, Matt, said the watch officer. We're ready to go. Jon sat back, nothing to worry about, and folded his arms. On screen, the restraining lines let go and began to withdraw. Attitude thrusters fired. The vehicle moved away from the dock and redirected itself toward the exit. Launch doors opened. The McElroy High School lander eased out of the station. When it was well away, its engine ignited, and the lander began to accelerate. Jon took a deep breath. Somebody said, "Here we go." The onboard AI had been named in honor of Henry Barber. "All systems in good order," Henry said. "Estimate 37 minutes to transit." Matt got fresh coffee for them both. Hutch came over and gave him a calming smile. However things go, it won't be the end of the world. Rudy huddled a few minutes with Jon. A news team from Worldwide moved in and set up. The display gave them a crisp picture of the lander as well as the rim of the moon. Matt drank his coffee, talked with reporters, talked with people who'd just wandered in to watch, talked with Rudy. Rudy congratulated him for coming up with the idea to use the lander. "Wish we'd thought of it earlier," he said. Exactly on time, Henry informed them the ship was about to make its jump. "I will be in touch with you this afternoon," he said, "at 17 minutes after 3, give or take a few minutes." Then it wasn't there anymore. The last thing Matt saw was the McElroy four-master emblazoned on its hull. Jon pulled the recordings up, and they studied the images during the seconds before transit. The lander remained clear and bright as the time ran down to tenths of a second. They went through it methodically, moment to moment. The lander looked okay. No twisting or collapsing this time. No indication of any problem. They looked at one another, and Jon ran it again, slower, hundredths of a second. And again it simply winked off. Between 76 one-hundredths and 77 one-hundredths of a second. No bending, no crumpling. Jon rested his chin on his folded hands. "I think we've got it this time, Matt." They found Hutchins seated in the quarter-moon, talking with the reporter. She introduced him, George somebody, from the Savannah Morning News. "I know you needed a vehicle," George was saying, "but whichever one of you folks came up with the idea of using the one at the high school was pure genius, and it's a great way to get students interested in science." "Here's the guy," said Hutchins, nodding at Matt. "He's been contributing his time to the school off and on for years." Matt tried not to look too pleased. George asked a few questions, mostly about how the school became involved. "Creative teachers," he said, "and Myra Castle." "Who?" "A school board member who cares." He had a hard time delivering that one with a straight face, but he did his best. "Okay," said George. "Good." "Something else," said Jon. "We got some kids interested in what we've been doing these last few weeks. If some of them go on to careers in the sciences, maybe that will have been enough." George turned off his recorder. He looked at Jon and smiled. "You don't really mean that, but I like the sentiment." He thanked them, saw someone else, and hurried away.
Matt turned back to Jon. "That will have been enough? Are you serious?"
"Am I serious?" said Jon. "Listen, Matthew, I want to hear that signal come in at 3 o'clock. It's all I really care about."
Matt sighed and looked at the overhead. "Whatever happened to simple honesty?"
"It's all PR," said Hutchins. "If we ever produced a person who was unrelentingly honest, everybody would want him dead."
At the far end of the dining room, a bank of clocks showed the time in Tokyo, Paris, Berlin, London, New York, and Rome. Union was officially on GMT, but visitors were free to maintain whatever time zone they wanted. All services operated on a 24-hour schedule. Restaurants could always provide breakfast or dinner or a nightcap. The LoCarno experiment was running on Washington time, where it was just after noon. They collected more reporters and some McElroy students, but Jon and Hutchins were both good at dealing with them, so Matt relaxed and enjoyed the show. Hutchins pointed out to several of the kids that Jon's device might one day take them to the far side of the galaxy. One of the kids wondered if we'd ever be able to go to Andromeda. "Who knows?" she said. "Maybe."
Everyone they met wanted to know whether the LoCarno would work this time.
Jon inevitably shrugged his shoulders. "We'll have to wait and see." The original plan had been to retreat to Matt's room after lunch, but things went so well in the restaurant that, with the encouragement of management, they stayed. People began coming in from the concourse to shake their hands and wish them well. Rudy wandered in and bought a round of drinks. Janet Allegri called Hutchins to wish her luck. The name struck a chord with Matt, but he couldn't place her until Hutchins explained. She was part of the original mission that had uncovered the Omegas. She'd written a best-selling account of those events. Strangers asked for autographs, took pictures, introduced their kids. Matt knew he should have been enjoying himself, but he'd have preferred the good times after he was assured of success. This was premature. "Better to do it now," said Hutch, in a moment of cold honesty. "Might not be able to later." When it got close to 3, they broke away, and trailing kids and reporters went down to the lower deck and made for the observation area. This time there was no plan for an actor's voice announcing good news from Pluto, or whatever the message was to have been. When the transmission arrived, a white auxiliary lamp mounted on the panel would switch on. That would be it. A small crowd waited, and if the tension had been missing earlier, it was present now. People shook their hands and made way as they entered. One of the kids, seated in Jon's chair, hurriedly evacuated. Others made room for Matt and Hutchins. The room became quiet, except for whispered comments.
"They sure the radio beam has enough energy to get here?"
"I don't think I realized Pluto was that far." Matt's eyes drifted shut. He was tired. Not sleepy. Too rattled to be sleepy, but he had no energy left. He wanted it to be over. It was 3:03. 14 minutes to go. Matt thought how it would be to return the lander to the school after a successful test. He'd circled the school a couple of times, and while a cheering crowd watched, set it down in its accustomed place, get out and shake everyone's hand. He held the picture in his head, replaying it, and finally opened his eyes. It was 3:04. The launch bay was nearly empty. Only 2 ships were visible. While he stared through the viewport, not even aware he was doing so, somebody took his picture. One of the McElroy science teachers. "Hope you don't mind," she said, and whispered good luck. A few people hurried through the doors, fearful they were late. He looked around to see Hutchins watching him. She smiled as their eyes connected.
mouthed the words, "Almost there."
Jon was holding on to his coffee cup, not drinking any of it, just hanging on while his gaze wandered around the room. It swept across Matt, not pausing, not reacting. Whatever facade he'd been using, it was gone now. Only one thing mattered. Somebody put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. Julie. She hadn't been there earlier. "Hi, Matt," she said. "Big day, huh?" There was a fudge factor. No way to be sure precisely how far the lander might have traveled. The signal could be as much as a minute early, or a minute late. Probably no more than that. Could be any time now. Everybody was watching the signal lamp. He became aware of a barely audible heartbeat in the deck and bulkheads, rhythms set off by the systems that supplied power to the station. One of the kids giggled. A chair scraped. Jon seemed not to be breathing. A girl whispered, "Stop." Then it was 3:17. Matt looked at the lamp. It was one of several status lights set in a vertical row. 6 of them altogether. The one he was watching was 4 from the top. Then it was plus 13 seconds. 14. 52. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, about a minute later, the lamp was still unlit. Tabloid Roundup. Psychic says infernal forces blocked star drive test. Josh Coburn, the celebrated psychic from Havertown, Pennsylvania, said today that dark forces are at work to ensure that humans do not succeed in making long-range penetration into the greater galaxy. Omega clouds may be a hoax. Eden found. Former paradise, now desert in West Saud. Bones may have been atoms. Scientists to try DNA analysis. Ghost of AI haunts Mississippi townhouse. End of days near. All signs point to November, says Harry Colmer. Heaven located. Astronomers reveal shocking photos. Giant star cloud on other side of galaxy. Jesus face seen on Epsilon Aurigae moon. Woman has child by knock. First human-alien hybrid. Experts said it couldn't happen. Named Core, after father. Hurricane Melinda sent by God. Billy Pat Thomas says evidence points to divine anger. Church-going back up in Mississippi. Atlantis found. Vampire loose in Albany. 6 victims drained of blood. Bite marks on throat. Police baffled. Psychic trees on Caraqua. Branch patterns reveal future, experts say. Shocking truth behind murder of preacher's wife. Chapter 14. Matt had reserved his room at Union, expecting, hoping, to party through the night. Instead he cancelled out, said goodbye to Hutchins and Jon, and caught the earliest available shuttle back to Reagan. Some of the students were on board. They wished him better luck next time. Reyna called him en route. "Sorry," she said. He looked out the window. The skies over eastern North America and the western Atlantic were clear. "I guess we lost the school's lander," he told her. "I guess. But they knew there was a chance that would happen." "I know. Maybe next time we should just send a missile." "Is that practical?" "I don't know. Probably not." She didn't say anything for a minute. Then, "You okay?" "Oh, yeah, I'm fine." "What will you do now?" "Back to my desk at Stern & Hopkins." "No, I mean, are you going to give up on the drive?" 2 kids across the aisle were laughing hysterically at something. "It's not really my call.
But unless somebody is willing to donate another lander, yeah, I'd say my part in this drill is finished.
Another pause. What time are you getting in?
A bit after 8.
Can I treat for a drink tonight? Meet you at World's End?
I appreciate it, Raina, but it's been a horribly long day. Let's do it tomorrow, okay? Matt rarely ate at home. He didn't like eating alone, so he usually went to Cleary's or one of the other local restaurants, but not tonight. He picked up a roast beef sandwich at Reagan and took it with him in the taxi. It was a 15-minute flight below threatening clouds. As the vehicle descended onto his ramp, rain began to fall. He paid, went inside, said hello to the AI, kicked off his shoes, and turned on the news. There was nothing on the LoCarno. Religious warfare was heating up in Africa and the Middle East, and a squabble was developing between the NAU and Bolivia over trade agreements. He switched to Loose Change, one of the season's dumber comedies, but it played just about at the level he needed. He poured a cup of coffee and nibbled his way through the sandwich. Not much appetite. Jon had been hiding his feelings when they'd said goodbye. He'd thanked Matt and pretended not to be discouraged. There'll be somebody out there, he'd said, who'll be willing to take a chance. And the truth was, he had less reason to be discouraged than Matt did. Jon could go back to tinkering with the theory. The corporations would come forward, and he'd get to try again. But Matt was done. He could expect to spend the rest of his life in Northern Virginia, moving townhouses, and wondering how things had come to this. Well, he told himself, at least you have your health. He could not sleep, so he stayed up and was watching Last Train to Bougainville, a more or less incomprehensible mystery, when the AI's voice broke in. "I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but you've a call." The room was dark except for the blue ring of light emanating from the clock. It was a few minutes short of midnight. "It's from Union, from Dr. Silvestri." No, he was done with it. Didn't want to talk about it any more. "Just tell him to go away, Basil." "Are you sure, sir?" He tried to straighten himself. One of the cushions fell on the floor. "Yes. No. Okay, put him through. Audio only." "Yes, sir." "Hello, Jon." Matt rolled over onto his back. His eyes were closed. "What's going on?" "Matt." "Yeah?" "We've got it. It came in." "What came in?" "A new pledge of support? An offer of another lander?" "The transmission." That brought him awake. "The one we were waiting for?" "You know any others?" "What happened? Why the delay? Did the equipment break down?" "It must have. We don't know." "When? When did you hear it?" He was already annoyed that Jon had been so slow to let him know. "A few minutes ago." "You're kidding." He flicked on the visual. Jon was sitting in an alcove off one of the concourses. He looked tired, relieved, and puzzled. "Do I look as if I'm kidding?" he said. "Good. Great. So the LoCarno worked, right? It's out where it's supposed to be?" "Matt, we don't know that either." "When will we know?" "It'll take a while. The only thing I can figure is that the onboard system didn't trigger the radio when it was supposed to." "Yeah," said Matt. "That sounds like what happened." "There's another possibility." "What's that?" "You remember we talked about uncertainties in the theory? It's why we had the fudge factor in the timing. We weren't sure precisely how far it would go." "Sure." "It might have gone a lot farther than we thought." "You mean it might have traveled longer than the 6 seconds it was supposed to?" "Maybe.
Or it might have stayed with the original program and covered a lot more ground than we expected it to.
Hutchins had spent the evening with friends and gotten in at about 11. Her AI commiserated with her, and the house that night felt emptier than usual. She'd never really put much confidence in the LoCarno. It had been a shot in the dark. She'd spent her career with the Hazeltine, and it was hard to accept the idea that there might be a more efficient system. Getting old, she told herself. She'd become resistant to change. But still, going to Pluto in a few seconds was just too much. Nevertheless, she was glad to see someone trying, even if she doubted the motivation. Jon seemed less interested in providing impetus to the interstellar effort than he did in garnishing his own reputation. She'd heard his claims about doing it all for Henry Barber, and maybe there was some truth to them, but she wondered whether, in his eyes, Henry Barber's significance didn't lie in the fact that he'd provided an opportunity for Jon to make a splash. Well, however that might be, Jon was a decent enough guy and maybe even a world-class physicist. There was no way she could judge that, unless he managed to put something out on the edge of the solar system in about the same time that it took her to get to the kitchen. She had too much adrenaline flowing to try to sleep, so she grabbed a snack and sat down with a murder mystery. George provided the appropriate musical score, and she was thoroughly caught up in it when Jon called with the news.
Jon Silvestri's notebook. Thank God. Friday, July 13th, 11:52 p.m., EDT. Chapter 15. It was the supreme moment of Jon's life. Even the news that Henry Barber found him acceptable, thought he could help the LoCarno research effort, paled into insignificance. But there was, of course, no time to celebrate. Why was the radio signal almost 8 hours late? "The lander's pretty old," the watch officer told him, in a tone that suggested it was a sufficient explanation. "All right," Jon said. "Can I send it a message now?" The watch officer pushed a press pad and a light went on. "Go ahead, sir." "Where are you, Henry?" Jon folded his arms and took a deep breath. "Henry," he said, "come home. Signal when you get here." The chief of the watch had been standing off to one side. He was a thin guy with sharp eyes and a pointed brown beard. He'd betrayed no previous reaction, but now he came over and looked down at Jon. He didn't know what to think. "Did it work?" he asked. "Maybe," said Jon. "We'll see." Only one of the 5 stations in the ops center was manned. It had obviously been designed in a more optimistic time. He called Rudy, woke him out of a sound sleep. He was still in his hotel room. "So what's going on?" Rudy asked. "Why didn't we get the reply this afternoon?" "I don't know yet." "Probably a problem with the wiring." "Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out after the lander gets back here." "It'll be in when? About 5? "If it's out near Pluto, yes. Maybe a little closer to 6. It would have to recharge before starting back." "Okay, I'll be down in the ops center." "I have a suggestion, Rudy." "Okay." "Don't set any alarms. I'll call you if anything happens." As Hutch had suggested, Rudy had been delighted to offer the use of the Preston to retrieve the lander. Jon had arranged to hire a pilot, but when no signal had been returned, he'd cancelled. Now he rescheduled, listened to some grumbling about it being the middle of the night and how they couldn't make any guarantees about 6 a.m. "Not going to be easy to find anybody on this kind of short notice." He said he'd do what he could, but warned Jon there'd be a substantial service fee. Jon thought about it. He didn't think anything was going to happen at 6 anyhow. "Let it go," he said. "Can you set it up for tomorrow afternoon?" The exhilaration that had come with the signal had drained off. He wasn't sure why, but he just wanted the whole business to be over. Wanted to be sure everything was okay, to go out and bring in the lander. He went back to his hotel room, but was unable to sleep. At 3:30 he called Union Ops. "The Preston's ready to go," they told him. "Whenever you are." At 4 he went down to the Quarter Moon and had breakfast. Coffee, bacon, scrambled eggs, and home fries. He was getting ready to leave when Rudy came in. "Couldn't sleep," Rudy said. "Me neither." Rudy settled for coffee. On the far side of the room, a Chinese group was celebrating something. There were speeches and periodic applause. Rudy started talking about the future of the Foundation, how the LoCarno drive would change everything, fire up everybody's imagination. Jon said he hoped so. And eventually it was 5:30, and they finished up and went down to the operations center. The same watch officer was on duty. He looked up when they came in. "Nothing yet, Dr. Silvestri," he said. Of course not. It was still early. 15 minutes later, the chief of the watch showed up. He knew Rudy, told him he was glad to see him, and wished Jon good luck. Jon was glad the place was empty this time. It had been horribly uncomfortable, standing in front of all those people, waiting for a transmission that never came. Most embarrassing moment he could remember. The clock ticked down to 5:58. 0 hour. And crept past it. To 5:59. And 5 after 6. Rudy glanced at him, his mouth twisted. "It's lost again." "No," said Jon. "I think we're getting good news." "How," asked Rudy, "could this possibly be good?" Jon considered the question. "Were you planning on going back down today?" "Yes," he said. "No point staying here." "Why don't you hang on a bit?" "Tell me why." "Change your reservation and stay for lunch," he said. "On me." "What are you not telling me, Jon?" "I think you'll want to be here this afternoon." "Ah," said Rudy. Jon could see his expression change. "It's going to be late again." "I think so." Rudy brightened. "Oh." The lander had made its transit to Pluto, or wherever, at 9:03 a.m. yesterday. Its transmission should have arrived at 3:17 p.m. But it had been almost 8 hours late. "The vehicle went farther than we expected." "I think so." "A lot farther." Jon sat quietly while Rudy looked around for a piece of paper, found a notepad, and started scribbling on it. "The signal came in at, 11 o'clock?" 11:07. "So it took a little more than 14 hours to get here." "Either that or the circuitry broke down." 14 hours. My God! If that's the case, this thing is about 30 times faster than the Hazeltine. Jon, that's incredible. We don't know the details. It might simply have taken more time to make the jump. But if it did it in 6 seconds... They were in the ops center when the transmission came in. "McElroy lander reports arrival." It was 1:33. Time for transmission, 14 hours and a minute. Almost on the dime. Library entry. New star drive successful. Took the vehicle almost 9 billion miles from Earth. Early reports indicate that the time needed to cross that distance was 6 seconds. A normal interstellar vessel, traveling the same distance, would have required 2.5 minutes. Silvestri admitted to being surprised at the result, which far exceeded all expectations. Science Today, July 15th. Chapter 16. A second test went off without a hitch, confirming Jon's conclusions.
The LoCarno was far more effective than the original calculations had suggested. A LoCarno-powered vessel could cross 300 light-years in a single day. He was, to be conservative about it, happy, ecstatic, almost deranged. He stood beside Rudy in the Foundation's press area while the director told a group of reporters how everything was now within reach. The Dragon Cluster and the Omicron and the Yakamura Group, the entire galaxy, filled with hundreds of millions of ancient Class G suns, 8, 9, 10 billion years old. Who knew what lay waiting out there? Speaking invitations came in from around the globe. Overnight, Jon had become one of the most recognizable personalities on the planet. Wherever he went, people asked for autographs, took pictures, sighed in his presence. One young woman collapsed in front of him. Another wanted him to autograph her breast. He was riding the top of the world. Corporate entities called. Maracaibo offered its services and support, as did Orion and Thor Transport and Monogram and a dozen others. Their representatives showed up daily, tried to get through his AI. All were interested in helping, as they put it. All came armed with proposals for subsequent testing, licensing agreements, and long-range mutual benefit packages. The latter phrasing was from Orion. The agents, who were sometimes executive officers, invariably produced offers that, by Jon's standards, were generous. They wouldn't be on the table forever, they cautioned, and several suggested, supposedly on a basis of, "I'm not supposed to tell you this," that people in their own development sections were working on technologies that, if successful, would render the LoCarno obsolete. "Take it while you can get it, Jon." He filed the proposals, secured his patent, and informed everyone he'd get back to them shortly. They sent the lander out a third time, 45 billion miles, a 30-second ride, into the Oort cloud with a chimp on board. The chimp did fine. Henry took him on a cometary tour, took pictures, and returned him to the inner system, where the lander was retrieved by the Preston. And finally it was time to make a run with somebody in the pilot's seat. Hutch, maybe? "Do you think she'd be willing to do it?" he asked Matt. "Does she keep her license current?"
"I have no idea," said Matt. He was in a taxi.
"Okay, I'll give her a call and find out. Keep your fingers crossed."
"There's another option."
"What's that, Matt?"
"I'm current."
"Oh, yes, I know that. But I thought you might be a little reluctant about deep space flight. It's not like bouncing around North Carolina. I mean, with real estate and all, it's been a long time."
Matt looked offended. "I'd be happy to do it, if you want to take your chances with a guy who specializes in professional buildings and 3-story walk-ups."
Dumb. "You know what I mean, Matt."
The taxi was passing through cloud banks. "Sure," he grinned, and they both laughed.
"Pays not much," Jon added.
It was, for Matt, a magnificent moment. A month or so later, on Tuesday, August 21st, 2255, he and Jon, aboard the McElroy High School lander, which was now world-famous, rode out toward Neptune. The passage took only a few seconds. There was no sign of the planet, which was elsewhere along its orbit, but Henry showed them a dim sun, little more than a bright star at that range, and assured them they'd arrived in the target area. They shook hands and came home. Once again, Rudy and the Preston picked them up. That night they all celebrated in a small, out-of-the-way Georgetown restaurant. Matt had made the biggest sale of his career a week earlier. It had transferred a large professional building from a collapsing corporation into the hands of a private buyer, and it brought more than $6 million into the Stern & Hopkins coffers. In addition, the buyer was in a position to refurbish the place and turn it into a decent property again. It was the sort of transaction that used to give him a sense of satisfaction, a feeling he'd done something other than turn a buck. But all he could do was laugh at himself. "I'm moving real estate," he told Rudy, "but on weekends I help Jon Silvestri move the world." The following day John and Matt met for lunch, John's treat. "The money's rolling in," he said. "How?" "Speaking engagements, endorsements. Who'd ever have thought anybody would want to pay a physicist to say nice things about sneakers? And a book deal. I don't even have to write the book." They were both still in a giddy mood. "I think it's time to decide what we want to do next." "Something spectacular," said Matt. "But we still don't have a ship. There's only so much you can do with a lander." John grinned. There was nothing he couldn't control now. "I think it's time we gave the lander back to the school." He leaned closer. "Listen, Matt, I don't think there's any question Rudy would be more than willing now to reconfigure the Preston." "Yeah, I'm sure you're right, John."
"Of course I'm right."
"So you're asking me where I'd like to see the next flight go?"
"Yes, I am. What do you think?"
"John, that's really your call. My part in all this is over. You don't need me anymore. Unless, of course, you'd want me to pilot the ship."
"You'd be willing to do that?"
Matt had not been entirely serious when he made the offer. "It's time to do the heavy lifting, John. You might want a professional at this point."
"You telling me you don't think you could do the job?"
"I'm telling you I've been away from it for a long time."
"Okay," John shrugged. "Your call. If you want me to get someone else, I will."
"I didn't say that."
"Make up your mind, Matt."
Matt's eyes grew intense. "Yes," he said, "I'd like to do it."
The bot picked that moment to show up and ask if they wanted anything to drink.
"Champagne," said John.
The bot bowed. "I'm sorry, we don't serve alcoholic beverages."
"I know," said John.
"Matt, what'll you have?"
There were no women in John's life, at least none to whom he was emotionally attached. He'd left none behind in LoCarno, and had been too busy since he'd arrived in the D.C. area. The last few months had been dominated by his efforts to make Henry's system work. And by God it did. He had met his obligation to his mentor, and his only regret was that Henry Barber would never know it. For the first time since he'd decided that Henry was on the right track, that he had an obligation to finish the research, to make it work, nothing was hanging over his head. He'd never really doubted himself, yet he was finding it hard to believe that it was finally finished. Now there was nothing to do but sit back and enjoy the victory. He was riding a taxi over the Potomac, knowing life would never be better. He had a speaking engagement almost every day, and this one had been no exception. He'd appeared at the Baltimore Rotary, where everyone was his friend. People asked him how the drive worked, and glazed over when he tried to explain. He'd developed a simple explanation using a house with multiple corridors as an illustration, but it didn't seem to matter. They told him he was brilliant. It was a great feeling. Hard to stay humble through all this. But he tried, and he wandered through the crowd at the end of each evening, signing autographs and reveling in the attention. People insisted on buying him drinks. They introduced him to their friends, told him how they'd always thought star travel was too slow. Not that they'd ever been out there themselves, understand, but it was about time somebody had picked up the pace. Interesting women were everywhere. Too many for him to become attached to any single one.
so he seldom went home alone, but he could not get past the feeling that, through it all, something was missing. The Potomac Islands were lit up, and boats rode the river. The taxi let him off at the Franklin Walkway, and he strolled out onto the pier. Retailers were doing a hefty business, selling souvenirs and sandwiches and balloons. He found an unoccupied bench, sat down, and put his feet up on the guardrail. He owed it all to Henry, and to a lesser degree to Matt and Priscilla. He'd already been able to return the favor to Matt. He should find a way to say thanks to Hutchins as well. And Rudy. He stared out at the Potomac. Everybody wanted to provide a ship now. He had a fleet at his disposal if he needed it. In the morning he called Rudy. "I wanted to run something by you," he said. "Sure." Rudy looked uncomfortable. He would know that Jon had been swamped by offers. He probably thought the Foundation was out of the bidding now. "What can I do for you, Jon?" "Matt and I were talking about the next step. Does the Foundation want to be included?" "Yes. No screwing around here. Absolutely. What did you have in mind?" "We're talking about a long-range flight, Sirius or someplace. So we need a ship." Rudy was in his office, soft piano music playing in the background. "You're welcome to the Preston if you want it." "I'd like very much to have it." "Seriously? The corporates could do better by you." "Are you going to try to talk me into accepting one of their offers, Rudy?" No, he said. "Nothing like that. Yeah, sure, the Preston is yours. But I think I told you we don't have a pilot." "I've got one." "Who?" "Matt." "Matt? Jon, Matt's a real estate agent." "Yeah, should make a little history." He let Jon see that he disapproved. Then he sighed. "Serious? You're really going to Sirius?" "We don't know yet. I'm just talking off the top of my head." "Of course." He didn't seem to know what to say. "I've another question." "Yes?" "Would you want to come along?" He obviously hadn't been expecting that. "Jon, it's been years, decades, since I've been outside the solar system." "Does that mean you don't want to go?" "No, not at all. I'm just not sure what I could do to help." "You don't have to help, Rudy. Just come along. For the ride." Rudy usually hid his emotions, but he broke into a gigantic grin. "Sure, absolutely." Then he frowned. "What's wrong?" "We'll have to get more money to overhaul the Preston and make the installation." "I don't think money will be a problem. Let's get together and work out the details." "Okay, sure." Rudy's eyes glowed. "Serious." He drew the word out, tasting its flavor. "How long's it going to take to make the flight? We leave in the morning and get there for lunch?" Jon, feeling very much the man in charge, called Hutch and told her what they were planning. "We wanted to invite you to come with us, if you'd like." She smiled, a little wistfully, he thought. "No, thanks, Jon. You guys go ahead. Have a big time. Make it work." Rudy wasted no time getting the word out to the Foundation's supporters. Contributions poured in. It became a tidal wave. Meantime, Jon led a team of engineers onto the Preston, and they began replacing the drive unit. Rudy also arranged to upgrade the passenger quarters. At Stern & Hopkins, Matt informed Emma that he would be piloting the LoCarno mission, and arranged to take a leave of absence. She was not happy. "If this drive unit is going to take you out there, whoever that is, so quickly,"
she asked. "Why do you need a leave of absence? Just take a few vacation days." Normally one did not embrace the boss. On this occasion Matt made an exception. "Emma," he said, "we may be gone a bit longer than that." "Oh." He didn't put it in words, but she understood. Sirius would be just the beginning, not much more than another test run. And finally there was Reyna. "After this is over," she asked, "what do you plan to do?" They were having dinner at their favorite restaurant, Culbertson's, on Massachusetts Avenue. There was no way to soften it for her. "Don't know," he said, "but I suspect we'll be going out again." She nodded, smiled. Didn't ask how long the follow-up voyage might take. Didn't ask whether he wanted her to wait. Tried, not entirely successfully, to look like the good soldier. "Good luck to you. See you when you get back. Take care of yourself." Maybe her feelings for him were stronger than he'd realized. At the end of the evening, when she kissed him, her cheek was wet. And she let him go. There were a couple of occasions after that for which he invited her to lunch or dinner, but she explained she was busy. "Another time, Matt." He didn't see her again until the Preston was ready to go, and she showed up at the Foundation's farewell luncheon. He didn't even realize she was there until, when he was leaving with Priscilla Hutchins and one of the board members, she simply appeared, standing off to one side. She smiled through the moment and formed the words, "Good luck," with her lips. Then, before he could get to her, she was gone. Library entry. Superluminal readies for historic flight. Work has been completed to prepare the Phyllis Preston for a flight that may change the way we think about our place in the universe. The mission will employ the LoCarno propulsion system, which is far more efficient than its predecessor. It's scheduled for a mid-September departure. The destination has not yet been announced, but officials close to the Prometheus Foundation, which is underwriting the effort, are saying the ship will travel to Sirius. Sirius is 8.6 light-years from Earth. A one-way flight, using the Hazeltine technology, would require slightly more than 20 hours. The Preston expects to make it in about 40 minutes. Worldwide News Service, Thursday, August 23rd. Chapter 17. When Jon and his collaborators started talking about a target for the first flight out of the solar system, they'd considered Alpha Centauri and Procyon as well as Sirius. Somewhere close. But as the work on the Preston neared completion, they began to think in terms of spectacle. Why settle for something on the tour routes? "Let's go deep." Later, nobody could remember who'd originally said the words, but it became their mantra. Let's go deep. Let's not screw around. Let's head outside the bubble. The deepest penetration to date had been 3,160 light-years by the Patrick Heffernan, 3 decades earlier. Nobody went out that far anymore. Nobody even went close. When Rudy mentioned it to Hutch, she shook her head. Not a good idea. Why not? Why mess around? What happens if you go for a record, and there's a problem? Nobody would be able to reach you for 9 or 10 months. They were at Rudy's townhouse, enjoying the pool with Matt, Jon, and a half-dozen other friends. Rudy was always a bit more bombastic at the townhouse. "We used to make flights like that all the time," he said. That was during an era when we had missions all over the place. If something broke down, there was always somebody reasonably close. That's not the case anymore. Rudy went into his "I wish you had a little more faith in us" mode. "There won't be a problem," he said.
Matt would have liked to sell the guy some property. She's right, Rudy. I mean, if she weren't, why would we need to run a test at all? In the end, with everyone either showing or pretending disappointment, they settled for Alioth. The third star in from the end of the Dipper's handle, it was 81 light-years from Earth. It would make a fair test without putting them at unnecessary risk. Later that afternoon, Rudy got a call from C.B. Williams, a worldwide executive. "Rudy," he said, "we'd like to send someone along on the flight. Give you some decent news coverage." Rudy thought about it and decided it seemed like a good idea. "Okay," he said, "we can make room for him, or her." "Good. We're talking about Antonio Giannotti. He'll represent the entire pool." Antonio Giannotti. Where had Rudy heard the name before? "He's our science reporter," said Williams. No, it wasn't that. Rudy knew the name from somewhere else. 30 years ago, on the Black Cat, he was Dr. Science. Did a show for kids. Yes, Dr. Science. Rudy had grown up watching Dr. Science explain how gravity worked and what climatologists were trying to do to compensate for changing weather patterns. He'd radiated so much enthusiasm about his various topics that Rudy had known by the time he was 8 that he would give his life to the sciences. "Yes," he said, "we'd enjoy having him along." They were well past the era during which summer in the nation's capital provided some cool days in September. Early fall remained hot in Virginia and Maryland, and Matt was happy to be getting away from it. He took the shuttle from Reagan the day before their scheduled departure. Rudy was on the same flight, and he was like a kid. He kept talking about how he'd been looking forward to this his whole life, and that he still couldn't believe it was happening. He extracted a promise from Matt that as soon as they'd gotten checked into their hotel, they'd go down and inspect the Preston. The flight to Union lasted less than 90 minutes. When they docked, Matt led the way out, walking with studied casualness as if he did this sort of thing all the time. An AI informed them of their room numbers, and their baggage showed up a few minutes after they did. Matt would have preferred to shower and change, but Rudy was anxious to go. So they went. The Preston wasn't much to look at. It had been in service too long. It was battered by too many chunks of rock and scored by cosmic dust. A pair of devices that resembled scanners had been added to the bow. These were scramblers, which would manipulate the space-time continuum, drive a wedge into it, and allow the ship to slide between dimensions. The words Prometheus Foundation were emblazoned on the hull, with the organization's symbol, a lamp and flame. "It's appropriate," said Rudy, looking through a 20-foot-wide portal. "What is?" asked Matt. "Prometheus, the fire-bringer." John appeared at the main hatch, waved, and came up the tube to the concourse. He was all smiles. "Good to see you guys," he said. "Matt, I think you're going to like your new ship." "Is it ready to go?" Matt asked. "They're still tightening a few bolts and whatnot, but yes, it's all set." "Can we take a look?" asked Rudy. "Sure." John stood aside to let Rudy enter the tube first. "Beautiful ship." Rudy's eyes literally bulged. The tube was transparent, and they could look out at the docking area. The Preston was secured to magnetic clamps. Only one other ship was in port. The place was designed to service 18. "Time was," said Matt. "It would have been filled." Rudy produced an imager. He took pictures of the Preston, pictures of Matt and John, handed the device to Matt, and posed with John for more pictures. "I've been up here a good bit," he said. "Even been inside the Preston a few times, but this is different." Matt clapped him on the shoulder, and they went through the hatch into the ship. Matt had already been on board during the refitting. He'd familiarized himself with the controls, gotten on first-name terms with Phyllis, the AI, and was anxious to launch. Rudy strode onto the bridge and sat down in the pilot's chair. "Nice feeling," he said. Matt agreed. He felt 15 years younger. Rudy pressed his fingertips against the control board. "How long did you say it was going to take to get there?" "To Alioth?" asked Jon. "Yes."
5.5 hours. My God, I still can't believe it. It used to take—" He consulted his notebook. "More than a week."
Matt had been there once, years ago. 8 days, he said. 2 hours, 11 minutes in transit. Rudy was enjoying himself.
"How long would it take us to get to Alpha Centauri?"
"About 20 minutes, said Matt. "A little less, probably." Matt was too excited to sleep that night. He was up at about 5, took almost 2 hours for breakfast, talked to some reporters, had coffee with Rudy in Cappy's, talked to more reporters, and called Jon, who was with the technicians. "If they aren't finished yet," Matt remarked, "it's not a good sign." But Jon was in the best of moods.
"It's not their fault," he said. "You're never really finished calibrating something like this."
Antonio Gennati wandered into the restaurant. Matt recognized him immediately, would have known him even if Rudy hadn't alerted him he was coming. He was a muscular guy, average height, with a craggy face and the sort of beard favored by mad scientists. He looked bigger on the HV. Originally from Rome, he'd run the Dr. Science show from there, where he'd played his role wrapped in a white lab coat. He didn't look much older than he had in those days. Rudy waved him over, introduced him, and Matt felt a bit awed in his presence. What had happened to Dr. Science? One year, when Matt was about 13, he just suddenly wasn't there anymore. "It was a job with no future," Antonio said. "I had nowhere to go from there." "I would have thought you could have done anything. You were great." "The science was great. I wanted to be a comedian." Matt could still recall his disappointment when Dr. Science disappeared. Along with his discovery, he couldn't hit a decent curveball. It had marked what he thought of as his arrival at the beginning of adulthood. Being a teen, he would think later, wasn't all hormones and good times. There were some losses. Inevitably, there were always losses. More reporters arrived, from the Post and Nature. He and Antonio were talking with them when Hutch called. "Where are you, Matt?" "Cappy's," he said. "Save me a seat." A few minutes later, she walked in. The Post and Nature didn't recognize her. "My understanding," said the Post, "is that the drive system is not only much more efficient, but it's safer than the Hazeltine. Is that true?" "It's less complex. Fewer things can go wrong." "How close was Barber to solving these issues?" asked Nature. "Does he get the credit, or is it Jon Silvestri who did the brute work?" Time was, Matt thought, Hutch would have been the center of attention. Yesterday's news. "One of them, the guy with the muscles," Matt told her, "is making the flight with us. He's a pool reporter." Good. Publicity never hurts. She turned those dark eyes on him. "Matt, I wanted to come by to wish you luck." "Jon tells me you don't want to come." "Yeah, I'm a little busy." "But not too busy to run up here?" She was silent. He let it play out. Then, "Wish you were coming?" "Don't tempt me," she said. "We have room." "I didn't bring my gear." "What gear? We'll be back tonight." "Matt, I'd love to, but—" "But what? You have anything pressing to do today or tomorrow?" He could see some sort of internal struggle going on. "Not really, I just—" "Yeah?" Don't what?" "I promised myself I wouldn't do this again." "Why?" She hesitated. "My family, I guess."
"Aren't your kids both away at school?"
"Yes."
"Not that it matters. You'll be home tonight if you want to make the late run down to Reagan."
Matt paused, then added,
"And we make the world's best return jump."
After they arrived in system, they'd still have to use the main engines to come the rest of the way in. It could take a while. Alioth and back in a few hours.
"Yes."
Matt couldn't resist a broad smile.
"Welcome to the New World, Priscilla."
Like Matt, she'd made a flight to Alioth once, years ago, hauling a team of researchers. When they got there, they'd spent 3 weeks in system. The 3 weeks hadn't been bad because the researchers were busy taking temperatures and charting orbits, leaving her to read and watch shows. It had been painful nonetheless. That crowd, the Alioth crowd, had been hopelessly dull, and they'd spent much of their time trying to impress her. It hadn't helped that she herself had been quite young then, just starting her career, and not very bright. That had been the mission during which an additional star had been discovered in the system. It had been a big event, setting the researchers into a celebration that had gone on, in one form or another, for several days. She'd been dismissive of it, informing one of them that it wasn't as if there was a shortage of stars. It turned out that the discovery accounted for a series of orbital anomalies. It meant little to her. In those days she was hard to impress, probably every bit as dull as the researchers. Hutch had been unable to resist attending the Preston launch. Years ago, after she'd made her last flight on the Emerald, she'd promised herself that she would not go back into space. She'd never been sure why she'd done that. Maybe the knowledge that her days in the superluminals had ended was too painful, and she'd wanted to pretend it didn't matter. In any case, she'd kept her vow, had even resisted a vacation aboard the Evening Star, when Tor had wanted to treat her. "If I go out there, I'm not sure I'll be able to come back." Well, that was a bit over the top, but there was a modicum of truth to it. Still, she ached to do it again, to cruise past Canopus and touch down on Achernar, too, and glide through the rings at Deneb 5. Deneb, at approximately 2,600 light-years, had marked the farthest she'd ever been from home. She'd loved that flight. And she was sorry she'd declined Jon's offer. Wouldn't admit it to herself, but she stood looking into Matt's eyes, knowing she'd regret it forever if she didn't go. Why not? Charge off for the day, be back tonight. She'd have to buy a change of clothes, maybe a few other items. But why the hell not? An hour later, she worked her way through a mob of reporters and cameramen and well-wishers, and walked on to the Preston with Matt. Jon laughed at her and said how he knew all along she'd break down and come. She put her gear away and sat down next to Antonio in the common room, while Jon and Matt chatted on the bridge. That was where she really wanted to be, but she made up her mind to let them do whatever they had to do and give Matt a clear field. Last thing he'd need would be an ex-pilot hanging around. "So," she said, looking for a topic, "what makes a good reporter, Antonio? What's your secret?" "Unbending intelligence and integrity," Antonio smiled. "My mother always thought I was a natural." He was easy to like, especially when he asked whether she wasn't the woman who'd saved everybody's ass at that Deep Six thing, when that entire world had been swallowed. She really couldn't take credit for that, and she suspected he knew that, but it was nice to hear him say it anyhow. Jon took her back to the engine room to look at the LoCarno. It was just a pair of black boxes, much smaller than the Hazeltine enabler. He explained how it worked. She'd listened to the explanation before, hadn't understood it then, and didn't understand it now. But the reality was she'd never figured out how the Hazeltine had worked either. You punched a button, and you slipped between the dimensions. That was about as clear as it got. When they returned to the common room, she could hear Matt going through his preps with Phyllis, the AI. "You miss being up front?" Antonio asked. "I've been away from it too long," she said. "You wouldn't want to ride in this thing if I were at the controls." Antonio grinned at her and at Jon. "These things don't really need pilots anyhow, do they? I mean, don't the AIs handle everything?" "The AIs handle everything," she said, "as long as there's no problem. If something goes wrong, you'll be glad you have Matt up there." "Well, yeah." He made a face as if she were running an old story past him. "How often does something go wrong?" He offered her a grape juice. She took it and sat back. "It happens all the time. Research missions, particularly. The physicists like to go in close, usually as close as they can until something blows up. And there are unexplained bursts of energy in hyperspace that sometimes penetrate the shielding and knock out equipment." "But of course," Jon looked in on them from the bridge, "we won't be traveling in hyperspace anymore. Not with the LoCarno." Yes," she said. "The dimension will be traveling through what's its name?" "We haven't given it one yet." "You'll want to do that before we get home, or Antonio here will do it for you. Won't you, Antonio?" "I already have a name for it," he said. "I suggest we call it Janati Space." Matt announced over the all-com they were ready to go. "Priscilla," he added, "would you like to sit up front?" She looked at Antonio and Jon. "Anybody else want to do it?" "Go ahead," said Jon. "Enjoy yourself." She took a long pull from the grape juice and strode on to the bridge, feeling young again, feeling as if she could do anything. She took the right-hand seat, the observer's seat, and while Matt talked to Union Ops, she activated the harness. It slid down around her. Matt finished and looked her way. "Welcome back," he said. Yes. At that moment, Hutch was in love with the world. Matt activated the all-com. "Everybody belt down," he said. "Phil, start the engines." Then to the all-com again. "We are 3 minutes from departure." She felt the familiar vibration as additional power came online. "How does the LoCarno work?" she asked him. "We still need a running start, right?" Matt was a good-looking guy with red hair and a mischievous smile offset by intense eyes. He reminded her of Tor, but she wasn't sure why. Maybe it was the innocence. Matt was a guy who still believed in things. In a decaying society, racked by too much leisure, corruption in high places, a crippled environment, and God knew what else, there weren't too many like that. The assumption had always been that if people are well-fed, feel secure, and have decent homes, everything will be fine. But they needed something else as well. Call it self-respect or a sense of purpose, whatever. It was missing now. Maybe spreading out through the galaxy would provide it. Maybe not. But she was convinced that if the human race simply settled onto its collective front porch, as it seemed to be doing, it had no future. She didn't think it was a coincidence that nobody was producing great hollows anymore. The ones that everyone remembered, Barcelona, Bugles at Dusk, Icelandic, and all the rest were from the previous century. The same was true of drama, the novel, architecture, sculpture. Civilization as a whole seemed to be in decline. She had loved Tor and missed him every day. He'd made his living as an artist, but she knew his ability was only moderate. Nobody was going to be naming museums and schools after him. That hadn't mattered. She hadn't loved him for his talent. But the hard truth was there weren't any great artists anymore. She didn't know why, and couldn't connect it to the general malaise that had settled across the planet. Maybe somebody somewhere knew what was happening. She didn't. Maybe life had become too easy in too many places, and too pointless in too many others. Maybe it was just that old business that you had to wait a century to sort out who was great and who wasn't. Whatever it was, her instincts screamed that it was the same process, that humans were designed to do what they'd always done, climb into their canoes and move out across uncharted seas. Whether those seas were philosophical or physical, she thought they had to do it. "Yes," Matt said, "we still need a running start. Not as long as we did with the Hazeltine, maybe 20 minutes or so to build up a charge." "It feels good to be back, Matt." He looked at her, nodded and smiled. Union Ops broke in with information about solar activity. It wouldn't affect them, but they shouldn't linger in system. They were at 2 minutes. Support lines began disconnecting, withdrawing into the dock. She felt a mild jar as the magnetic locks turned them loose. Matt eased the ship into its exit lane, adjusted the artificial gravity, took them past the series of docks, and moved out through the launch doors. "Still a nice feeling," she said. "Yeah, it is. Beats hustling condominiums." Earth, blue and white and endlessly lovely, spread out below them. A sliver of moon floated off to port. Toward the end of her piloting career, she hadn't much noticed such things. Stars and worlds had become navigational objects, markers in the night, and not much more. That was when she'd realized it was time to do something else. But seated on the bridge, as Matt increased thrust and they began to move out, she felt she'd come home at last. As the Preston accelerated, they traded a few quips. "You're sure the drive works? We're not going to come out of it with our brains scrambled, are we?" "If the monkey could make it," Matt said, "we should be fine." Matt had a taste for music, and he asked whether she objected, then brought up Beethoven, the Pathetique. It was pleasant and fit the mood. "What happens during the jump?" she asked. "Not much. It's not like hyperspace. The mists are gone. The sensors pick up nothing. It's just unbroken darkness." Hutch looked out through the viewport. No moving lights anywhere. There was a time that something was always coming or going at Union. The station had been the center of traffic to a dozen regular ports of call and literally hundreds of star systems. It had been filled with tourists, some coming simply to see the station itself, others boarding one of the tour liners for the voyage of a lifetime. People still came to look on Earth from orbit, and to spend a weekend to give their kids a completely different experience, and maybe they came, most of all, so they could say they'd been there, gone to the top of the world. The station fell behind. They came to the end of the Pathetique and moved on to something else. The music began to run together. Matt opened the all-com. 6 minutes to insertion, guys, he said, and to Hutch, "Has Rudy ever done a jump before?" "He's been out a couple of times," she said. "Okay, Antonio's pretty well traveled, says he's been everywhere." "That takes in a fair amount of ground." "He's the science reporter for Worldwide. I'd expect him to have gotten around." Hutch asked Phil to produce a file of Antonio's work. It matched what she already knew. Antonio did his science straight. No editorializing, though he was capable of getting excited. He'd been with the Al-Jahadi when it discovered the sun's brown dwarf companion. He'd gotten to knock right after Kaminsky had started his war against bureaucratic indifference and taken his stand. She felt guilty about that because she'd been one of the bureaucrats who thought that keeping hands off an alien society was a good idea,
no matter what they were doing. But Antonio had gotten the public on board, just as they'd gotten on board when the Academy moved to save the Goompas. It looked as if they were carrying the right journalist.
30 seconds, said Matt.
At 11:48 a.m., Washington time, they made their jump. Hutch was looking at the moon when it vanished.
Transition was almost seamless. She was accustomed to a mild queasiness during transits, but this time there was only a momentary pressure in her ears, as if the atmosphere had given her a quick squeeze. Then the sensation was gone, and she was looking out at the utter darkness Matt had described. "Everybody okay back there?"
"We're fine," said Jon. "Transition complete?"
"It's done. Welcome to—" he made a face. "Wherever. Jon, you're going to have to come up with a name for this place."
"We'll name it for Henry."
"Barber space?" said Matt. "I don't think it'll work."
"Yeah, I suppose not. Well, we'll figure it out later. Okay to release the belts?"
"Go ahead," he said. "Anybody hungry?"
It was lunchtime.
News desk. Starship tests new drive. The Phyllis Preston left the Union orbiter minutes ago en route to Alioth, 81 light-years away. What makes this flight a bit different is that, if all goes well, they'll be back this evening. We watched the ship disappear out of the night sky. There's no way to be sure that everything is going as planned, because there will be no communication with the Preston until it returns. Starships customarily use a device they call the hyperlink, which provides faster-than-light transmissions. But the Preston, if the new drive unit is working as it should, would far outrun a hyperlink transmission. So we'll just have to wait and see. Jack Crispy, on The Jack Crispy Show, Tuesday, September 18th. Chapter 18. 5.5 hours to Alioth. It was unthinkable. Antonio couldn't stop talking about it. Hutch seemed struck by how different the trans-dimensional flight looked, how the mists were gone, how the navigation lights had simply reached out into the night until they faded, whereas now they seemed smothered by the darkness. Jon was going on about what Henry Barber had missed, and what a pity it was he hadn't lived just a bit longer. With the success of the first lander flight, the world had assumed that Rudy controlled the LoCarno, and that perception had intensified when word got out that the first manned flight would be made by the Foundation's lone ship, the Phyllis Preston. Rudy had been getting calls for weeks from people who had a special black hole they wanted to see, or a nebula with a peculiar characteristic, or who wanted to go to the center of the galaxy. Several had even wondered about the prospects for an intergalactic flight. Avril Hopkinson from Media Labs had asked about the LoCarno's range, had suggested they start designing ships specifically for the drive system instead of just tacking it on to existing vessels. Media Labs, he said, would be willing to undertake the expense. It had been a glorious time for him. He'd played the chief executive, cautioning against extravagant plans. Let's just take this one step at a time. I'll get back to you if we start thinking about going in that direction. The people who were calling him now, trying to climb on to the bandwagon, were by and large people who had not noticed the Foundation over the past 15 years. They'd seen Rudy as a person of no consequence, a guy fighting to hold on to the past, a man with no imagination, no sense of where the real priorities lay, someone not to be taken seriously. It had given him a rare sense of pleasure to put the world on hold. I'll call you if I need you. It occurred to him he was being small-minded, even vengeful. But that was okay. Small-minded could be good. Better to think of it as justice. Rudy had never been successful with women. For some inscrutable reason, he did not arouse their passions. Even his wives had seemed always to regard him as a comic figure. He was a guy a woman could confide in, could exchange stories with. They seemed impressed by his accomplishments, but not by him. He had no trouble getting dates, but nobody ever seemed to connect with him emotionally. Even his most recent wife had, somehow, been a remote figure. They'd parted amicably, old buddies. He was a good friend, a nice guy. It wouldn't be correct to say he'd been leading a lonely existence, but since he'd become an adult, he'd never shared an intense relationship with another human being. His life had been marked with a desire to distance himself from other people. As a kid, he'd dreamed of living one day on an island, or on a mountaintop, somewhere inaccessible. It was ironic that someone with his sensibilities and his passions had not traveled widely beyond the sun's immediate neighborhood. He allowed people to believe he had. Didn't outright lie about it, but didn't deny it either. In a sense, he had done a lot of traveling, but most of it had been virtual, or with books. There'd been opportunities. His specialty was stellar life cycles, and he'd gotten invitations from both Jesperson and Hightower when they were setting out years ago. But he was young then, and did not want to spend 6 or 7 months inside a ship, cloistered with the smartest people in their various disciplines. He wouldn't be able to get away from them, and he knew he lacked depth and didn't want to be exposed. His mentor at the time told him he needed to believe in himself, but he couldn't do it. Wasn't going to sit cooped up with McPherson and Barakawa and the rest, talking about shadow matter and negative energy and neutral spin. He had plenty of time to go out to the stars later. Then, suddenly, it wasn't there anymore. When he became director of the Foundation, he'd thought about going with one of the missions, something to establish his credibility. They'd had 3 ships at one time. But it didn't look right. People would have thought he was taking advantage of his position. So he'd stayed back while the researchers went. It wasn't as if he'd never before been in a ship. He'd gone to a couple of the nearby stars, had traveled to Iapetus to see Saturn close up, and to see the monument. But it wasn't the same as going deep, as setting down on a world that was home to a different biosystem, as being so far from home that when you looked through a telescope at the sun, at Earth's sun, you knew you were seeing it as it had looked before you were born. That was traveling. Now, of course, if all went well, they'd be able to go the next step, so far away that the sun, if you could see it at all, would appear as it had been before the first pyramids had gone up, before Baghdad, before Gilgamesh. News Desk. San Francisco earthquake 100 years ago today. 3rd major quake marked end of fabled city. Ceremonies planned at Memorial and White House. Capability to predict quakes still far off. Some maintain it will never be possible. Culverson named year's best political cartoonist. Wins Shackelford Award 2nd year running. New York levees to be reinforced. Hurricane Roma turns north. Hatteras watches season's 18th major storm. Last slaughterhouse closes. Nanoburgers too much for cattle industry. American schools still rank low. Test scores in English, math, weak. Get parents involved, says Snyder. Read to your kids. Studies show parents should start when kids are 2. Churches split over cloning issue. First human clones to appear in Germany. Do they have souls? Virgin apparition claimed in dust clouds. Mary's likeness reported 6,000 light-years away. Telescopic images from Ballinger Cloud. Movement to ban alcohol gains strength. Prohibition again. Population gains continue for central and mountain states. People feel safer away from coastlines, quake zones. Trend expected to continue. Kansas now has more people than Florida. New forest fires in Colorado. Long dry spell creates hazard. Campers asked to exercise caution. Tanaka lands in Kentucky after 16 days. Completes round-the-world hot air balloon flight. Misses record by 7 minutes. Chapter 19. Alioth is a white-class AO sun. Its formal name is Epsilon Ursae Majoris. 81 light-years from Arlington, it didn't exactly equate to going deep, but it was far enough, and they'd be within striking distance of help should something go wrong. Alioth is about 4 times as wide as Sol, and more than 100 times brighter. It's large for a Class A, and consequently has been burning hydrogen at an accelerated rate. It is now near the end of that phase of its existence, and will soon enter its helium-burning phase. For that reason it had been visited several times by Academy ships, studying the decline of Class A stars. 17 worlds orbit Alioth, one of which, Seabright, is unique in that it's the only known planet entirely covered by water. It's perfectly located in the middle of the biozone, but it has produced not so much as a single living cell. The recently discovered companion star is a dull Class G, orbiting at a range of almost a light-year. As they came out of jump status, klaxons sounded. "Collision alert!" Matt barked a "goddamn" and froze, while Phil activated the ship's defensive systems and fired a series of particle beams at something. "Rock," she said. It exploded directly ahead and to starboard. The detectors should have picked it up and cancelled the jump. "They may not be properly correlated with the new system," said John. "I hadn't thought about that." "Nice reflexes, Phil," said Matt. He was embarrassed. "That's what you can expect with a top-of-the-line model." Antonio had urged that John should be first to speak on arrival, and that he think of something historic to say, a timeless remark that would not only play well during the news breaks, but that people would always remember as signaling the first shining moments of the real interstellar age. But that moment had also been blown away by Phil's particle beams. "I don't think the profanity works," he said over the all-com. "Can we just rewrite the moment?" "Not without breaking the law," said Matt. It went into the log. "So we've got 'goddamn' as our giant leap comment?" "I'm sorry, Antonio." He shook his head. "Make your apology to history, compagno." A blinding sun dominated the sky. Matt activated the viewport filters. They helped. "Too close," said Rudy. "It's not as precise as a Hazeltine." John apologized and said he'd figure it out in time. They told him it didn't really matter, not now. "Time to make it official," said Rudy. He climbed out of his chair and disappeared in back. He returned a minute later, brandishing glasses and a bottle of French champagne. They recorded the TOA, 1723 hours ship time, transit time, 5 hours, 35 minutes, 17 seconds. Matt printed a copy of the log entry, along with his unfortunate remark, and they all signed it. Jon Silvestri, Priscilla Hutchins, Rudy Golombek, Antonio Giannotti, Matthew Darwin. "So now that we're here," said Antonio, "what's next?" "I take it we're not very close to Seabright," Hutch said. Matt shook his head. "I doubt it." She smiled back at him. Two pilots exchanging an unspoken understanding. "It's big out here. Brand-new propulsion system. Lucky we got close to the star at all." It was good to be back. Matt gazed out at the stars, thinking how there was no career like it. "Phil," he said, "how far are we from Seabright?"
236 million kilometers, Matt. 10 days by standard drive.
"Can't we do better than that?" asked Antonio, with a smile. "I think it might be possible," Matt grinned. "I've never seen Seabright," said Antonio. Despite his claims, Matt doubted Antonio had seen much of anything out of the ordinary. The journalists had usually traveled the standard routes. They were rarely found with the exploration missions. Jon nodded. "Doesn't seem as if we should come all the way out here and not see the sights." He glanced at Matt. "Why don't we take a look?" "Sure," Matt nodded. "Okay by me. We'll have to kick the pony a bit to recharge. Figure a half hour. I'll let you know when we're ready." Hutch spent the time thinking what it would mean if the LoCarno could be made to work with real precision. Travel across the solar system in seconds? She wondered if there might be a ground-side application. Climb onto a train in Boston and step off an eye blink later in Los Angeles. Or Honolulu. Possibly even private vehicles doing the same thing. She wasn't sure she'd want to live in such a world. She liked riding the glide trains, liked cruising through the skies over D.C. The whole point of travel was, after all, the ride and not the destination. Like people's lives. She was engaged in a conversation with Antonio about the state of the world, and the tendency of the general public to pay little attention until conditions deteriorated severely, when Matt announced they were ready to make their jump. Jon had replaced her up front, tinkering with the settings. "I don't want to go in too close," he said. "We can't trust the mass detector." That sounded a little too casual for Hutch. She'd have felt more comfortable if she were at the controls. Matt's voice came over the Allcom. "Buckle in." She activated her harness. Antonio's belt locked him down. 10 seconds, said Matt. Antonio's eyes slid shut. He seemed to be somewhere else. "Go, baby," he said. She closed her own eyes, felt a momentary tug in her belly, saw the glare of light against her eyelids dim and come up again. "That's it," said Matt. He couldn't avoid a snicker. They all laughed. "We've arrived." Hutch shook her head. It just didn't feel right. A jump that had lasted a fraction of a second. Antonio was looking up at the display. "Are we done? Is it okay to release this thing?" He didn't like the restraints. "1 moment," said Phil, measuring. Whatever happened today, it was coming. Near instantaneous travel would hit in the next generation, or somewhere close down the road. It struck her that the metaphor would itself become obsolete. People living perhaps in the next century would have no concept of road. Or maybe it would survive as a referent to spiritual journeys. It was a sad idea. She wondered whether the fears about a singularity waiting at a given point in scientific research, when too many breakthroughs came together, might not have some validity. Not in the classical sense that here was a rise of the machines or some such wild-eyed notion, but simply that maybe you reached a point where the downside of each technological advance outweighed the advantage, where the price was too high, where people fell in love with avatars instead of each other. But no one could stop progress, no matter how much damage it did, because it had become a kind of religion. Phil's voice again. "Range to Seabright is 285 million kilometers." "We lost ground," said Antonio. "How could that happen?" Hutch released her belt. "Matt?" Matt came off the bridge, looking chagrined. "I think we're on the other side," he said. "We jumped 500 million clicks. Maybe we were a bit too cautious." Antonio was making notes. "Best system in the world doesn't do you much good if you can't get where you're going." Jon appeared in the hatch behind Matt. "I guess we missed," he said. "It'll just be a matter of making some adjustments.
We have to feel our way. Can't have everything overnight. Antonio was annoyed that he couldn't report back. The LoCarno couldn't really be a success, he told Jon, until it included an advanced communication device. "I haven't had time to work on it," said Jon. "Sorry, but it keeps everything we're doing mysterious. That should be good. People will be wondering what's going on out here."
Antonio went back to his notebook. "I forgot about that aspect of things. I'm going to have to rewrite this," he complained. "Why?" asked Matt. "As we stand here," he read, "looking out at this magnificent sun—"
"It's a little hyperbolic, isn't it?"
said Matt. Antonio's features darkened.
"It's supposed to be. Audiences like hyperbolic."
"They're nitwits," said Matt. Antonio shook his head.
"Not exactly, but they do like over-the-top. That's the reality. The Brits have a taste for understatement, but they're pretty much in it alone.
They're still nitwits."
"You sound like somebody else I know," said Hutch.
"Who's that?"
"Gregory McAllister."
Matt nodded. "One of my favorite people."
She felt alive. She looked out at strange constellations, configurations she hadn't seen in decades. Antonio came over and joined her, gazed through the viewport.
"Lovely," he said.
"What's the range of the LoCarno?" asked Rudy. "Could we cross the galaxy with this thing?" Jon shook his head. "Not in one jump. I haven't really worked out the details yet, but it's not like the Hazeltine, where once you're in hyperspace you stay there until the system acts to bring you back. We don't belong in LoCarno space, if we can call it that, and it keeps trying to push us out, sort of like an air-filled balloon trying to stay underwater. So the system uses energy throughout the transit. When it runs out of energy, the ship will pop back into normal space." "But obviously," Rudy continued, "we can manage 50 or 60 light-years. Oh, yes, and considerably better than that. I'd guess we could jump 10,000 or so. But that's only a guess. We're just going to have to try it and see what happens."
Hutch could hardly believe what she was hearing.
10,000 light-years? Jon smiled. "Interesting to think about, isn't it?"
"It sure is. It really does put the entire galaxy within reach."
"Why stop there?" asked Rudy.
Matt took a deep breath. "You're talking what? Andromeda?"
"Why not?"
They released a probe to take pictures of the Preston against the backdrop of Alioth. Phil adjusted the lenses and filters so the probe wasn't blinded. She also got pictures of the ship approaching Seabright, gliding past a gas giant and running alongside a comet. Phil prepared a special meal, and they sat down to spaghetti and meatballs, not usually the fare you'd expect on a superluminal.
"Things change," said Matt, "when you only have to feed everybody once."
They opened a fresh bottle of wine, filled the glasses, and did another round of toasts.
"To real estate dealers," said Jon.
Hutch raised her glass.
"Realtors conquer the world."
Jon watched Antonio writing something into his notebook.
"Do you actually have a science background?" he asked.
"Me?" Antonio's smile widened. It was self-deprecating, genuine, warm.
"I was a journalism major," he said.
"But you're the science guy for Worldwide. How'd that happen?"
Rudy shook his head.
"Jon, Antonio used to be Dr. Science."
Jon frowned.
"Who?" "Dr. Science. You're not going to tell me you don't know who Dr. Science is?"
"You're kidding, right?"
"No, not at all."
Jon stared hard at Antonio.
"You know, I thought you looked familiar. More than from the Worldwide shows."
"Hello, boys and girls," said Antonio, mimicking the voice he'd used years before. "Today we're going to be talking about event horizons and why we shouldn't go near them."
"But you were a journalism major?" persisted Jon.
Worldwide gave me the science beat because they think I'm pretty good at explaining things so ordinary people can understand them.
"But how do you do it, if you don't have the physics yourself?"
I get somebody like you to lay it out for me. Then I just translate it into plain English and relay it." He finished whatever he'd been writing, closed the machine with a sweep of his right arm, and sat back in his chair. "So," he said, "what's next?"
Jon looked puzzled. "Next? This is where I wanted to go. 80 light years by dinner time."
"That'll be a good title for your autobiography," said Rudy. Antonio agreed. "Absolutely right," he said. "But where do you go from here? What are you going to do about licensing the LoCarno? I think you've just become the richest guy on the planet."
"Maybe. I hope so."
"Has anybody bid yet for manufacturing rights?"
"Everybody in town. It looks as if tours are going to be big again, for a while anyhow. Luxuriat is talking about picking up where Comedy left off."
Comedy had run the luxury flights during the golden years.
"And you're going to let them have it?"
Rudy's face had gone pale.
"I haven't decided which one yet."
"Depends on who makes the best offer," said Matt.
"Yeah, something like that."
Library entry. "The LoCarno is simply another novelty. We'll be replacing the Hazeltine with it, and we'll go considerably farther than we ever did before, and we'll learn the same lesson. Life is a rare commodity in the universe, and intelligence even more so. I suspect it can do no harm, as long as we don't start spending tax money on it again." Op-ed by Gregory McAllister. Worldwide News Service, Tuesday, September 18th. Chapter 20. They got the good jump Matt had hoped for. Not good enough to make the late shuttle, but enough to bring them into Union in the morning. A crowd was waiting. Some carried signs reading, "On to Andromeda," and "Moving Out." One attractive young woman carried a banner stenciled, "Marry me, John." Other signs reflected different sentiments. "Leave well enough alone," and "Shut down the LoCarno," and "Don't come back." But the dissidents were outnumbered. There was some pushing and shoving, and a fight broke out. But the security people were there. Someone, in a high-pitched voice, asked whether they'd made Alioth. The crowd held its collective breath while Jon paused for dramatic effect. "Yes," he said finally. "We've been there and come home." The crowd roared. Eventually they got away into a room reserved by Rudy. Journalists showed up and Foundation supporters, so the place quickly overflowed. Matt showed pictures from the flight, shots of Alioth, the 5 Voyagers crowded onto the bridge moments after their arrival. Matt hunched over the instruments, Hutch and Jon gazing out the viewport, Rudy trying to look like Columbus, and Antonio taking notes. Refreshments arrived. One of the Orion Tours people came in, and Rudy watched with distaste as she curled up next to Jon. She was all smiles and casual talk, but she'd be offering a contract shortly. "Come with us, and we'll make you a better deal than anyone else can." He wasn't sure why, but the notion of rich morons running around the galaxy sightseeing, "Oh, Jerry, look at the black hole," irritated him. He wondered if tourists from somewhere else had ever come to Earth, maybe watched the Roman circuses, or sat in the Academy, the real Academy, with Plato and Socrates. He was tired. It had been a long day, and he couldn't take all-nighters anymore. He put down the drink he'd been nursing and said good night to Hutch and Matt. He was unable to catch John's eye, gave it up and left. He'd just gotten into his room when the hotel AI announced he had a call. "From Dr. Silvestri, sir." "Rudy," John said, "I didn't expect you to leave so early." Rudy collapsed into a chair. "I was wiped out, John." "Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess it is a bit late." He was standing, and it looked as if he was still at the party. But his features became suddenly serious. "I just wanted to tell you that I'm grateful for the Foundation's support. For your support, Rudy. I won't forget it." "You're welcome, John. I'm glad the Foundation was in a position to help." "I have a question for you." "Sure, go ahead." "Cosmic wants to run a mission to the core." "I've heard the rumors." "Rudy, they're offering me a lot of money for licensing rights to the LoCarno, so they can make the first flight. They want to equip a small fleet and go after the source of the Omegas, see what they are, where they come from." "It's a worthy cause." "I know." For a long moment he was silent. "I understand Epcot's going to make an offer, too." "Congratulations, John." "Without you and the Foundation, Rudy, it would never have happened." Rudy managed to smile. "I plan to split the money with the Foundation, Rudy. You're a worthy cause, too." "Thank you. That's very generous, John." There was another long pause. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." "That's not the message I'm getting." "Nothing's wrong, John. Just let it go." "Rudy, we can't attempt a mission like that with one ship." "You're right. That's absolutely right." "If there was any kind of mechanical problem, everybody'd be dead." "I know. You're absolutely right." "So then why are you annoyed with me?" "Because you never asked." "Asked what?" "Whether we could get a second ship." "Can you?" "Of course." "You wouldn't kid me?" "Never." "You really want to go?" "John, I'd kill to make that flight." "Good." "Thanks." "Hell, Rudy, it's your ship. Your ships." Someone stopped to talk with him. Then he was back. "Sorry." "It's okay." "We'll need 2 pilots. I want to ask Matt, if that's okay." "Sure. Who else did you have in mind?" "I don't know. I was hoping you'd suggest someone." "How about Hutch?" He did not look receptive. "I don't think she still has a license. Anyhow, she resisted making the Alioth flight. You think she'd consider something like this, going to the core?" "There's one way to find out." Antonio's notes. "I knew something was going on. While everybody else was singing the Rockaway Blues and Harry McLean was playing the theme from the old Midnight Moon VR show, John, Hutch, and Matt were off to one side talking. Lots of excitement. When they broke up, they all looked pretty happy. Then John spotted me. He came over, grabbed my shoulder, and pulled me out of the room. He told me he had an exclusive for me, something to go with the story I'd filed about the flight to Alioth. "We're going to the core," he said. "We're going to look for the source of the Omegas." And after I got through asking when they'd be leaving and who else was going and what they expected to find, he told me he had a question for me. "Yeah," I said. "What is it?" And he said, "Antonio, you want to come? You're invited." Wednesday, October 10th.